les pas. Il est mon devoir de faire savoir à la...
It is my duty to inform the House that the following vacancies have occurred. The Honorable Rona Ambrose, member for the electoral district of Sturgeon River Parkland, by resignation effective Tuesday, July 4th, 2017. The Honorable Denis Lebel, member for the electoral district of Lac Saint-Jean, by resignation effective Wednesday, August 9th, 2017. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)b of the Parliament of Canada Act, I addressed warrants to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of writs for the election of members to fill these vacancies.
Also my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation in the House of Commons for the electoral district of Scarborough Agincourt in the province of Ontario by reason of the passing of Arnold Chan. Pursuant to subsection 28(1) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill the vacancy. I have the honour to inform the House that Mr. Strahl, member for the electoral district of Chilliwack Hope, has been appointed member of the Board of Internal Economy in place of Mr. Brown, member for the electoral district of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, for the purposes and under the provisions of Section 50 of the Parliament of Canada Act. Le jeudi, le 14 septembre...
Thursday, September 14, 2017, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Colharta advised me in writing that he would be unable to present his motion during the hour reserved for private members' business. It was not possible to proceed with an exchange of positions on the order of precedence, and so I would ask the clerk to drop it to the order of precedence. The hour reserved for private members' business will therefore be suspended, and the House will now proceed to studying government orders.
Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government bills. Commons. C-21. An act to amend the Customs Act.
By Mr. Baines, moves that Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Member of Public Safety. Minister of Public Safety, excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And may I begin by welcoming you and all other members back to the House of Commons, to our business on behalf of Canadians, and reflecting on the announcements that you just made at the opening of this session. Members will obviously see behind me the desk that is vacant, formerly occupied by the member for Scarborough Agincourt, adorned today with flowers in his memory, and we all think very fondly of our friend and colleague who passed so suddenly just a few days ago, and we all share the grief of his loss. But if there's one bit of advice that Arnold Chan would give this House, it would be proceed with the public business of Canada, do so with substance and civility and strength, and we will all strive to do that in his memory. Today we're beginning this fall Mr. Speaker, we are beginning this fall sitting of the House with a debate on Bill C-21, legislation that will amend the Customs Act to enable the collection of certain basic exit information when someone crosses the border to leave our country. This bill will close a gap in our security and administrative framework by giving a clearer picture of who is actually exiting Canada at any given moment in time, so we can better ensure the efficient movement of legitimate trade and travel and keep our border secure. Tous les jours, quelques 400,000 personnes.
Every day, 400,000 people and billions of dollars of bilateral trade cross our border with the United States in both directions. We have often affirmed with our American counterparts our common commitment to create a border that is safer and more favorable for prosperity. These two objectives go together, and the bill before us today is an important step towards making this a reality.
It was a surprise to most Canadians that basic exit information is not collected already. We do, of course, take careful note of people arriving in Canada, but until now, we have only collected exit data on foreign nationals and permanent residents leaving the country. By contrast, most other countries keep track of who leaves as well as who arrives. We need to address this security loophole and, in effect, catch up to the rest of the world. The exit information that will be collected is brief, basic, and unobtrusive, Mr. Speaker. It's the name, nationality, date of birth, gender, and the issuing authority of the travel document. In other words, nothing more than what is found in the normal course on page 2 of your passport, along with, of course, the time and the place of your departure. This information will be gathered without imposing any new requirements on the traveling public. When a person leaves Canada by land, they will, as usual, show their passport to a U.S. border officer, and the U.S. will automatically send the information on page 2 back to Canada. For those leaving by air, air carriers will collect the basic passport data from passenger manifests and provide it to the Canada Border Services Agency before departure. As a result, Canadian authorities will be better able to manage our border, combat cross-border crime, respond to national security threats, prevent the illegal export of controlled goods, ensure the integrity of our immigration system, and protect taxpayer dollars against the abuse of certain government programs. As an example of how this bill will help with police investigations, take the case of Amber Alerts. When an alert is issued, the RCMP would ask the Canada Border Services Agency to create a lookout for the missing child or for a suspected abductor. If information relayed to CBSA by U.S. border officials matches that lookout, CBS alerts the RCMP that the person has left the country. The RCMP can then coordinate with their American counterparts to locate the child and apprehend the offender, knowing precisely when and where they left Canada. Or if the lookout matches someone on the passenger manifest of an imminent outbound flight, police could intercept the abductor at the airport and rescue the child before departure. This is also useful retrospectively if an abductor has taken a child out of the country. For example, if a child is discovered missing in the afternoon, the exit data could show that the child crossed into Vermont that morning. That's obviously extremely helpful for investigators in both countries as they work together to bring the child home safely and to apprehend the abductor. The same principle would apply in the case of known high-risk travelers, such as fugitives from justice or radicalized individuals. Combating the phenomenon of Canadians participating in terrorist activities abroad is a key priority for our government and I'm sure for Parliament. And the collection of basic exit information will be an important new tool for our national security agencies in this regard. It will also be useful in Canada's efforts to combat human trafficking. It could help police determine the location of a suspect or a victim of human trafficking. It could help determine the travel patterns of suspects or victims, which in turn makes it easier to identify human smuggler destinations or implicated criminal organizations. And it could help police to identify other suspects or victims by learning who is traveling with the individual in question. All this information is valuable not only for the advancement of human trafficking investigations, but also later in the criminal justice process in support of ensuing prosecutions. Bill C-21 will also help immigration officials to make better informed decisions and better use of their resources. With access to reliable exit data, immigration officials will be able to base their decisions on a more complete and accurate picture of an applicant's travel history. And when conducting investigations, they'll be able to prioritize activities and resources by focusing on people who are actually still in Canada rather than wasting time looking for someone that has already left. C-21 will also help to protect taxpayer dollars by reducing fraud and abuse of certain federal programs with residency requirements. By establishing when people leave Canada, we'll be able to better determine who is and who is not eligible for certain benefits. Of course, when people are entitled to benefits based on their residence in Canada, those benefits are properly and generously provided by Canadian taxpayers. But eligibility criteria exist for a reason, and Canadians expect the government to administer these programs accurately. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, people collecting benefits in accordance with the law will not be affected in any way. People currently receiving old age security will not be affected because once you have 20 years of residence in Canada as an adult, your OAS is fully portable wherever you may choose to live in your golden years. And Medicare eligibility would not be affected because the exit information that we're talking about today would only be used in the administration of federal programs, and the administration of Medicare is at the provincial level. But by helping to identify fraud and abuse, C-21 will help ensure the integrity of benefit programs and the responsible use of taxpayer dollars. The bill also includes measures to strengthen the ability of the Canada Border Services Agency to deal with smuggling and the illegal movement of goods out of Canada. Honourable members may well remember that the Auditor General published a report in the fall of 2015 finding that improvements were needed to combat the unlawful export of controlled goods or dangerous goods, including illegal drugs and stolen property. C-21 will help address that situation, as identified by the Auditor General, by providing CBSA with authorities regarding the export of goods similar to the authorities that already exist with respect to imports. Mr. Speaker, as with any measure that involves the collection and sharing of information, privacy considerations must be paramount. Our government takes this very seriously. We have an obligation to protect the privacy of Canadians, and privacy protections have been built into the core of this initiative as reflected in C-21. To begin with, the government has engaged proactively on this matter with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, and we will continue to do so. Privacy impact assessments have already been completed for the current and previous phases of implementation, involving the collection of basic exit data for non-citizens. And summaries of those assessments are available on CBSA's website. An additional assessment will be done once this new legislative framework is enacted and put into place, and we will make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we are protecting the privacy of Canadians. It is important to note that before any information can be shared between CBSA and any other federal agency or department, a formal information sharing arrangement must be established. Such an arrangement would include information management safeguards and privacy protection clauses. The exchange of information with the United States would likewise be subject to a formal agreement to establish a framework governing the use of the information and to set up the mechanisms necessary to address any problem that might arise. At all times, exit information would only be disclosed in accordance with Canadian law, and CBSA employees will continue to receive training to ensure that they are aware of their privacy responsibilities with respect to accessing and disclosing personal information. And one further point, Mr. Speaker, crucially, as I said before, the only information that we're talking about in Bill C-21 is that the basic facts as laid out on page 2 of your passport, which of course is the document you hand to the foreign border service officer whenever you seek to enter another country. It is that basic information that will be transferred back to Canada so Canadian authorities can know when a person has left the country. It is nothing more than that. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned at the outset, our government is committed to ensuring the efficient flow of trade and travel essential to our country's prosperity, while keeping our border secure at the same time. It's in furtherance of this dual objective that I introduced Bill C-21, and I look forward to the constructive engagement of all honourable members as we discuss the bill in this chamber and then proceed to consider it in further detail in the committee, Mr. Speaker. I thank members for their attention, and my only regret today is my friend Arnold Chan is not here to participate in this debate.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de...
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, I am your new public safety critic, and I am pleased to ask a few questions. My first question, after my colleague's speech, is how does he see the problem declaring drugs at the border with the eventual legalization? We know that Americans have different laws than we do. We see a bill that was prepared by the former, based on what the previous government, previous Conservative government did. Is there going to be some proactive attempt to provide information? What about the disclosure of information for Canadians at the border who may be using marijuana? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
With respect to the export or import of marijuana, carrying that drug across the border, it is illegal now in both directions to export or to import, and it will continue to be illegal under the new legislation. There is no change in that regard whatsoever, and obviously the Canada Border Services Agency will take all of the normal precautions when the new regime is changed in Canada following approval in this House to make sure that Canadians are fully informed of their border rights and their border responsibilities.
Questions et commentaires. La députée de...
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Minister for his speech.
Egregious human rights violations that Canada has unfortunately, by proxy, been a part of have often had to do with information sharing. In one particular case, of course, that's the most famous, or infamous, I should say, is the Mahar Arar case. And when we look at this C-21, the minister might say, well, it's only whatever is on page 2 of your passport, but what he's forgetting to talk about is the fact that this information is then being handed over to the U.S. government in a context where executive orders have been adopted removing privacy protections from information that is not of an American citizen. And so I want to understand something, why the minister thinks that we can start sharing exit information with our American counterparts in that particular context, especially given some of the discrimination that's been going on at the border lately.
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman may be misunderstanding the facts here. When a Canadian crosses the border into the United States, you show your passport. So it is the traveller that discloses the information. You hand your passport to the American border control officer, and they run it through their database system to determine if there's any flag or warning or whatever. So it is the traveller that discloses the information in order to gain permission to enter the United States. What this new system will do is mean that The Americans will then transmit that data instantly back to Canada so that we will have that information on the Canadian side and be able to know, well, this particular person left Canada at this departure point at this time. And the system works the other way around for people crossing from the United States into Canada. The person would show their travel documents to the Canadian border officer, and the Canadian border officer would, in addition to doing the normal checks on the Canadian side, send that information back to their counterparts in the United States. And yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the only information that's involved is that basic ID data that is contained on page 2 of your passport. So people should not have any elevated fears about any incursion into their privacy as a consequence of this. And there will be, among all government departments, formal information sharing agreements that will specify precisely the limits that will pertain to the use of this information.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to pass on my condolences to members across the aisle and Mr. Chan's passing away. You know, it is a great loss, and we do feel your pain for sure. And Mr. Speaker, on C-21, this is a piece of legislation I think we can all support. I think this is something that's modernizing our border, that will actually allow the free flow of goods back and forth even more effectively. And if we could even move beyond this into some new type of agreement with the U.S. so that we can actually even speed up the cross of commercial goods across the border, I think that would be positive too. But Mr. Speaker, back in Saskatchewan, what people really want to know from this member, and it's a very important question that I ask him, and it's a very simple question. We have these proposed tax changes coming down the pipe. They're going to affect farm families. They're going to make it impossible for a family farm to pass on to the next generation. Where does he stand on these proposed tax changes?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind remarks with respect to our late colleague Arnold Chan. On the issue of commercial goods, the key piece of legislation in respect of speeding the movement across the border is something this House has already dealt with in Bill C-23, the whole issue around pre-clearance. The House has given its approval. That bill is now in the Senate, waiting approval in the Senate, and it provides the framework within which we could extend pre-clearance of passengers to pre-clearance of cargo. That is something that the President and the Prime Minister specifically agreed to pursue when they met in the spring, and it's something that is very high on the agenda for both countries. With respect to tax matters, Mr. Speaker, of course, which has nothing directly to do with this legislation, the fact is the government is in pursuit of two very key priorities: to make sure that our economy grows and succeeds, and to make sure that the tax system is fair to all Canadians in every part of the country.
Questions and comments? La députée de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his kind words for our friend and colleague Arnold Chan, who I very much miss already. But that is not the topic of today's debate. And I was wondering if the Minister could tell us what current systems exist to find out who is leaving the country today. So what information do we have today that, if anything? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
We have systems in place, Mr. Speaker, that provide and that collect and provide that information with respect to foreign nationals and permanent residents. But the legal authority has never existed to collect and make use of that information with respect to Canadian citizens. So that is the critical change that's involved in Bill C-21. It means that for everyone leaving the country, we have the information now on foreign nationals, we have the information now on permanent residents, but we don't have that information with respect to Canadian citizens. By changing the Customs Act, we will give ourselves the legal authority to collect that data and to make sure that the picture is then complete with respect to all persons who are leaving the country. It is a bit ironic that we have forever collected the data with respect to people coming into the country, but never going out of the country And many people have observed that that's a major gap in border security that needs to be fixed. And I hope that this House can move quickly in order to get it done.
Time for one more question. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we are sad to passing of Mr. Arnold Chan, and our condolences to family, friends, and of course the Liberal Party in this regards. One of the concerns with this bill is the sharing of information with the U.S. Patriot Act, and as well in my riding, the sharing potentially of the information with an American border crossing operator. Matty Maroon owns the Ambassador Bridge, and this minister and his government chose to give him a new border crossing through a cabinet order. This private American billionaire now gets a new crossing, and this person was incarcerated for state and federal issues related to government funding in that area. And so my question to the minister is, why did a private American business person that has a current border crossing of 25% Canadian daily exchange of value with the United States get a new crossing in such manner, and guarantees about personal identity and protection, given the fact that U.S. Customs works integrated with this private enterprise? And if he has any concerns with the fact that the fact of the matter is that this private American citizen who's a billionaire has a criminal record, and the minister just granted him a new crossing.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the border between Canada and the United States is a hugely important international asset. It's some 9,000 kilometers long. There are 117 border crossing points. It is a border across which 400,000 people cross every single day. $2.5 billion in trade crosses every single day. It's obviously a hugely important international asset, and it is the longest, most open, most prosperous and successful border in the history of the world. We are working very hard to make sure that the border functions successfully, that it is safe and secure, and at the same time that goods and services move effectively and efficiently. And we will take all necessary steps in that process to enhance Canadian prosperity and protect Canadian public safety and security.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak today about Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. Before continuing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity again to thank the leader of the Conservative Party for having appointed me as Shadow Minister for Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. I'm eager to start working with our leader, my colleagues, and all members of the caucus to ensure that the concerns of all stakeholders dealing with issues related to public safety are heard and discussed. I'd like to work productively with the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, and I'm very happy that we can start right now talking about this bill, which in our opinion constitutes a positive step for the public safety of Canadians.
One of the major stakeholders in public safety is the Canadian Border Services Agency, an agency that will be, as I will explain later, directly affected by the bill we are discussing today. CBSA employs nearly 14,000 individuals, including 6,500 uniformed CBSA officers that provide services at approximately 1,200 points across Canada and at 39 international locations. While most Canadians will be familiar with this agency by the interaction they have with their officers at the border, crossing on land, air, and sea, they may not know just how busy this agency really is. C'est en fait une partie.
CBSA's responsibilities include detaining people who may pose a threat to Canada, deporting people who are ineligible for entry to Canada, including people involved in terrorism, organized crime, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The agency also intercepts illegal goods entering the country and also checks food safety, the safety of plants, and the safety of animals. For the men and women who work for the CBSA, I would like to thank them for the hard work that they do every day. I'd like to thank them for all the work that they do that the public doesn't see when they travel abroad. But we know that you're there and that you're working hard to protect us. Mr. Speaker, considering the state of the world today, I can't think of any role more important than working every day to find better ways to improve the public safety of all Canadians. Consider, for example, the increasing acts of terrorism in countries around the world, and in Canada as well, unfortunately. Or consider the unspeakable crimes of human trafficking that parents have to deal with. Or consider organized crime, which destroys individual lives and families' lives. We really can't spare any effort to improve the safety of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what is a life worth today? How far must we go to protect our sons and daughters? What efforts must we make to ensure that families feel safe in their communities in daytime and nighttime?
The Constitution affords rights to criminals, but it also provides rights to law-abiding citizens. Can we not balance the two? I sometimes feel that in dealing with criminals, the rights of law-abiding citizens are taken lightly and justice is not properly served. Recently, we saw the current government bend over backward to provide long-term financial support to a young man who gladly and passionately fought against our allies. They gave him up to $10 million for his troubles, but had very little to say about a soldier's widow or her children. Mr. Speaker, I raise this point because from time to time, the Prime Minister speaks more passionately about non-Canadians and acts in ways that make every Canadian stop and think to themselves. Is this Prime Minister speaking for me or for someone halfway around the world? Who does he really care about? We agree and share the compassion of many Canadians that follow current events and see the struggles of people in faraway lands. We can never agree, Mr. Speaker, that their interests, desires, even hopes can be placed above the Canadians that have fulfilled their duty and elected us to office. To come to this place and speak on their behalf, we must remember that we speak on their behalf. And so, it worries me, Mr. Speaker, when we have cases like the recent payout to Mr. Kader. We found the Prime Minister absent, the details of the payout a secret, and Canadians left feeling uncomfortable living out their daily lives, knowing that this government has made a criminal wealthy and free to walk the streets of our compassionate country.
So when we meet on days like today to talk about bills that will ensure that criminals and smugglers will have to think twice before pursuing their activities, I'm all for it. When we discuss bills that make it difficult or even impossible for people to take advantage of our generous programs, well, I welcome that. Bill C-21 is part of a broader initiative called Beyond the Border. It was created in 2011 under our former Conservative government. It's good to see that the Liberals are following this Beyond the Border action plan and that it's becoming a reality. The action plan includes key areas of cooperation, such as dealing with threats quickly, Secondly, such as facilitating trade, economic growth, and jobs, cross-border law enforcement, critical infrastructure, and a very important subject, cybersecurity. This bill is part of an action plan that aims to optimize the benefits that we have with our close relationship with the U.S. By following a security perimeter-based approach, and by working together both inside and outside the borders of both of our countries, we can improve security and improve the legitimate flow of people, goods, and services between both countries.
The declaration made in 2011 includes the establishment of an entry-exit system for the two countries. This bill, Bill C-21, is an important part of the initiative I've just mentioned. To make such an entry-exit system possible, it must include exchange of relevant entry information in the land environment so that documented entry into one country serves to verify exit data from the other country. When at this time the Government of Canada currently collects biographical information about travelers entering Canada, it has no reliable way of knowing when and where travelers leave the country. Bill C-21 will help Canada implement Phase 3 and 4 of the Entry-Exit Initiative. It will allow for Canada and the U.S. to exchange basic biographical data on all travelers, including Canadian and American citizens, using land port of entry. Also, the CBSA already collects biographical exit data on all air travelers leaving Canada by obtaining electronic passenger manifests from air carriers. Mr. Speaker, such practices are not uncommon around the world. In fact, the Australian government uses movement records to track arrivals and departures at its borders. Movement records may include name, date of birth, gender, relationships status, country of birth, departure, arrival dates, travel document information, and travel itinerary. In 1998, the UK government ended its collection of paper-based exit controls and in 2004 introduced a more sophisticated approach by collecting advanced passenger information for inbound and outbound air passengers. In 2015, the government also introduced embarkation checks, which are to take place in all ports to the UK information collected under this legislation, including passports or travel documents and biographic information. The
government of New Zealand has a system of passenger departure cards, which was set up for outbound passengers. Before going through passport control, passengers have to fill out a departure card as per the 2009 Immigration Act in New Zealand. This card includes information such as travel plans, citizenship, passport information, date of birth, profession, country of origin, and current address. Since 2008, Mr. Speaker, the U.S. has required that airlines and cruise ship companies provide Border Police with electronic passenger and crew manifests before the departure of any flight or any international trip, and this is part of a program called the Advanced Passenger Information System. This data needs to be provided before the departure so that manifests can be compared to the terrorism watch list, and so that the information can be added to the database. You know, Mr. Speaker, everything that we're doing with this bill, which was tabled by the Conservatives back in the day, something I'm very proud of, it really has to do with terrorism first and foremost, and that's why we won't oppose this bill. I'll go on, Mr. Speaker. We believe that this bill will build on the good work that we already started with our American partners. That said, I need to ask the Minister to clarify one thing. Over the last year, we've seen a concerning trend. We've seen more and more people arriving in Canada at non-official ports of entry, passing into Canada through fields, forests. This is in the winter and in the summer, and they're often doing so far from official points of entry. So we welcome this bill and what it will do to strengthen border security. And of course, the border is not only official post with officers stationed there, it's the entire border. We're concerned that other non-official ports of entry would also be part of the discussion today. Mr. Speaker, if this government is presenting excellent initiatives that were tabled under the Conservative governments to strengthen the border, this government does not, however, seem to be concerned about non-official points of entry. I hope that the minister can tell us more about this contradiction to clarify the situation, and to clarify things not only for us here in this House, but also for the men and women of the RCMP and the CBSA. We've always known that the Prime Minister wasn't too concerned about the danger posed by criminals, but now we can see he's really not very concerned. Recently, the Prime Minister very discreetly ordered cuts to the Canada Border Services Agency. So they're talking about security, but on the other hand, the Prime Minister is making cuts. The other day, I received a call from a woman to my office saying that CBSA officers at the Oshawa Airport and at the Barrie Trade Office had been cut. Nada, just completely cut like that. So they really are sending contradictory messages here. I asked my staff to call the Minister of Public Safety's office to get more information about this decision, and so far I haven't had any response.
Mr. Speaker, it's 2017. We know the world is less and less stable. This is certainly not the right time to make cuts to CBSA and to border management. And on that score, I'd like to understand what the government's thinking, what is in their heads with everything we've seen this summer with illegal migrants and so on. And now they arrive with this bill, but they're cutting funding at the same time. What are their priorities? We also learned this not from the minister's office and not through an official message, but through people from Barrie and Oshawa who called our constituency offices and asked what the heck was going on. Meanwhile, what's happening with the criminals? There are drug traffickers, other kinds of traffickers who they arrive in small airports, in small areas. They don't come through Toronto and Montreal with their shipments. They try to get through the smaller airports. So when services are cut back, border services at smaller airports, it's illogical, Mr. Speaker. What I'm concerned about today, Mr. Speaker, and I'm afraid to ask, is are there going to be further cuts to the Canadian security network? Will there be bigger cuts to the organizations tasked with protecting Canadians on a daily basis? Will these agencies be saddled with an even higher workload, with smaller budgets, with more and more pressure on our frontline workers? Does this government intend to make further cuts countrywide?
And soft on crime. Is he actually building on that reputation, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's obvious that he is. Under his watch, our borders agents and law enforcement officers have been sent to different messages. The first message is that they have to guard our border as if their lives depend on it. The second message is that guarding the border is overrated, that the CBSA agents and the RCMP should relax a little and allow the world to enter Canada unchecked. Vous pouvez être certain que
Rest assured, we will be supporting Bill C-21. We need to beef up security, not reduce it. Whether it's in my riding or in other beautiful regions of Canada, Canadians deserve the best possible security service. That's my job and that's my conviction, Mr. Speaker. Like the Minister of Public Safety, I care deeply about my job here. We need to work together to ensure that terrorists, organized crime, and those who don't respect our immigration system cannot go about their business without interference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
Honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate some of my colleagues' comments, but I just want to make sure I understood that they fully support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Charles-Haut-Saint-Charles. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this bill was initially tabled by the Conservatives. We're very happy to see that the Liberal government has proceeded with it. But given the current security context and the problem with border management, we need to continue. This bill is a first step, but we want to make sure that the message is clear. We need to go further. We need to make sure that our border control services, customs, and so on are well equipped to do their job properly. Now, a member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With 1,200 positions cut at CBSA under the Conservatives in their last term alone from 2013 to 2015, 3,000 flights gave incomplete information to CBSA about passengers. So what does that show about Conservative hypocrisy when they denounce these cuts? The topic at hand is one around which the Conservative record is hardly attractive. And when it comes to protecting privacy and sharing information, there's a lot of stains on their record. So I'd like to know how my colleague can be supporting a regime that would provide for further information sharing with the U.S. regime. And given the current administration in the U.S., American privacy legislation would no longer apply to non-U.S. citizens. So it seems to me that given the lack of confidence people have with respect to the information sharing that system was set up by the Conservative government, it's hard to move forward with a bill like this without sufficient safeguards in place. Now, a member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. With all due respect to the NDP, they've never formed government, so it's hard to take positions and comment from where they're sitting. What motivates Conservatives is, first and foremost, the security of Canada. And I think my colleague will agree with me on that. We may have done things that they didn't agree with, but our motivation is the security of Canadians. That said, we agree with this bill. Now, it needs to be implemented. It needs to be passed here in the House. And measures to protect Canadians need to take priority. And I would respond to my NDP colleague that he should perhaps rethink his strategy and think about the security of Canadians first.
Questions and comments. The
honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member in his speech highlighted a contradiction on the Liberal side when it comes to border safety, border security. He said that this bill is good for Canadian safety, but he mentioned that at the same time cuts have been made to the budget for CBSA. So I'd like to know a bit more about that situation. What exactly is happening with those cuts and job losses? The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you for the question from my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou. That was my question that I asked the government earlier, because we just learned last week from people in Oshawa and Barrie that positions were being cut at CBSA. So that's one of our questions that the government is going to have to answer. We're going to have to get an answer to that right away so that we can understand this contradiction between beefing up security while at the same time cutting key positions at CBSA.
Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a little follow-up on the comment from my colleague from Belleuil-Chambly and the U.S. situation. I think it's important. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the situation in the U.S. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Am I the one championing this bill? That's what it feels like. The principle is that information should be shared between the two countries so that the two countries are well coordinated, so that both for people traveling from Canada to the U.S. and the other way around, so that we have the basic information, like the minister mentioned in his speech, in the bill. It's basic information that already exists, personal information about each Canadian or U.S. traveler. That's straightforward information. We just want to control comings and goings between the two countries and have a better idea what's going on.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, first off, to echo the minister's comments and extend my sympathies to the family of Mr. Arnold Chan, who was a valued colleague and respected by all parties. So we stand together not just with the Liberal caucus, but also with his family and colleagues and friends. This is a tragic development. We're here today, Mr. Speaker, to talk to Bill C-21. It's a bill that this government is so enthusiastic about. They tabled it in June 2016, and now we're finally talking about it for the first time in September 2017. So we can just see how enthusiastic they are about this. Perhaps in the context of renegotiating NAFTA, that's why they're bringing this up now. But given the questions and responses, the comments from the member for Laurentides-Labelle, it's as if this existed in isolation, that it came up out of nowhere, but it actually fits into an agreement between the governments of Canada and the U.S. to provide for greater information sharing. You can read what's in the bill, but it's all part of a broader agreement between the two governments around how things work at the border. When you look at the border, Mr. Speaker, when you take a broader perspective, things have changed now in 2017. Canadians are concerned. There are issues that come up day after day. For example, cell phones, the lack of clarity. Well, actually, the total absence of safeguards around cell phone searches. And in English, they talk about the briefcase law. You basically sacrifice your right to privacy when you try to cross the border. But the case law basically says it doesn't matter if you search someone's socks or underwear in their suitcase. But a cell phone's kind of different. It has a whole host of personal information on it. That's one of our concerns about the border. And the fact is, things have changed greatly with the election of Donald Trump. We know that in recent months, there's been discrimination at the border. Let's not hide that fact. The minister says that statistically, the number of Canadians who are turned back at the border, that number has dropped compared to other years. That's unacceptable when you consider that's not a good enough answer. People are being dehumanized by American border officials based on their religious belief, their country of origin, or the color of their skin. The situation, it's important to understand the situation in order to assess this bill. The minister says, don't worry, it's basic information. It's information you would share anyway. It's on page 2 of your passport. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, when you look at this bill, when you look at 92.1, it's a discretionary power that the border official gets. It says that the agency can, and it sets out what the power provides, but what I'd like to draw your attention to is the agency may. So they have the discretion to keep the information or not. And there are more and more situations of discrimination at the border. And people are being judged based on where they're going and their origins and so on. And this is very problematic. It could lead to profiling. It says the agency may collect. So I'd like to come back to the existing agreement behind this bill that led up to this bill.
And that is going to grow. And despite the enthusiasm that Liberals and Conservatives might have for that, we're going down a very slippery slope here. And I think before we continue, someone needs to put on the brakes, because what we're seeing here is further integration at the border, which might seem great if all you're considering is efficiencies, but we want to consider people's rights at the border, Mr. Speaker, and that's something that's lacking from the conversations that are happening, because where does it end? When we talk about the context that I described with regards to cell phones and the lack of legislation as to what people's rights are when it comes to being asked to unlock their cell phones and provide that information, when it comes to profiling that's happening at the border, that also applies to what new tools will be brought into place. The current U.S. president has floated the idea of using biometrics at the border. Is that something that's going to end up becoming part of this kind of entry-exit agreement on top of the biographical information that's going to be provided? These are answers that we don't have, Mr. Speaker. And the fact of the matter is that any information that's being collected and shared is going to lead us down a path that we've seen before. Because quite frankly, as I said in my question to the minister, some of the most egregious human rights violations that Canada has been part of, even if by proxy, have often happened because of sharing of information. That's something we're doing more and more in a post-C-51 world, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, it's worth reminding, a bill that the Liberals supported. And that's a reality that we have to take into account when we consider increasing the amount of information that we're sharing, because it's biographical information, but it's also where people are going, it's where they're coming from. And while that might seem fine for someone who is not being profiled at the border, there are certainly many Canadians who know what the experience is like, law-abiding Canadians, I might add, Mr. Speaker, who, as I said, because of where they're going to visit, because of where they're originally from, because they might be a dual citizen and what country their other citizenship is from, because of the color of their skin, because of their religious beliefs, well, suddenly that basic biographical information that's being collected and shared with the U.S. government takes on a whole different context, despite the fact that they are law-abiding Canadian. That, Mr. Speaker, is very troubling. Even more so when I hear the minister talk about the fight against radicalization. And certainly, it goes without saying that we all agree that that's an issue that needs to be tackled. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, we're still waiting to hear more about what the government's actually going to do with its grassroots approach for taking on the fight against radicalization. We haven't heard much about that in a little while, but that's a sidebar, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is, when I hear things like that, and I hear the Conservative speaker who spoke, and this boogeyman that is raised of how we're going to go after terrorism, there's a code there, Mr. Speaker, and we know what it leads to at the border and the treatment that people go through after that, and that's not something we want to see happen. And sure, we can have faith in our CBSA officers, the men and women who do extraordinary work despite limited resources because of successive Liberal and Conservative governments. But we're also looking at what the U.S. is going to do with that information, Mr. Speaker, and that's where the danger lies. Parce que, Monsieur le Président,
because, Mr. Speaker, an order in council or an executive order was signed by President Trump, and it explicitly states that people who are non-citizens, non-U.S. citizens, will no longer enjoy the protections available under privacy legislation in the U.S. And that, Mr. Speaker, is very dangerous, because the Canadian government is getting into this joint venture with the U.S. to share information with them, and in a context where the U.S. president thinks that torture could even be acceptable under certain circumstances, whereas here we have a potential information sharing with countries that resort to terrorism. This is very dangerous. The bill doesn't say so explicitly, but this bill provides for greater information sharing, and this is a very dangerous trend because we're sharing more and more information with other countries, and I include the U.S. in that, because although they're an ally, the things we're hearing from their administration are very worrisome and troubling under the current in the current situation. And given all that background, accountability procedures have not kept up with these developments. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, This is in the context of a new world, a post C-51. In the Toronto Star, there was an article, it was an English article, obviously, that said,
receiving and sharing some information with the U.S. government. Donc, une partie de l'information.
so some of the information that was already allowable to share under that agreement, it seems that this was already happening, and now this is going to come full circle. It's going to be more fleshed out. There's a certain lack of transparency here. But when you read the end of this article, it says that CBSA officials assure us that the impact assessment on privacy will be redone once this bill's implemented.
We're talking about doing another privacy impact assessment after the bill is adopted. And in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, and the role we have as parliamentarians to, yes, protect Canadian safety, but also protect their rights and their right to privacy more specifically as far as this bill is concerned, look at the bill and how much is left up to regulation. So if we take, for example, Mr. Speaker, regulations, the Governor and Council may make regulations for the purpose of this section, including regulations prescribing the information that must be given under paragraph 1A, respecting the conveyances in relation to which information must be given under subsection 1, prescribing the persons or classes of persons who must give information under subsection 1, respecting the circumstances in which information must be given under subsection 1, and respecting the time within which and the manner in which the information must be given under subsection 1. That's all things that the Governor and Council can do through regulations, which essentially means, for the people listening to us at home, that's things that the Minister can decide all on his own without a proper vote in the House of Commons on a piece of legislation. And that, Mr. Speaker, is something that's extremely troubling, because if we go back to the debate on C-23, which is sort of the sister legislation in the context of this more integrated border with the U.S., I asked in committee public safety officials who were there which regulations would be changed, because that bill too had that opened the door to all these regulatory changes that could potentially change the scope of the bill, and that was something certainly concerning us. And I will give them credit, they got back to us and they provided a list of regulations that may change, and that the list was not exhaustive. So, Mr. Speaker, when as a parliamentarian voting on a bill and trying to protect Canadians' rights in a context where we want to share more of their information with the American government, especially under the current circumstances, the current regime, if you allow me to use that term, it's extremely troubling that we allow so much latitude to regulatory changes, Mr. Speaker. And certainly we understand that there's a place for regulatory changes in the way our government functions, but when it comes time to prescribe what information is shared, who is sharing it, and how they're sharing it, which is the core of what our issue is with this bill, that's not something that can be left out of the accountability process, which obviously includes debate in the House and study at committee, Mr. Speaker. Et Monsieur le Président, moi je peux vous dire, ayant été...
Mr. Speaker, having been in Washington with the Public Safety Committee, to come back to a point that I made before regarding digital fingerprints or facial scanning that we could start doing at American airports, things that are really at their preliminary stages, but which are going to become more of a reality as the administration wants to proceed with them. The problem is that when we meet people from the Department of Homeland Security in the United States, they invoke this type of tool, which would be a complement to that agreement with regards to information sharing. We recognize that there could be more integration. When the Prime Minister met President Trump in Washington, if you read their communiques on greater integration at the border, one of the points that was raised is the possibility of housing our customs officers with American customs officers. This could cause problems when it comes to collective agreements and that kind of thing, when we start mixing two agencies from two different countries. But think about training. The minister took the time to specify that officers would be well trained to protect Canadians' privacy and ensure that they would do everything in respect of the law. If we come back once again, Mr. Speaker, to the debate on Bill C-23, with the presence of American officers on Canadian soil, one of the questions we raised then to the public safety officials was how would the training be done to ensure, for example, that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms would be upheld, that privacy protection laws would be upheld, that the law before us, C-23, would be upheld. The answers, once again, were far from satisfactory. Forgive me when the minister wishes to be reassuring. It takes more than that for us. We need a description of the process that will be implemented to ensure that privacy is protected. Even if it's done through an agreement through this bill, the minister cannot deny that the American government, the way that Canadians' information may be shared with them, we could have the best men and women in the world, which we do have, of course, working as Canadian border officers. We could have the best laws in place. We can do everything we can to make sure that we protect privacy. But if we share that information, suddenly Canadians' information is subjected to the lack of protection under American stewardship. At that time, the Prime Minister can give all the reassurances he wishes to, but as he said so often, Americans will do as they please. Mr. Speaker, this is a reason to oppose the bill and also to even rethink the agreement.
What we're seeing is a troubling tendency, and as I've said time and time again, with all these, the new information that comes out, related to the public safety file globally, whether it's the Justice Noel decision related to CSIS's illegal collection of metadata, whether it's the Privacy Commissioner reporting to us last week that the RCMP illegally obtained information from cellular phones 6 times in the last year, whether it's racial profiling at the Canada-US border, whether it's people being asked to unlock their cell phones and provide social media passwords at the border without clear legislation in that sense, whether it's the fact that 2 years in, we still haven't seen any changes to C-51. We finally tabled a bill in the dying days of the last sitting of the House, which doesn't go nearly far enough. It's a troubling tendency we're seeing that is undermining the confidence, the trust that Canadians have in their national security agencies and the approach that successive Conservative and Liberal governments have had. And this lack of understanding that rights and security are not a zero-sum game, that the word balance implies that you are sacrificing part of one or the other, and that you need to do both. And unfortunately, that's not the report card that this government can have, Mr. Speaker. And so when you look at a bill like this, but when you look at these kinds of agreements more broadly, as we decide to share more and more information with a U.S. government that is being led by a president who has opened the door to the use of torture, who has removed privacy protections on information, not only for his own citizens, but even more importantly, for non-Americans. So here, as far as we're concerned, for Canadians. In that specific context, Mr. Speaker, the government cannot ignore it, whether it's trying to fast-track this bill now that has been before this House, that was tabled in this House rather in June 2016, maybe to make nice for NAFTA negotiations, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the government, it's about time they start hitting the brakes on this willy-nilly sharing of information. And I want to end on one piece, Mr. Speaker. If the government is so proud of this agreement, if really they think that they're doing the right thing, I have one question to ask, and unfortunately I won't get to ask them, so I suppose I'll ask it rhetorically. Why is it that on the first day back in the House of Commons, after a great summer that we all spent in our constituencies doing the work there, that we're going to hardly hear any Liberal speakers? The Minister has spoken, we maybe have a handful more speakers, but it's mostly New Democrats and Conservatives that are going to be carrying the debate. So maybe my Conservative friends can help tell me what's so great about this bill, because sadly, I don't think I'm going to hear for the Liberals. They certainly haven't made the case from it, and the just trust me approach of this minister is not good enough when it comes to protecting Canadians' rights and privacy. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also express my sadness on passing of our esteemed colleague Arnold Chan. And on this debate, Mr. Speaker, I was listening carefully to the honourable member on the other side. The honourable member has mentioned that it's our duty to protect the safety of Canadians. And I have not heard a single line saying how this bill protects the safety of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to travel across the globe. All major countries have a system in place where they monitor the exit of travelers. And we did not have the mechanism in place. And now I'm proud that this minister is putting that mechanism in place to protect the safety of Canadians. And I would like to ask the honourable member if he will agree that this bill improves the safety of Canadians, and he will be able to support this.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As I said in my speech, despite what may be said from time to time from the Liberal and Conservative sides, among the NDP, it's not because we stand up for the protection of rights and privacy of Canadians that we don't take responsibilities seriously when it comes to ensuring security. On that matter, let us look at the current state of affairs. If we look at the RCMP or other agencies, they have legal provisions in place and legal mechanisms. They also have agreements with their American counterparts to, when circumstances require, share information, for example, in the context of a criminal investigation. Mr. Speaker, this is the same problem that comes up repeatedly, and we saw it with the debate for C-51. We were told that we need to make these changes to ensure Canadian safety. But the reality is that existing legislation did it sufficiently. What was being proposed to continue the parallel, it is the case again today, is that we are signing agreements to have a more homogeneous border and share more information, which threatens the rights of Canadians and their right to privacy. This creates a situation where we are sharing information with an American government that does not seem to take the responsibility of keeping that information and using it in a confidential way and not using it for profiling. We do all of that in this context, even though there are already legal measures in place. Perhaps we would be open to another proposal, but for the NDP, Mr. Speaker, any sharing of information that occurs without accountability, without mechanisms in place to ensure that Canadians' rights are protected, is not something that we consider to be acceptable. It is time for accountability mechanisms, review mechanisms, and oversight mechanisms of our security agencies catch up with all of the sharing that is occurring not only with government agencies but also other governments, including the American government.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by thanking the member and other members who have spoken in this House this morning with respect to expressing condolences for our beloved Arnold Chan. I know as a new MP, Arnold was a perfect role model for me, and he will be sorely missed, and today will be a somber day in this House. So thank you for all those that have expressed condolences. As Arnold would like me to get back to what we're debating today in the House, C-21, I thank the member for his speech, and I really would like to ask this. So in this, what we're talking about today is disclosing who comes in and who goes out of Canada. So we have a better idea if someone's leaving the country, that they are in fact leaving. And the information that's being shared is essentially page 2 of the passport. Page 2 of the passport is name, date of birth, citizenship, date of issue, and date of expiry. And I can't see it being, it's reasonable for us in terms of safety to know who is leaving the country. And the member is referring to, well, we're giving the U.S. information. Actually, the U.S. is giving us information as to who is leaving Canada. And this already applies to foreign nationals and permanent residents. What this legislation is going to do is have it apply to Canadian citizens. So I guess I would present to the member, this is information sharing of a person that is leaving the country, already applies to certain groups, doesn't apply to Canadian citizens. Does he not believe that that is important for safety for our country to know who is leaving Canada and when they are leaving? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's words of her late colleague, and certainly he will be missed by all of us, and on that we can certainly agree. I'd also, perhaps on a lighter note, the member being from Hamilton, thank her city for the warm welcome that we got there this weekend when the NDP caucus was in town. And on a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, to her question about this bill. And so, as I said in my remarks, the fact is that this bill doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's part of a larger agreement between the Canadian government and the U.S. government to start sharing more information. And it's only a first step in a larger program that is going to be rolled out over the next few years. And more specifically, if we look at information given to the agency, so Section 93.1. So, and I want to look at paragraph A, where we say, in relation to the conveyance or its travel route, the last place inside Canada from which it departed, regardless of whether the persons boarded the conveyance at that place, the date and time of that departure, and any prescribed information. And then it goes on to also talk about the type of travel document that identifies the person, the name of the country organization that issued the travel document. So let's think about things like that, Mr. Speaker. Say we have a Canadian citizen. This is a hypothetical example, and hypotheses are never very safe in politics, but for the sake of debate, let's use one. Someone who's a dual citizen, coming from a country that is a target of Mr. Trump's travel ban, and uses their passport from that country to travel, but they're a Canadian citizen. Now we're sharing information with the U.S. saying where that document is from and things like that, and now we're going down that rabbit hole and down that slippery slope where all this profiling that we're seeing, this racial profiling based on religious beliefs or country of origin, that's where we start opening Pandora's box with regards to that, Mr. Speaker. And as I said a few times in my remarks, I strongly believe that if we want to go down this path of these agreements with these other countries, certainly all these mechanisms that require accountability of these agencies have to catch up, and they certainly haven't, whether it was with C-51 or the bills tabled by this government, and we're not going in the right direction at all with regards to protecting Canadians' rights and privacy, Mr. Speaker.
Time for one more question.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. It is a pleasure to see you again at the beginning of this session, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague because it's refreshing to have a colleague in this place who dares to rise to protect the privacy of Canadians. I have the impression, listening to the debate today, that most of my colleagues are blinded by the word security, and they don't see anything around it when it comes to privacy of Canadians. There must be some form of privacy in our country. Does my colleague agree that this is a direction in which that we are heading since, or rather over the last decade, where Canadians are seeing their right to privacy diminish? We can see where Canadians have been in the last year. There are certainly motivations behind that when it comes to social programs. They didn't even hide it earlier when the minister talked about giving this information to Surface Canada to administer employment insurance benefits. I think this may be a dangerous direction. We get the impression that Canadians will soon have no privacy at all, and the government will know everything about what's happening on a daily basis. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. This is the question. I remember what has been repeated in the House and what was repeated in committee. Bruce Gray Owen Sound, the member for that riding, said, I'm ready to sacrifice part of my privacy to ensure security, and I'm not too worried about that. It's easy to say when one is not victim of discrimination. The problem with information, once again, I hear the Liberals that try to reassure us by saying that this is basic information. This is information that we find on page 2 of one's passport. The problem with sharing information, the problem when we create breaches in our privacy and we share more and more information, whether it be within Canada, between government agencies, or with other governments, in this case the American government, it's sometimes one can conclude erroneously something based on that information. For us, that information may not be significant, but believe me, that information in the hands of a certain agency, which may be discriminatory if it's only because of their country of origin, or their date of birth, or their sex. Mr. Speaker, when someone is going to discriminate, even that basic information can go down a very dark road, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we must take the responsibility of sharing that information and take that seriously, which we think the Liberals and the Conservatives are not doing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville, Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Glad to be back at the House of Commons and in this chamber and to be able to speak and debate important pieces of legislation like we're doing here today on Bill C-21. I know I speak for all of us when I say I'm also with a very heavy heart and very saddened that one of our colleagues, the member for Scarborough Agincourt, Arnold Chan, is passing, and send his condolences to his wife Jean and their 3 kids. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time today with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. And Speaker, I will be supporting Bill C-21, the Act to amend the Customs Act, and because it's really about safety and security for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It's about respect and accountability for our laws, and to ensure that we keep a safe and smart border. In simple terms, the proposed changes would provide the Canada Border Services Agency, or CBSA, with the legislative authority to collect basic exit information on all travellers leaving Canada. In so doing, these changes would further advance 2 of the government's most important priorities, ensuring Canada's national security and economic prosperity. As honourable members well know, the women and men of the CBSA play a critical role in keeping our borders secure and facilitating the flow of legitimate trade and travel. They're highly trained professionals on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, no matter how well we train our border service officers, and regardless of how vigilant they are, we must recognize that they cannot be fully effective in the performance of their duties if they are not equipped with the tools they need to do their job, the job that we expect of them. That is what this bill is about, ensuring that Canada's border service officers have the tools that they need, namely more complete and more accurate information about who's crossing our borders and when they're doing so. Today, on entry into our country, this information collection and exchange happens for approximately 80,000 travelers a day, with no impact on their travel experience. While this information is useful, it does not provide a complete picture, because while entry data is collected for all travelers, exit data is only collected for people who are not Canadian citizens who leave the country by land. This creates a number of problems. For example, with no means of identifying precisely who's exiting our country, we can't know if wanted individuals are fleeing Canada to escape prosecution, or if an abducted child who is the subject of an Amber Alert is being snuck out of the country, or if a radicalized individual is leaving Canada to participate in terrorist activities abroad, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-21 will ensure that Canada, like most of our allies, knows when someone leaves the country. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty standard around the world. This is a big step towards safer and more successful border management. Expanding the collection of exit information offers a range of benefits. For instance, with access to exit information from airline passenger manifests prepared up to 72 hours in advance, the CBSA and its law enforcement partners would have a new capacity to respond to the outbound movement of known high-risk travelers and goods prior to their actual departure from Canada. and they would become aware very quickly if such a traveler crosses by land into the United States. In a contemporary environment where criminal activity frequently crosses international boundaries, I'm especially encouraged by how this legislation will help combat human trafficking and exploitation. There are a great many things that we're already doing to pursue the perpetrators and rescue victims of human trafficking. Other legislation is before the House, like Bill C-38, which will give police and prosecutors important new tools to facilitate human trafficking investigations and prosecutions. The government has been partnering since last year with major financial institutions to track financial transactions related to human trafficking. Millions of dollars are being invested through the National Crime Prevention Strategy to support programs in communities across the country that help people exit exploitive situations. And 53 law enforcement partners across 9 provinces participated in the most recent operation, Northern Spotlight, which identifies and helps people who are being exploited or who are at risk of exploitation. But if Canadian authorities don't know when a human trafficking suspect or victim is leaving the country, that's a significant blind spot for investigators. With Bill C-21 in place, law enforcement will be better able to work with international partners to locate traffickers and their victims and identify travel patterns, human smuggling destinations, and implicated criminal entities. This helps investigators break up a human trafficking operation, and it helps prosecutors secure convictions in court. As well as being very useful for criminal investigations, knowing who has left Canada and when will help immigration officials identify people who have remained in the country beyond their authorized period of stay. It will also help protect the integrity of benefit programs with residency requirements by allowing officials who administer those programs to make eligibility decisions on the basis of information that is more reliable and complete. To be clear, everyone collecting benefits in accordance with the law will continue to receive them, Mr. Speaker. This won't affect snowbirds collecting old age security, for example, because anyone who has lived in Canada as an adult for 20 years can collect. OAS regardless of where they live, and it won't have any impact on Medicare eligibility because the information will only be used at the federal level. But I'm sure all Canadians want to know that eligibility requirements for benefit programs are being respected, and the bill will help ensure that they are. Also, Bill C-21 will address a problem highlighted by the Auditor General in the fall of 2015 report. At that time, the Auditor General found that Canada Border Service Agency, in quotes, did not fully have what it needed to carry out its enforcement priorities, end quote, related to the export of controlled or illegal goods. He recommended strengthening CBSA's export authorities, information, practices and controls in order to better protect Canada and our allies, fight organized crime, and meet our international obligations. Bill C-21 is a major advancement in that direction. It will give Canadian Border Service officers authorities regarding the export of goods, similar to the authorities they have when goods are imported into Canada. And it will make it an offense under the Customs Act to smuggle prohibited or controlled goods out of the country. Mr. Speaker, we will achieve the advantages I have outlined, and my examples are by no means an exhaustive list. Without any additional burden or requirements imposed on travelers, Speaker. Under Bill C-21, people would continue to simply show their passports when crossing the border. Their basic information, like name, date of birth, nationality, would be collected, just as it is now, at land ports or entry for all travelers entering the U.S. from Canada, and all travelers entering Canada from the United States. And each country would share that information with the other. In other words, when you tell the U.S. that you're coming in, the U.S. will let Canada know that you've left. For travelers leaving Canada by air, the same basic biographic information would be obtained through electronic passenger manifests, received directly from air carriers. Information collected in this way would not be shared with the U.S. I emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that these changes will not be felt by travelers. They will, however, strengthen our border security and integrity and thereby improve the security of Canada as a whole. At its core, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-21 is about keeping Canadians safe and about having a border that is secure and efficient. Given the extent to which our prosperity relies on the movement of people and goods across the border, Canada must be a world leader when it comes to border security. At the moment, and when it comes to maintaining awareness of who and what is leaving our country, we're at the back of the pack. The measures proposed in Bill C-21 will serve to align Canada with international partners who have implemented or are in the process of implementing such systems, Mr. Speaker. The likes of New Zealand, Australia, the UK, the European Union, and the United States. We need to keep pace, and we need to ensure that the women and men of the Canadian Border Services Agency have the tools they need to carry out the vital work we expect of them. I urge all honourable members to join me in supporting this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your comments for the member across the floor. I'm curious to know, in his opinion, how he believes this legislation is going to affect those individuals who are entering Canada now at unofficial border crossings in both Quebec and Manitoba.
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I say to the member, and it's a very important question, but though anybody that is looking to enter Canada illegally, we don't condone that in any way, Mr. Speaker. And those that have crossed the border as asylum seekers and may have circumvented the third country agreement that we have with the United States, Mr. Speaker, they will have to go through due process. If they are seeking refugee status, they will have to go through that status. And those that do not meet the very high tests that we have in terms of refugees, Mr. Speaker, will be sent back.
Questions and comments. Monsieur Commentaire, Honourable Deputy de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and contribution to this debate. I'll come back to what I was saying about privacy earlier and the direction that we've been going in for the last few years. Canadians have less and less privacy, and the government, be it the municipal, provincial, or federal government, knows more and more about their private lives, about their habits, about their travel habits, for example. So I'd like to know if my colleague has thought about the private lives of Canadians while studying this bill. Is that something he's taking into consideration? And does he think that this is a step in the wrong direction because the government has more and more information about the habits and travel habits of Canadians? And does he think this is a problem?
Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and in my remarks, the member may have heard that what will be shared at the border is what is found on any of our passports' second page, Mr. Speaker, talking about the name of the individual, nationality, age. This is the information that is being shared. But I say to the honourable member also what I've heard from Canadians is that they expect respect and accountability when it comes to our customs and duties, when it comes to our laws, when it comes to ensuring the integrity of our social system programs. All of that, Mr. Speaker, is something that I find that Canadians value dearly and want to ensure the integrity of those programs and make sure that they are accountable. We're also keeping in line with our partner, Speaker, from around the world and providing the tools to the CBSA that they require. as the Auditor General spoke to the gap that existed today, where the CBSA women and men are not able to do the job that we've empowered them to do to keep us safe. And safety is paramount, I know, to the citizens of Mississauga East Cooksville, as I'm sure it would be to the citizens of the members riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Laurentide Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, this weekend we had an Amber Alert in the Laurentians area. There was a young child who had disappeared along with their father. Now, if this had happened in the U.S., we wouldn't have any information. But with this spill, we would have information. So does my colleague think this is an important change? Thank you.
For Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the very important question, but also for the very emotional and heart-wrenching question. Because I know when we all see an Amber Alert go up, and as the member said, one just happened recently in his area, we are all vigilant. We all want to ensure that we can bring that child back to safety. And this change in legislation, these amendments, would allow for, if someone tried to abduct a child and cross the border, that they would be able to be caught very quickly, because that information would be able to be shared. Today, that is not the case. So the member, rightfully so, understands full well what this means in the most serious of situations. And I also had the opportunity in my remarks to speak to human trafficking, Mr. Speaker. So we want to attack these most heinous of crimes, Mr. Speaker, and these changes to through C-21 will allow the CBSA and other authorities to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Usually at this time we would go to continue with questions and comments, but that time has expired. And we always want to leave enough time for the honourable member who is next speaking to take his seat and continue. And so we'll now go to resuming debate. And the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back here in the House to do the country's work and the nation's work. Obviously, I would be remiss if I didn't say I'd take 2 seconds to pay tribute to my colleague and friend from Scarborough Aging Court, who sadly is no longer with us today. And my condolences, sincerest condolences to him, to his family and his children. He'll be deeply missed, and I'll miss having breakfast with him at the Marriott, where we stay and where I got to develop a friendship with the honourable member. God rest his soul. God bless. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to support the legislative provisions proposed in Bill C-21, which would amend the Customs Act to allow the CBSA to collect and obtain information about all travelers leaving the country. We understand how important it is to obtain basic biographical data about people arriving in Canada. Who are you? Where do you come from? How long do you intend to stay? And so on. These are just basic security questions. However, it's also useful to follow up with travelers who are leaving the country. If other countries collected basic information about people entering and leaving the country, Canada would also have information about people leaving the country. We know when they enter the country, but we don't know when they leave. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the only way to correctly identify who is in our country is through this information. We can't know if dangerous people may be leaving the country, and we need resources from the Department of Immigration about who may be in the country and who may have voluntarily left the country. The absence of information about people leaving the country also leads to problems with Amber Alerts and presumed kidnappings.
This is a shortcoming in our security system, and it's unacceptable. A number of our international partners have already corrected or made up for these shortcomings in their systems, and we need to play catch up. Let's be clear. We will not... we're not talking about collecting data from more data from people who are leaving the country. We're talking about basic information available on page 2 of their passports. Things like the country that issued the travel document and so on. The only other information that would be included would be the point of departure, the number of people traveling by air. In other words, this is the same information that travelers already provide when traveling to other countries. No new information will be collected, i.e. medical information or photos or fingerprints, nothing new. And travelers will see no difference. The system will work as follows. For people crossing the U.S. border by land from Canada, they will simply send the passport information and details on the country they just left, the entry from one country and the entry into one country and exit from another, and vice versa. This would be produced in virtually real time. The information will be exchanged electronically on a secure channel, and that already exists between Canada and the U.S. The same system used to transfer data between Canada and the U.S. under the Nexus program. For travelers traveling by air, no new exchange will be necessary. The information will be taken straight from the flight manifest from the air carrier in the area of air travel. The electronic passenger manifest already contains all the necessary information on travelers on international flights departing Canada. That information will be received up to 72 hours before departure, and that will make it possible to identify high-risk known travelers attempting to leave Canada by air. For a number of reasons, that will help Canadian authorities to identify a potentially violent or dangerous traveler. A person could thus be prevented from leaving Canada to take part in terrorist activities. This bill will help border officials deal with a number of threats. CBSA is our first line of defense against foreign threats arriving from abroad. Surveillance will be used to identify people or packages that could constitute a threat to Canada. And that job is facilitated by information coming from sources like the RCMP, CSIS, immigration officers, local police forces, and international authorities. Monitoring is effective in identifying foreign threats, but the information could be improved in the context of global threats when people are attempting to leave peaceful countries to take part in terrorist activities. Reliable data collection has never been more crucial than it is now. CBSA needs to be equipped with legislative powers to collect the same information on passengers who are leaving as passengers who are arriving. This bill will beef up CBSA's information gathering powers with respect to people trying to leave Canada as well as arriving. When a person's travel history is lacking information, if people are trying to avoid the application of the law, measures need to be taken. This initiative is designed in such a way as to respect Canadian legislation around privacy. Communication and cooperation between CBSA and the Privacy Commissioner in the design and implementation of this measure was exhaustive, productive, and instructive when it came to protecting Canadians' privacy. Mr. Speaker, this bill will strengthen Canada's border safety and its allies. I would encourage my colleagues to support its passage, to see to it that CBSA officials have the resources they need to do their job, and that is to ensure border safety and to facilitate bilateral trade and the free flow of legitimate passengers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. I guess I come on to the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I ask my question of my honourable colleague, I would just like to say, on behalf of my colleagues and the constituents of Kitchener-Conestoga, that we extend our sympathies, our condolences to the Chang family, and also to my colleagues on the other side of the House. We certainly will share in their grief as we journey through this difficult valley. I don't think it's a secret, Mr. Speaker, that we will be supporting this bill, including the aspects of increasing the safety and security of all Canadians. And yet, with the current reality of many individuals crossing our borders at so-called unofficial entry points, I think the question needs to be asked: how will this legislation affect those areas such as Manitoba and Quebec, where we're seeing many immigrants coming into Canada at these unofficial entry points? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I think that those comments from the member from Kitchener-Conestoga made in reference to the honourable member that is sadly no longer with us. In terms of these amendments to Bill C-21, I would say that the bill strengthens our border security. It takes us in the step that we need to go to in terms of not only knowing people coming into our country, we do so, but also when they're leaving. And that can also only further improve the information that's available to authorities, and also improve our knowledge that when people do come, that they're coming for the right reasons, and when they do leave and they say they're going to leave, that they do leave at that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? Honourable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to express my sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Arnold Chan, who left us far too early and who we will miss terribly. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech in French. My question, though, is it's been about 3 months that we've been in our ridings over the summer, and I met with my constituents in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, whom I represent. I met with business people, professionals who travel to the U.S. regularly for business, people who holiday there, people who travel there as retirees. And my question about everything I've heard since we've been discussing this bill is, on behalf of my constituents in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, are we as Canadians sufficiently well informed? We crossed the border in good faith, but are we well enough informed about the fact that we could face a violation of our privacy? Are we sufficiently well informed that we have very little privacy protection when crossing the border? That's my question. That's what I'm concerned about, and I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this is the first time I've spoken French, that I've given a speech in French here in the House. I'm a novice.
The civil liberties or the use of information, obviously those are taking fully in context with these amendments, and in Bill C-21, that Canadians going down to their summer holiday or winter holiday, I should say, in Florida from Quebec or Ontario, anywhere else, will know that their information is guarded and it's secure, and it's not anything that impinge on their civil liberties. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we have time for one short question and response. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've got a question for my honourable friend across the way from Vaughan Woodbridge, part of our party, I must also say. The trade zone in the EU follows something similar to this, and I wonder whether you could comment on the importance of having free movement of people across borders in trade jurisdictions such as we have in North America as compared to the EU.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable member from Guelph for that question. What I will say is this: an economy that's so interlinked as the one that with Canada, the United States, any issues that could threaten, say, or add to border thickening are not good. This Bill C-21 will reverse that and allow for some reversal of that. If that is the situation, it'll allow for a greater movement of people, a greater movement of goods, a greater feeling of security between the two countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be back in the House, this House, and join colleagues from all parties to debate the issues that are important to Canadians. First, I want to take time to remember the passing of the member from Scarborough Agincourt, Mr. Arnold Chan. Most sincere condolences on behalf of my riding of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, as well as on this side of the House, to his family and the colleagues opposite. He was a remarkable gentleman. The little time that I got to know him, and he will be missed. May God rest his soul. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time this morning, I guess it's afternoon, sorry, with the member from Oxford. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the Government Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. I'd like to believe that all members of this House understand the importance of trade for Canada's economic prosperity, and ultimately the quality of life and opportunity for today and into the future. This bill is in line with priorities I hear from my constituents about their economic and safety concerns, those being boosting jobs and opportunity, reducing regulatory burdens on honest and hardworking Canadians, safe and effective borders, and supporting Canadians who play by the rules and respect the rule of law. First, boosting jobs and opportunity are critical, and our economy is highly interwoven with our largest trading partner, the United States. Despite recent political turmoil across our border, our relationship remains strong, and our trade continues as we work out a revised and hopefully mutually beneficial agreement on NAFTA. The start of this bill predates both current administrations and is a testament to the resiliency and efforts of our economic and political relations with our neighbors to the south. Under Prime Minister Harper and President Obama, Canada and the U.S. launched the Beyond the Borders initiative that would work to address threats early, facilitate legitimate trade, integrate our joint border enforcement efforts, and ensure appropriate infrastructure on both sides of the border. Under the Beyond the Borders action plan that established a long-term partnership between our countries, Canada and the U.S. sought to deliver enhanced security on both sides of the border and accelerate the flow of legitimate goods and services. Continuing to move this agenda forward increases the ability for legitimate business to quickly and easily move goods across the border and allows Canadians to move freely and easily through land and air travel. My riding of Medicine Cardston Warner spans the majority of southern Alberta's Canada-U.S. border and is home to every border crossing in the province except for one in Waterton Lakes National Park. These 5 crossings provide Alberta and Canada with a corridor to over 300 million customers in one of the largest markets in the world, critical for all types of industries. Thinning the regulatory burden and moving goods through the border more effectively means profits, growth, jobs and growth for Canadian farmers, manufacturers, transportation firms, and supports local economic growth. For example, in my riding, there remains a push by local and provincial leaders to improve the crossing at the Port of Wildhorse. As the crossing nearest to Medicine Hat, it received a $2 million infrastructure boost in 2015 from the previous government to meet the very things this legislation is setting out: the effective and safe flow of goods and people across our borders, while identifying those unwilling to abide by the law. I have heard loud and clear from businesses, the Chamber of Commerce, Palliser Economic Partnership, and local leaders, all eager to see the border crossing hours expanded year-round as an initial first step. They note this is an important trade corridor and will have huge economic benefits not only to the local region, but all of Alberta and Western Saskatchewan. The ability to move goods, the ability for goods to move across our border in both directions is part of a $600 billion annual trade between our countries. As we know, Canada is the second largest purchaser of U.S. goods in the world, an important market for them, and the U.S. is the top consumer for Canadian goods and services. Farmers in my riding gain hundreds of millions of consumers for their products, arguably the best in the world in my opinion, and for most small businesses, their only export market is the U.S. For time-sensitive products, ensuring that these goods are moved through the border can be the difference between success and failure. That is why the Beyond the Border initiative is critical to the long-term success of our country and why this bill is important to move forward with thoughtful debate and appropriate consideration. Certainly an area that continues to be debated is the collection and use of personal information and how that information will be protected and used. It is important for a government to get accurate information about the flow of goods and people across the border so they can invest in infrastructure and provide the appropriate hours of operation to support economic growth. In my riding, as an example, many local businesses are seeking expansion of the border operations to support that growth, as I said previously. Having good and timely information about where Canadians are can also help in evacuation efforts. As we saw from the recent challenges in the Caribbean, the government wasn't sure how many Canadians were in the region. Exit information won't entirely solve this, but it could provide better intelligence immediately to the government in organizing a response to these sorts of issues. As a former police officer, I know that tracking down offenders, suspects, witnesses, and sadly, families of victims is an important part of everyday life in that world. Providing information on who enters and leaves the country will support national and local law enforcement to find people quickly and know if they left the country and where they might be. For our immigration system, having good information from our borders seems more important than ever. In various parts of the country, Canada has seen an influx of refugees from numerous countries, legitimate asylum seekers fleeing repressive regimes like ISIS or Al-Qaeda, where religious freedom is non-existent and those of faith are persecuted for not taking the extremist view pushed by militaristic regimes. Supporting those honest and hardworking people joining Canada and providing the necessities to grow in their new country is important. We've also seen large numbers of people entering Canada illegally, jumping the line of other refugees and immigrants, from the U.S. no less. It would be helpful to know from the government if any of the measures proposed in increasing coordination of entry and exit information will do anything to reduce the asylum seekers from arguably the second freest nation in the world. If programs and resources are diverted from honest, hard-working Canadians and legitimate refugee claimants, all Canadians begin to question how the government is managing taxpayers' money. This updated tracking information will also make it easier for Canadians and permanent residents that frequently leave the country for work. Our government has been known to request proof of departures and arrival timelines for those that work overseas, something that should be available to them without asking honest Canadians to provide proof of their interactions with Canadian officials. I would seek to know from the government if they can assure us that immigration officials, border guards, and tax officials will ensure that they coordinate and share information appropriately. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would offer my reserved support pending some further information from government, expert witnesses, and officials regarding how new powers and new information will be managed and safeguarded. I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing this legislation forward, and like many of our important trade work, was started by the previous government. I look forward to working with him and all my colleagues in this House to advance this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel.
Thank the member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, I believe that's the writing name, for his remarks and for support of this bill. And as I mentioned to my colleague earlier, I believe this bill is really important in the light of the Amber Alert that took place just outside my riding a few days ago. Had that family or had that person gone across the border, we would have no idea. We'd still be looking for that person. So I wonder if the member has any comments on the importance of how important this information is in that context. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Having, in my previous life, been someone who's actually issued Amber Alerts, and the critical time that it takes to get that information out to the public so the public can help us, it's important that proper information is gathered from all avenues as best as possible to know where suspects might be and the flow. So having this information available through our borders and other means is critical. What's going to be critical with it is to ensure that if information is gathered by border security folks when people travel back and forth, such as what could be the case in an Amber Alert situation, to ensure that the information is readily available to national and local law enforcement officials. That's going to be critical, and we haven't figured out exactly how that's going to work yet, but we're looking forward to working out those details so that it can benefit all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his contribution so far to this debate. I'd like to hear more on the Wild Horse Crossing. I remember my time at the Calgary Chamber of Commerce as a manager of policy and research. Even back then, that was many years ago now, it was a big issue for the Medicine Hat community, being able to move goods across the border. And this bill hopefully will someday make that easier to get a fuller border crossing there with 24-hour service. But I'd like to hear from the member what it would mean for his community to have that border crossing open 24/7, allowing that flow of goods to cross when it needs to cross.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. It has been decades since the Port of Wild Horse border crossing conversation has been taking place, and it's understood by everyone the importance this crossing has. It is the easternmost port in Alberta to travel goods. It seems to be a natural corridor for a lot of the oil and gas activities that happen in eastern part of the province and in northern Alberta. Right now, companies have to travel a long way out of the way in order to navigate around the Port of Wild Horse because it isn't open. In speaking with the Palliser Economic Partnership and Chamber of Commerce and local businesses who have lost business in the U.S. and Canadian consumers not being able to trade, having a very limited border hours in the Port of Wild Horse, as well as having extremely limited equipment there, the goods can be pre-cleared, is a huge economic impact on the riding of Medicine Hat, but also the whole eastern Alberta corridor and all of Alberta and in western Saskatchewan as well. So it's critical that the money that's been earmarked for this needs to start moving forward, and look forward to that this particular act could actually make a difference for our local economy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this legislation is important to all of us. All of Canadians stand to benefit when this legislation is ultimately passed. My riding is very important. We have 2 automotive assembly plants, one of which unfortunately is on strike today, but traffic across the border both ways is so crucial for all of our ridings for a variety of reasons. And I would just say that in June of 2016, the Minister of Public Safety introduced Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. And the bill amends the Customs Act to authorize the Canada Border Services Agency to collect biographical information on all travelers, including Canadian citizens, as they leave Canada. CBSA will have a discretionary authority, which means that it may collect the information, however, it is not required to do so. This proposed piece of legislation is part of the
Order. Order. Members will know that we don't like to interrupt honourable members when they're in the course of their remarks or presentations to the House, but I'm thinking that maybe the honourable member has begun his intervention for the 10 minutes. We were actually just on the last portion of questions and comments to the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, so we'll go to him and then we'll be right back to the honourable member for Oxford for his continuing thoughts on the matter. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that to wrap up my time, I would just like to add that this is an important bill, and will add to the security of our borders, and will also add to the ability for goods and services to flow freely, more freely, and I think it'll help and benefit all Canadians. Thank you.
Here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
It's about time I was...
Here, here.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do apologize for being so anxious to speak in this session. The proposed piece of legislation is part of the Beyond the Borders Action Plan, which was jointly declared in 2011 by then Prime Minister Stephen Harper and then President Barack Obama, establishing a long-term partnership respecting perimeter security. For those in the House not aware, let me outline the key areas of cooperation between Canada and the U.S. as set out in that joint declaration. They are addressing threats early, trade facilitation, economic growth and jobs, integrated cross-border law enforcement, and critical infrastructure and cybersecurity. This Beyond the Borders Action Plan, also known as the Entry-Exit Initiative, was to be implemented by June of 2014 under the original mandate. Almost 2 years after this initiative was to be implemented in March 2016, the current Prime Minister first announced the agreement with the United States to fully implement a system to exchange basic biographical information. It is good to see the Liberal government recognizing following through on the hard work which began under the previous Conservative government in taking border security seriously. Well, according to the government, the Entry-Exit Initiative will respond to the outbound movement of high-risk travelers and their goods prior to their actual departure from Canada by air, respond more effectively in time-sensitive situations, such as responding to Amber Alerts, and that's very important, Mr. Speaker, and helping find abducted children or runaways, and help prevent the illegal export of controlled, regulated, or prohibited goods from Canada. If adopted, Bill C-21 will amend Section 159 of the Customs Act to make it an offence to smuggle or attempt to smuggle out of Canada any goods that are subject to duties. The proposed amendments will authorize officers to require goods exported from Canada to be reported, despite exemptions, and give CBSA the power to examine goods being exported. The Conservative Party recognizes the potential to inspect goods exiting the country will deter criminals from smuggling illegal and controlled goods out of the country. And I'm pleased to see the government move forward with this Entry-Exit Initiative, as this piece of legislation addresses long-standing Conservative priorities regarding border security and ensuring that entitlement programs are not abused. If enacted, Bill C-21 would allow verification of travel dates to determine applicable duty and tax exemptions and continued entitlement to social programs. With the verification of travel dates, this legislation has the potential to save an estimated $20 million per year from those who are unduly receiving entitlement programs well out of Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, changes proposed to the Customs Act will support our law enforcement and national security operations through the exchange of traveler information. The Conservative Party knows how important and difficult it will be to ensure the information collected by federal officials reach the national security and law enforcement officials throughout the country who need access to this information in a timely manner. Our Conservative Party believes this initiative is good news for the hardworking taxpayer, as it will cut down on employment insurance and benefit cheats. The Canada Border Services Agency will be able to identify individuals who do not leave Canada at the end of their authorized period of stay and provide decision makers with an accurate picture of an individual's travel history. This legislation will focus immigration enforcement activities on persons still in Canada and eliminate wasted time and resources spent on issuing immigration warrants and conducting investigations on individuals who are already left the country. This information collected on travelers will verify whether applicants for permanent residency or citizenship have complied with residency requirements. While benefits of this program may include the strengthening of Canada's immigration and border management, nation security, law enforcement, and program integrity, there are still a few details that need to be addressed. As one of the goals of these changes is to help prevent the illegal export of controlled, regulated, or prohibited goods from Canada, it is key that we ensure CBSA has the resources required to carry out the inspection of goods exiting the country. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that it is important to Canadians that their personal information be secure and their privacy protected. While Bill C-21 will give CBSA direction to collect biographical data on travelers as they leave Canada, the government must take measures to ensure our agencies are not overloaded with too much data, rendering the data collection useless, despite the fact they must also ensure data protection and security. The proposed legislation in Bill C-21 follows a similar path as the legislation put forward by the Conservative government in 2011. These amendments are a welcome improvement to the Customs Act and will raise the level of cooperation between Canada and the U.S. in order to address threats early, facilitate trade, and integrate cross-border law enforcement. And if the Liberal Party wants to continue putting forward legislation from previous Conservative initiatives like the Beyond the Borders Action Plan, they'll be welcome too, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard a number of concerns from other members from another party that this bill is all about giving data to the United States. But we know that this bill is really about finding out who is leaving the country, not giving information to other people. Wondering if the member would like to expand on how this is a very good thing for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Well, I think there's a variety of good points in this whole legislation, Mr. Speaker. The fact that, as the member just asked a question a few minutes ago about the Amber Alert and people who would go across the border, it's tremendously important that we know many times from the criminal aspect. It's not what we know about people, but it's what we know where they are. So people who flee the country, people who leave the country, and as I've indicated in my speech, people who have already left that we think are still here, we can then determine that. It eliminates the need for warrants for apprehension of people that are illegally in the country because they may not be here. So I think there's a whole raft of things in addition to it's good for trade.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable members' contributions to this debate. I support the bill, but I have some concerns about perhaps some of the funding mechanisms that will be involved for CBSA to ensure that they can actually carry out all the tasks that are going to be assigned with the exit system that's being created through this bill. I'm just wondering whether the member shares some of my concerns that perhaps some of the funding has not been put in place to train CBSA officers and provide them with the facilities they may or may not need in certain areas of the country to carry out the task that this bill is entrusting onto them. So I'd like to just hear if the member shares that concern as well.
Honourable Member for Oxford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's always a concern when we add additional duties to the responsibilities of those people who are here to keep our country safe. And there's some other legislation going to come forward, and I think the police community have already expressed a real concern about the lack of training and so on. That would be the case with this in some respects, but again, I think we shouldn't hold up in the legislation, but we should move forward in funding these things that are required.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to be joining this debate on this bill on C-21. And I've been listening carefully to the debate so far. And before I begin to get into the substance of the matter, I did want to say that I want to express my condolences at the passing of Arnold Chan, a former Member of Parliament for Scarborough-Agincourt. I didn't get to know him as well as some of the members on the other side of the House, but I really did appreciate the really great work that he did on the House Procedures and House Affairs Committee. I was there for a long time during the filibuster, and so I got to meet him and really talk to him, on the side, and really appreciated his innate respect for this place, for Parliament. And the three things I most remember that he would pound and remind us all: the dedication, duty, and devotion that he talked about. So I also missed the breakfast I was able to share with him sometimes when I was at the Marriott where he stayed and many members of Parliament stay. He will be missed. I think we are missing on a great parliamentarian who will be sorely missed by many of us. So on this legislation, it is a piece of legislation that's in part related to the Borders Action Plan that was signed by the previous Prime Minister Harper and the previous President of the United States, Mr. Obama, back in 2012. And it's good to see that there's more good work being implemented by this Liberal government that was started by the Conservatives previously. So it's nice to see, and I'm sure they have much chagrin about this, that they're implementing a lot of conservative measures, the conservative agenda when it comes to freeing up trade along the border. So, and I hear many of the members around me here share in that expression of joy, perhaps, that the previous agenda is still being followed through. It's good news that they're going to cut down on some of the things that were going on in the previous system that, perhaps didn't maximize the trade opportunity, perhaps didn't maximize the opportunity to reduce benefits fraud, especially in this bill. Perhaps with this bill, we'll be able to ensure that those Canadians, whether they're corporations or individuals, can maximize their opportunity when they're seeking a chance to, find a new supplier, find a new buyer. It's also an opportunity, I think, for our immigration services and those men and women who work there to ensure that they know who is actually leaving the country. So they actually know and have that information handy so they can actually use it in order to further the interests of Canada and be able to track people much more effectively. Many members have spoken to this already in the House about the opportunity that exists to tighten up the immigration system so we can actually know who has left the country, so we don't expend time and resources tracking people who are no longer here simply because we didn't have an exit control system. Section 92 of this bill is collecting information on people, like I mentioned, who are leaving Canada. There's many good measures in there, in that Section 92, which will help in tracking people as they're in Canada. And it's not, primarily for Canadians, but I really think of it as a way to track tourists and people who are visiting our country, ensuring that they leave at the end of the day. They don't stay here trying to work here illegally wherever they are coming in from other countries. So Section 94 creates an obligation upon every person leaving Canada to truthfully answer questions being asked of them that are reasonable. I mean, I think that's I would hope that would be a very reasonable measure to include in something like this. It's sad to see that you now need to put it into legislation to compel someone to tell the truth, and perhaps someday before a judge, if it happens, they would have to squabble over whether a person did indeed answer truthfully, did they lie when they were speaking to an officer at border controls. Now, I know there's been a lot of concern expressed in this House about the privacy measures that will indeed There'll be some exchange of information and the type of information that will be shared. And we've heard from some members who have participated in the debate kind of explain that, it's on page 2 of the passport. A lot of the information will be there. But let's just go over some of it. There'll be a surname, a first name, middle name, date of birth, potentially the citizenship or nationality, the sex of the person, the type of travel document they're using, the name of issuing country or organization, the travel document, and as well as the date and time of departure. All information, much of this information you'll find if you're still printing an airline ticket when you're presenting it to officers. It'll be right there. Much of the information will be on the travel documents that you own. I'd say, I know many people that share much more personal information over social media, over Facebook. There's a lot of pictures there. You can get to know a person way better than you could just by the sharing of this type of information. And I say this as someone who came here from another country. My family came here in 1985 to Canada after being kicked out of communist Poland at the time. And for a lot of this information, the Canadian authorities already had as part of the spousal sponsorship that my father at the time had made in his application. So, we reveal a lot of information today through social media, through Instagram, through a whole bunch of other applications that proliferate on our smartphones, and people really have, I think, accepted that. I think the point of contention becomes, how is the information used by governments? I don't often hear people worrying about, how Walmart or Amazon is using my information when I buy a book on it and I have them mail it to me. I don't hear that same type of concern. I do hear concern with large firms like Equifax, and we see this privacy breach that's affecting Canadians, Americans, and many others. And it'll be a problem for many, many years of people trying to unwind any type of fraud that's committed against them. But in a situation where there's the government exchanging this type of info, the airlines already have a lot of it. It's not just border services in different countries, in the United States or Canada, but the airlines carry a lot of this information through. And I still don't hear often people mentioning that this is a concern of mine. How is Air Canada using my information, or United Airlines and how they're sharing it? Because they're already sharing it on Facebook. They're already sharing it on Snapchat. They're already putting up videos of themselves on YouTube, and you can see where they're working, what they're doing, the name of their family members. So it is a concern I've heard before when it comes to some counterterrorism measures. I've had people come to me expressing concern about, broad-based kind of metadata gathering techniques by CSIS and other security agencies. And some of those concerns I share, because with metadata, it doesn't take a lot and a lot of effort to actually track down to the individual and to figure out who the person is that you're talking to. But I think there's a balance that has to be reached at some point between zero privacy and zero data sharing at all, in no place at no time, because a lot of people who say these things, they then go online onto Indigo and they order a book and provide a whole bunch of information, and then they use a rewards card that has additional information connected to them, and then they mail it to their home address. So all the information that you would need, presumably, to commit, say, identity fraud is available there. They'll use a credit card, they'll have an account, they'll have a Plum reward card, and it'll all be there already. The same types of transactions you would do, say, at a gas station, where you're just swiping your card in order to purchase gasoline. A lot of your private information is already located in your credit card that's being exchanged through the point-of-sale device that's being used. So a lot of the information that we use on a day-to-day basis, we exchange with private companies. Those private companies exchange it with their affinity partners, and many people accept those things. They read the terms and agreements, and they accept those. But when it comes to government, people feel some type of angst when it's being shared across the border. Oftentimes, though, the servers where this data is being collected happens to be not in Canada, but it might be in another country. And in the terms and agreements that you find there, you are saying it's okay to share it across the border. So I think we've got to temper some of these concerns that we have, and I hear them too. And most of these people are worried about their privacy, but again, they go onto social media and they share far more information there. Now, j'aimerais d'aborder aussi certains des bénéfices.
I'd also like to talk about some of the advantages of this bill, like exchanging information about passengers that would help us with law enforcement and national security. For example, we can strengthen immigration. That's something I said earlier. We can also strengthen Canada's borders, strengthen national security and law enforcement, and the integrity of the program. So the potential for the inspection of goods leaving the country would dissuade smugglers, and there would also be a better control outside of the country. I think that's an important point to mention in the House. currently we don't have an effective system to stop the exportation of contraband. So I think that this bill could allow us to save around $20 million per year.
For Mr. Speaker, it's that benefit fraud that's happening. People who are collecting benefits that they are not entitled to because they are no longer residents of Canada, or they made an application in bad faith and then they left Canada, who are receiving benefits through some means involving a bank account here, but they no longer reside here and are no longer eligible to receive them. And I think, saving $20 million in a grander scheme of things when you're running a $20+ billion deficit, it's still important. Every little bit helps. Every little bit gets you closer to the goal that should be balancing the budget. And we know, unfortunately, that in the last federal budget that was tabled in this House by the Minister of Finance, and in the previous budget as well, there was no table in the budget demonstrating a willingness or an intent at someday balancing the federal budget and ensuring that we're not accumulating future debts that we'll be passing on to the next generation. Much of this debt that we're accumulating is also squeezing out the private sector lending that could happen. I mean, if you borrow a lot on the public side, you inevitably squeeze the private sector side as interest rates begin to go up, and we've been seeing interest rates go up this year, and they may even go up again one more time if the central bank decides to do so. So I think $20 million it's a small amount of money, but it gets you towards that goal. And like I asked in the question before to the member for Oxford, is I have some concerns with parts of this bill when it comes to the financing for some of these new tasks that are going to be assigned to CBSA. And I support the bill. I think it's good that we're implementing the agreement, but I'm just concerned in the previous budget, perhaps there wasn't enough money set aside for, again, training, potentially new facilities, some type of explanation and extra attention should be paid attention to this. And I'm hoping to see that at the committee level. I'm hoping the committee will really dig down into the cost associated with ensuring that we have a proper exit control system on the visa tourist side, but as well for the products and parcels that may be leaving the country that are going to be stopped. And do we have the facilities to ensure that? Do we have the manpower as well to ensure that we can do all these extra tasks? Because if it requires 100, 200 more hours at a certain control point, is that going to be overtime, or is that going to be extra officers who will be hired to shore up the resources in human capital that we have now in CBSA? Now, those questions about infrastructure spending and the facilities for exit inspection points, it's an open question on the costing of these initiatives. And again, like I mentioned, I'm really hoping the committee takes a good, hard look at those costs associated with this, and then they can provide some recommendations to the government, some feedback to the government on what that would look like in the near future. And this bill, I also think it comes at the right time when we have kicked off the really serious negotiations on NAFTA. And I don't think you can ignore what's happening outside of this House across the border when we're negotiating with our biggest trading partner and attempting to ensure that we maintain all the benefits that Canadians receive from NAFTA at a time when we're trying to indicate to Americans that we have the full intention to follow through with this agreement that was signed by President Obama and previous Prime Minister Harper, and actually implement it and follow through with it and maximize the benefit that Canadians are receiving from this freer border trade that we have. And it's a good sign we're proceeding with it. It's a good indicator to negotiators on both sides that it's our intention to provide Americans the certainty that they kind of require for their national security needs and for their trade needs, and as well our own, and indicating to them, like, this is kind of our expectations going forward, that we will be able to maintain this free border trade. It's a sign of good faith that we're approaching negotiations with open eyes, but also with kind of firm objectives and firm demands. And that's, I want to just digress on one moment on this. I really wish that Parliament had stronger rules around knowing what types of negotiating objectives the Government of Canada has. And I know that the International Trade Committee met during the summer, and much of that information was provided. But I really wish it was a statutory requirement, more so than from the good graces of the government that they're willing to share with us, members of Parliament, and others who are on the in another place, I've been told is the name for the Senate. But it should be more like how Congress works in the United States, where there's a statutory requirement to not only present the objectives on NAFTA, but then also to have them confirmed by Parliament, so we could then play an active role in ensuring that our communities and our residents in our ridings, that their concerns are heard. And even during the summer, I had many businesses and many small business owners come to me with different concerns around, the diminished threshold. They had concerns about their products being able to clear customs, having some type of certainty at times. Sometimes some companies were having customs stop products instead of clearing them for different reasons because they weren't meeting the requirements. And other times the products were simply making it through, and there was no really a rhyme or reason to when a product would clear or not. It had nothing to do with time of year or the port of clearance that it was going through. So that point on having stronger rules, I really think it would apply to everything in this House, is that Parliament should have a much greater control over the Government of Canada's objectives when it comes to international agreements, as well as free trade agreements. So we know what the negotiating objectives are, but not just knowing about them, approving the negotiating objectives, amending them. And I don't mean giving an entirely new direction. I don't mean wiping out the government's intent, because after all, the government should be judged according to its goals at the next election and in between, but we should really be playing a greater role. Now, the border insecurity issue caused by the Liberals with the increase in crossings at the borders along Quebec and the United States and Manitoba in the United States, and that is a cause for concern. I've heard from a lot of Canadians who doubt that the Liberals have actually mastered the situation or grasped the enormity of it. When you have people crossing the border illegally, seeking to take advantage of our very generous refugee system here, fleeing from what is, like another member said, the United States is the second freest country in the world. We are definitely the first. And I think that's a cause for concern for many Canadians. They want that certainty that we have a handle on the border and that the Government of Canada is taking it seriously and not causing a situation where even more people will try to cross illegally, especially now when we're moving into the winter time. I think C-21 is a good bill. I'd like to see more at committee of a study on the cost implications in some of this. And if there's a connection to pieces in the budget or in the future, those should be indicated to the committee as well. The timing. The timing is one thing I judge. This is the first day that Parliament has returned. I would have thought the first thing we'd maybe perhaps debate something to do with maybe the small business tax proposal that the Liberals have pushed forward. It's interesting that we're debating this bill, although important. The small business tax by far is the #1 issue I'm hearing from residents in my riding. I held a town hall on Saturday, 5 to 7. I was asking my constituents basically to miss out on dinner with their family and miss the Stamps game, which in Calgary is almost like a religious experience. Most people go. And I had over 100 people show up who were all small business owners. They were farmers. They were physicians. Then they were all passionately interested by the details. And so I had Kim Moody there from Moody Gardner providing a technical explanation on what the changes were being proposed. That type of debate we should be having here in the House, having fulsome details provided to us from the Minister of Finance and the Minister of National Revenue on the implications of the small business tax changes that they're proposing at this time. We could have had a debate on border control issues specific to illegal crossings of our borders in Manitoba and Quebec. That could have been a great first day of debate on it, to really test the government to see whether they're actually have mastery of the situation or understand what's going on or not. We could have also had a debate on public debt management with the interest rate increasing and future potential interest rate increases. That is an open question on the public debt management policy of the government and whether it has a handle on this. As the interest rates go up, the public debt financing in Canada will go up. And how much more debt are we taking on? And is there a plan to actually reduce the deficit and start paying down the debt? Are they managing their bonds appropriately that they have out there? So, like I've done many times before, Mr. Speaker, and we are back on the first day, I do have a Yiddish proverb that I want to share with the House, that things cannot be bad all the time, nor good all the time. And so this bill, although it's good, there's lots of bad things that the Government of Canada is doing. And I think this Yiddish proverb definitely applies to the current situation. So although today I think the Conservatives and the Liberals are having a tender, happy debate on a bill we agree with, but just mentioning our concerns, I think there'll be days to come where we will disagree. And I'm sure during question period there'll be fulsome disagreements about the direction that the government of Canada has chosen to go to on the small business tax, on border controls, and on other matters affecting the public finances of Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I will end my intervention. I look forward to questions and comments from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Calgary-Shepherd for his intervention and also for his condolences to our joint friend and member of the Marriott Breakfast Club, the member from Scarborough Agincourt, Arnold Chan, who's unfortunately not with us now. The member from Scarborough Agincourt really called on us to listen to each other and not to talk over each other and to really engage in debate through active listening. I've been listening to the debate today, and in particular the comments that the member from Calgary-Shepherd was just sharing with us around the costs of this, implementing this measure, for which we are already gathering information, and the information is already in systems that can be printed on tickets. I'm having trouble finding the cost trail on this, Mr. Speaker, and what the cost is to comply with our Five Eyes commitments, and whether there's a point at which, my question to the member is there a point at which it's not worth it to implement this type of a security system that gets us in line with the Five Eyes, or whether it's something that we have to do as a country to invest in our safety and security?
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. And I was a member of the Marriott Breakfast Club. Now I'm a member of the Delta Breakfast Club instead. So I guess, always welcome to come there, and we could talk about C-21 and other issues like the small business tax proposals. I think when it comes down to measures such as this, I would think the government would have estimated ahead of time what the cost will be, because let's say you are stopping products and parcels from leaving the country because they are contraband, because there are items that should not be leaving. You will have to place them somewhere, and you'll have to keep them temporarily in an area. And if you have an increase in volume when doing so, or when you have extra detentions at the border because people are trying to leave when they should not be leaving, or individuals are illegally collecting benefits, there's a cost benefit analysis somewhere in government that has been done already. I would hope it isn't done afterwards. And as it comes to Five Eyes compliance, a lot of that budgeting has already been done, and it is already being done. So absolutely, for some of this there will be no extra cost, but there's a time involved in processing documents, both in the intake when a person is entering the country and now when a person will be leaving a country. So those types of time delays, the officers involved in policing the system, those are manpower hours, that's human capital at work, and those types of costs should and must be calculated. I would hope that the government has done that work. Thank you.
Question commentaire. Questions?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the NDP whip, I've already been in contact with the Liberal whip to send our condolences following the death of their colleague. Today, I'd like to say out loud in person that we're so sad that you lost your colleague, and that we lost a colleague as well, because he was a great man. Now I'll move on to my question. Unfortunately, the colleagues of that great man are not really defending their bill very well, so I'd like to ask some questions to my Conservative colleagues who are defending the bill. Following the American policies put forward by President Trump, policies which are often anti-immigrant, anti-all sorts of groups, I'd like to know if he thinks that the Minister of Public Safety could or should, or perhaps would be able to, guarantee that the increased exchange of information with a country like the U.S. would not harm several Canadians, and specifically certain groups, which I won't mention by name, but certain specific groups who may suffer discrimination in the U.S. So does he think that the minister will be able to guarantee that for all Canadians?
Calgary-Shepherd.
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member surely knows, This bill dates from 2012, when President Obama and Prime Minister Harper agreed to sign an agreement that would provide more information. In fact, the agreement is just the content which is now in the bill. So if Obama was recognized as a progressive president, and I think he's a president that the NDP liked when he was in power, but if he agreed with the content of the agreement, which is now in the bill today, then surely they would agree that the government should continue moving forward to push this bill through the House and the Senate.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Feeling kind of concerned as towards the end of the speech that I hadn't yet heard a Yiddish proverb, so I wanted to thank him for filling in that gap. I was actually going to get up and invite him to do so. I also wanted to thank him for the very kind comments with regard to our colleague Arnold Chan, who I think we had a very interesting time on that very long PROC meeting, so I wanted to thank the member for his presence at that 80-hour meeting at March 21st. He referred a couple of times in his speech to exit control systems, and I would like to just take exception to that one perspective. I don't see it as an exit control system so much as an exit information system. It doesn't stop people from exiting the country. This is not a country that does that. We don't say, you can't leave, you need an exit visa to depart. So I just wanted to change that wording a little bit for that reason. The way this law works, it doesn't create any new data. The data already exists, as the member knows. It improves our usage of the data, it improves our access to that data. So while I sympathize with the privacy concerns that I'm hearing from our other party, I don't agree with them because it doesn't create new data, it doesn't create new blockages, it improves our access to information, it improves our public safety, it improves the situation for Amber Alerts like we talked about earlier. I think that overall it's a good bill. If one of the members has any further comments on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his questions, his comments, as well for surviving the filibuster at the PROC committee as well. I know I contributed a lot of hours to it. And like him, I will miss the member for Scarborough, Agincourt, and his contributions, like the member when I share one thing in common with Arnold that we talked a little bit about. I am a Trekkie, a big fan of Star Trek as well, and I'll miss those talks we had together. He's absolutely right. I use the exit control system parlance, wording. I was educated in the United States, and so for me, I default to that. But what I would say is I would hope that all this information that we're collecting goes to some use. And so perhaps maybe a disagreement there, but if we are issuing an Amber Alert and we are using this information in order to catch people on the Amber Alert list, that it would lead to people being stopped from leaving that should not be leaving the country. Because otherwise, why are we sharing this information that's already in existence if we're not doing it for good intent? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Yard d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to be back in the House today, speaking with my new role. I'm now a Secretary for Canadian Rural Affairs and Economic Development for the regions of Quebec. I'd like to thank my leader for having appointed me to that position and for placing his trust in me.
It's also a pleasure for me to speak to this bill, C-21, which, in my opinion, is a great bill. Recall that this bill was part of our action plan back in 2011, and it was announced by Prime Minister Stephen Harper and President Barack Obama. It was announced as part of a joint action plan between the two countries, and I'm very happy to see that the party opposite, the Liberal Party, exercised common sense and recognized that this bill was an excellent piece of legislation for our borders on both sides. That said, we've seen that this great piece of legislation, hoping that it passes, that it will be passed here, we've seen this summer a certain slacking. So there was the arrival of illegal migrants in the Montreal area and elsewhere. So this has brought some confusion to the situation. I know that in my riding, there was a lot of concern about this wave of illegal migrants. And these were not necessarily concerns raised just by Canadians who have been here for a long time, but also by new Canadians who came here legally. They're upset seeing people arrive illegally and getting all the same benefits they got when they came legally and didn't jump the queue. C-21 would tackle threats up front. That's the purpose of this bill. We're no longer fully sheltered from terrorists. We live in a world where a lot of things have happened, even here at home. So this bill would protect our borders. It would also facilitate growth and trade and job creation. Essential infrastructure is dealt with in this bill. Cyber crime, that's something that is relatively recent. People didn't used to talk about that, and people used to feel quite safe, but nowadays with our cell phones and stuff, we're less secure than we were, so C-21 may help on that front as well. This bill addresses long-standing conservative priorities, and I'm happy that finally, for once, the Liberal Party has recognized that we worked very hard on border safety here on this side of the House, and it's rare for me to thank the Liberal parties. I know this will probably be written down somewhere as a first, perhaps a first and last time, but I did want to say thank you anyway. This initiative is good news for information sharing on passengers. This will help our border officials enforce the law and ensure public safety. We need this more and more. Officials need to know who's leaving at what time from departure point X and what time are they going to arrive and where in Canada. I think that's increasingly important given the increased frequency of terrorist attacks all over the world. We've been lucky so far, but that doesn't mean we're always going to be exempt. And C-21, I hope, will help address that threat. The advantages of this program include strengthening immigration, strengthening our border management, national security, enforcement of the law, and other things. This bill will protect us, but on the other hand, we need to look at some of the breaches we've seen in smaller towns all along the border where migrants can enter quite easily. That's another thing that needs to be addressed, and I would ask the Liberal Party to focus on that issue. C-21 is a first step. I hope they will follow with further steps to increase security all along the border. What I need to know now is the costs of C-21. We agree in principle, but what I'd like to know is in terms of infrastructure. Has the minister made provision for improved infrastructure coming on the heels of this bill? Does the minister have any other options in mind? And perhaps the committee will be able to address this question. Does the minister have any other ideas or thinking about further enhancing our security? And when it comes to things that are crossing the border legally or illegally, I don't know whether people here across the border frequently, but I find it interesting in various airports all around the world, the practices and procedures vary, but there are still people bringing things in illegally. Does the government have any desire to beef up that kind of legislation? But in terms of C-21, anyway, I support this bill in principle. It's a very conservative piece of legislation. And for the last time, I'd like to thank the Liberal Party for having understood that we here on this side of the House used common sense and put the safety of Canadians first as a priority for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Beauport on her new role as rural critic. The Conservatives always talked a good talk about regions, but when it came time for concrete action, nothing was done. That's certainly the case in my region, which is a huge region. Nothing was ever done for us. So congratulations on your appointment. I'd like to come back to the bill itself, the bill in question. Reference was made to the importance of this legislation given the current context. Mr. Fredette, that's a case that we wouldn't have known about. He left the country. And this is the kind of legislation that might help avoid that kind of situation from recurring. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that. The Honourable Member for Beauport. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague. Rural affairs are something that I care deeply about. And he says that the Conservatives did nothing for the rural world. But imagine what you're doing for us, not much. But I agree with my colleague when it comes to this bill. Information sharing is important. And I'd like to thank the people of Quebec for having done everything they could to find Mr. Fredette. It was a bit of a wild goose chase, but ultimately it ended well, and the matter's been resolved. So, of course, I will continue to support any measures put forward by the folks opposite that will make security our top priority. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks today. Merci pour votre discours.
Thanks for your speech today.
Item, Mr. Speaker, in the fact that we have Bill C-21, Bill C-23, a number of pre-clearance and customs acts before this place. We have thousands of illegal crossers of our border, Mr. Speaker, yet we've seen no major funding initiatives from the government to either empower what they intend to pass with Bills C-21 and C-23, nor do we see any plan or funding to handle the significant illegal entries happening in Quebec and in Manitoba. And as our colleague, our Shadow Minister for Immigration, has been saying, Mr. Speaker, not having a plan is a failure. So now we see tremendous changes to our pre-clearance and customs exchange of information, yet no plan to fund that, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask the Honourable Member her thoughts on that lack of funding at a time where our border and changes to it are in crisis.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Clearly, this is a question that I've been asking since the very beginning. I sincerely hope that the funding will follow suit. This is a great piece of legislation, Bill C-21, but there are still some shortcomings when it comes to security with illegal migrants flooding across the border. I think we want a bit more funding to address this discrepancy, and I hope on the other side of the House that they'll take that into account. We have time for a brief question or comment. Resuming debate. Before I recognize the member for Beauport-Limoilou, I'd like to inform him that there's only around 6 minutes left for his speech, just before statements by members. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for giving me this time to speak this morning. September 18th, I'm very pleased to be back here in this great democratic institution, the House of Commons. I spent a great summer. I balanced work with other activities and family. My grandson is 6 months old and more active, so I'm very happy to be back to talk about a number of issues that cropped up in our riding offices this summer, and a number of things that are of concern to the official opposition, things that this government at times has a hard time answering to. But I'd like to begin by extending my most sincere sympathies and condolences to the family of the member for Scarborough-Agincourt. We're talking about a huge loss for the family. I've been a father for 4 years, and I was referring to my younger son, not my grandson, earlier. But we've lost a great parliamentarian this summer, and that's a huge loss for Canadian democracy, but above all for his family, and I extend my most sincere condolences to them. We're here today debating Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. By way of introduction, I'd like to talk about what a border means for a democratic country, for any country really. What is a border? A border is not just a place where you show up to cross or to move goods or services across. A border represents the ultimate symbol and the tangible symbol of the protection of our national sovereignty. We're talking about Canadian sovereignty now, the sovereignty of the Canadian Federation. That sovereignty is guaranteed by our police, by our soldiers, by Canadian officials working every day, but in a tangible and practical way, above all, one might say, it's the border that protects our sovereignty most. And what does sovereignty mean? What is the purpose of sovereignty? Well, it's to protect Canadians, to ensure their safety and their prosperity, because it's through sovereignty that we're able to make choices here about political, economic, and social issues. Sovereignty, Mr. Speaker, yes, this is still preamble to my debate, if anybody's wondering. This is still by way of introduction. Sovereignty guarantees the democratic space we need here in Canada. I recently heard a philosopher discussing the importance of sovereignty, border sovereignty today, Mr. Speaker, because we live in an era where some ideologists would suggest that national sovereignty is passé, that we no longer need it, that it's just something to be gotten around, it's an obstacle that needs to be overcome, and that we live in an increasingly borderless world. But, Mr. Speaker, borders ensure sovereignty. They ensure our democracy, because no right No right whatsoever can survive if it's not attached to democratic institutions that protect those rights. That's one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, why in international relations people talk about anarchy, because there is no institution or force that can enforce rights internationally. In Canada, our rights are guaranteed first and foremost by this, the House of Commons, and then by the Supreme Court of Canada, and then by the Executive or Cabinet. If we had no borders, Mr. Speaker, none of this would be possible. In the Minister of Public Safety's speech, yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you, he set out a number of fairly important points. 400,000 people cross the border every day, and that's nothing to sneeze at, between Canada and the U.S. Not to mention other nationalities. $2 billion are traded every day between Canada and the U.S. So, given those facts, Mr. Speaker, we set up the earliest stages of this bill, and I hope to be able to discuss that at greater length after question period. Thank you.
Order. Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, 4 minutes and a half for his speech when the House resumes debate on this motion.
Order. Order. We'll now proceed with statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Luckily for the Prime Minister that we weren't sitting this summer because his government has achieved new heights of incompetence in just about every file. Canadian armoured vehicles being used against the Saudi civilian population, that's unacceptable. Botched management of the asylum seekers file, deplorable. The 180 of the Minister of Heritage in the file of Historia and Series Plus. The lack of emergency planning to help Quebecers caught up in Hurricane Irma. Unbelievable. And NAFTA negotiations don't look good. There's contested tax reform. Parliamentary reform could end up being imposed. And I could go on. Decidedly, the Liberals have reached their Peter principle. For Quebecers, one thing is clear. We can expect nothing from this incompetent government and the 40 members in the shadow cabinet. When Quebec takes charge of its own affairs, great things happen. When Ottawa gets involved, it goes wrong. That's the lesson we've learned this summer, and that's what we're going to continue to demonstrate. If Quebecers want something done right, they have to do it themselves.
The member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, after losing his leg to osteogenic sarcoma, Terry Fox embarked on a cross-country marathon of hope to raise money for cancer research. Today, the Terry Fox Run is the largest single-day cancer fundraiser in the world, raising over $750 million for cancer research to date. Yesterday, Canadians participated in the 37th annual Terry Fox Run. In Oakville, brave Terry Foxer Tegan Walsh sounded the horn to start the run. She is being treated for the same cancer that Terry had. Tegan's progressive treatment has benefited from breakthroughs in cancer research, many made because of the funds raised in Terry's name. As we return to the House this week, our hearts are heavy with the loss of our colleague and friend, Arnold Chan. The Terry Fox Foundation is committed to funding leading-edge research and innovative treatments for cancers like Arnold's, Tegan's, and Terry's. Thank you.
Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be back in this first fall day of the fall session, although the passing of the Honourable Member from Scarborough, Agincourt, is a sad loss to all of us. I send condolences to his family and loved ones and recognize his commitment to serving the people of Scarborough, Agincourt. Mr. Speaker, Parliament's return brings to mind another fall return that has been happening in the North Okanagan-Shuswap for millennia. The world-renowned Adams River Sockeye Run is an annual event with salmon that have traveled thousands of kilometers, returning to lay their eggs, start a new generation before dying and giving their nutrients to the river. This Friday, the Adams River Salmon Society will be holding the first annual gala fundraiser with traditional Schwitmek food and storytelling. I salute the volunteers for organizing the gala and their dedication to the health of Pacific salmon and all that depend on their return. I look forward to working with them in my new role as Deputy Shadow Minister for Fisheries, Oceans and Canada Coast Guard. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer my congratulations to CPAC, the Canadian Public Affairs Channel, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary.
I think we can all agree on how important CPAC is for Canadian democracy. Every day, this channel offers direct access to democratic institutions, to debates, to parliamentary discussions, and to the work of MPs. CPAC goes beyond the news headlines to always present events in their context and to allow Canadians to better understand their democracy.
CPAC is providing Canadians with complete coverage of events as they happen, featuring the work of parliamentarians across party lines and allowing Canadians to participate in the process on a platform of their choice. This year, CPAC is launching a digital democratic literacy project called Route 338, an innovative website that will make the institutions and the work of all MPs accessible to a younger digital native generation all across the country. Au nom de tous les députés.
On behalf of all MPs, we wish a good 25th anniversary to CPAC.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring to the government's attention the devastating impacts of wildfires on my province of British Columbia. 2017 was the worst year for wildfires in 6 decades, the second worst in BC history. Over 1,200 wildfires burned 1.2 million hectares, over 5,000 square kilometers. 155 fires still burn today. This disaster has destroyed houses and hurt people all over BC. It has critically harmed agriculture, forestry, and tourism, and caused profound damage to our environment, wildlife, and habitat. Yet this government's response has been inadequate. The Liberals refuse to match private donations from individuals like it did for Alberta last year during the Fort McMurray disaster. They failed to commit the same level of funds from the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements Program as for previous disasters like the Quebec ice storms. Today, I call on the government to immediately match all private donations and commit full disaster relief funding to British Columbia citizens, communities and businesses who have been so terribly affected by the 2017 wildfire disaster.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, last week, Constable Francis Deschênes was helping drivers close to Memramcook in New Brunswick when he was the victim of a collision and he lost his life. This is a great loss, especially for Nova Scotia's RCMP, for New Brunswick, and for his home region, Saint-Anne-de-Madawaska.
In 2004 and spent his career mainly in Nova Scotia, most recently in Amherst. He's remembered as a hero for using his vehicle to push a car out of the path of an oncoming train near Truro in 2008, and he was awarded the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal in 2013. Nous offrons nos sympathies.
We offer our sincerest condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues who were going to join him for the National Memorial Day this Sunday to remember officers who have fallen in the line of duty. Instead, they will remember him with both sadness and pride, and we will all do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to congratulate CPAC today, the Cable Public Affairs Channel, as it celebrates 25 years of providing Canadians with quality coverage of the proceedings of this House. As a former broadcaster, I recognize and appreciate the importance of a fair, of a balanced, unbiased, and independent media outlet like CPAC. This is paramount so that Canadians can form their own opinions on the issues of the day. It has been 25 years since a group of Canadian companies took over the operations of this channel and expanded it into the country's only bilingual, commercial-free public affairs television station. On behalf of all of the Conservative caucus, I would like to acknowledge CPAC on a job well done and offer our wishes for continued success.
Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are mourning the loss of Corporal Trevor O'Keefe, a 17-year veteran of the RCMP. He served in Clareville and Belle Island and most recently was stationed in St. John's, where he was the public face and voice of the RCMP in our province. During his career, Trevor dealt with some very difficult cases, and his tragic death is a reminder of the emotional and psychological toll that police work can take. I know there are efforts already underway to try to understand whether he could have been supported better and to ensure that officers have the help they need so that this doesn't happen again. At the memorial service in Bay Bulls on Friday, Trevor was remembered as a funny, generous, highly respected, much-loved man and a first-rate officer. His family and friends and RCMP colleagues are in our thoughts and prayers. We offer them our deepest condolences and we join them in remembering Corporal Trevor O'Keefe with pain and with great pride. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the BC wildfires continue to burn across British Columbia. In my riding, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, as for many others across Canada. This summer's wildfires were a very real threat to many residents and posed a serious disruption to many businesses and indeed many communities' way of life. The destruction of homes was a serious concern for many in my riding, but for members of the Ashcroft Indian Band and Boston Flat communities was a reality. As these fires continue to burn, I want to again acknowledge the hard work of the first responders, RCMP, volunteers, local mayors, local councils, as well as the leadership from First Nations communities. It is in times like these that our communities come together, displaying what it means to be Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the relationship between Canada and the United Kingdom is one of uncommon depth. We share a sovereign, a language, parliamentary institutions, and common values. We share so much, and we also share deeply in the pain felt by the British people when their values and their institutions are attacked, and when their citizens are attacked by terrorists. Last week, London went through another deplorable terrorist attack, this time at Parsons Green Tube Station. Daesh has claimed responsibility. Terrorist attacks in the Western world have become increasingly common, but they are nothing new to the people of London, who also remember the IRA period and the air raids of the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, as before, Londoners and all Britons have met these events with courage, with calmness, with the steely determination to fight back against evil, and with the continuing resolve to maintain and strengthen the values that have made Great Britain a great nation. As Canadians, we share your values and your institutions, and today we share your pain and your resolve.
The
honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Do not be alarmed by the state of my visage. I did a little face planting on the weekend, but it's all good. I'm okay. Monsieur le Président, c'est un honneur pour...
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor for me to rise today to pay tribute to the citizens of the superb municipality of Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle, who includes on its territory the well-known border crossing of La Colle. As it is one of the busiest points of entry in Canada, you are aware that more than 7,000 asylum seekers arrived throughout the summer. I am proud to congratulate the citizens of Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle, Mayor Robert Duteau, Fire Chief Normand Faye, and especially the residents of the famous Roxham Road, who worked with the RCMP and other authorities when it came to emergency facilities and issues of security. But it is also them. It's also they, Mr. Speaker, who asked me on several occasions, how can we help these people? And so, Mr. Speaker, that is how we welcome and support newcomers in Châteauguay-la-Colle. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The Right Honourable Theresa May, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
I am proud that the relationship between our two countries has been positive and is based on mutual trust. The United Kingdom is an important ally of Canada when it comes to international relations, the environment, security, and trade.
Its history and values, Canada and the United Kingdom are the best of friends. Following events such as Friday's terrorist attack in London, the strength of this friendship is more important than ever. Canada has always stood shoulder to shoulder with the United Kingdom. We have done so in the past, and we will do so in the future. On behalf of all members of this House, I welcome the Prime Minister and her colleagues, and I trust that her visit to Canada will serve to further deepen our strong historic bonds. Welcome to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Les Bellechasse-Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to highlight today the delivery of the largest ship ever built in Canada by a Canadian shipyard in 20 years for our Royal Canadian Navy. July 20th, the Davie Shipyard celebrated Project Resolve, which is an innovative and ingenious solution to meet the urgent needs of our Royal Canadian Navy by transforming a container ship into a joint support ship that is at the leading edge of technology. As the recent Senate Committee on Defense recommends, the government must acquire without delay a second similar supply ship for our Navy, and there are urgent needs when it comes to icebreakers, struggling to ensure the navigability of our waters. To ensure our security and the sovereignty of our borders, the Liberal government must take advantage of the capacity of our shipyards and ensure the government must act without delay.
Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, along with many of my colleagues and the Prime Minister, we attended a wonderful ceremony celebrating the life of the late Alan J. McCacken, who passed away last week. In the years since I was first elected, I got lots of advice from Mr. McCacken. Over time, I got to understand and respect the work, whether it was people on the wharf, people up here in the halls of Ottawa, or in the international community. Whether it was Medicare, labour laws, charter rights, he was remembered by all. Mr. McCacken always told me to make it a priority to get home and listen to my constituents. Mr. Speaker, while I was attending a trade meeting in San Francisco a few months ago, I heard a story about Mr. McCacken arranging a Middle East peace conference to wrap up on Thursday so he could be home Saturday to meet with his constituents. Mr. Speaker, may we never forget the great contributions Mr. McCacken gave to Cape Breton, Canadians, the international community. His legacy and dedication will live on forever.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to congratulate CPAC, the Cable Public Affairs Channel, on its 25th anniversary. In 1992, many Canadian cable companies joined forces to ensure that all Canadians could receive complete coverage of their elected officials working in the House of Commons.
Remains the core of the channel, but it has since grown to provide Canadians with a window on a vast array of political and public affairs events, from party and leadership conventions to grassroots federal election coverage to town hall debates about the issues that truly matter to Canadians. Au nom du nouveau Parti démocratique du Canada.
On behalf of the New Democratic Party of Canada, I offer congratulations to CPAC. And I would like to convey our thanks for helping all political parties reach Canadians from coast to coast to coast. A true public service.
CPAC.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I've got some words for the member from Sydney Cape Breton who just talked about listening to his constituents, because about 10 days ago, TransCanada announced that it applied for a 30-day suspension of its Energy East pipeline application. Now, this suspension, Mr. Speaker, goes directly to the new regulatory hurdles that this Liberal government has put in place. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that this suspension is putting the government on notice that this project is going to be shelved. And that would be shameful, Mr. Speaker. It would be even more shameful to continue to import 1 million barrels of oil a day from foreign countries. And now, with the approval of the Keystone Pipeline, Mr. Speaker, those 1 million barrels of oil are going to go to the United States. So it's time for the 31 Liberal MPs, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, to talk to the Prime Minister, to say, get out of the way. Let's get this project approved, and let's create jobs in the member of St. John's riding and the member for Malpeque, and not in Louisiana, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 14, 2017, we lost our dear friend, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt, Arnold Chan. Arnold started his life as a political staffer back in the 1990s. He was engaged in the political process since the age of 13. He cherished being a Member of Parliament for Scarborough Agincourt, where he deployed a lifetime of experience, knowledge, and wisdom to serve his constituents and to elevate, in both tone and substance, this House. Arnold loved democracy. For him, it meant listening and responding to every possible perspective, including those quiet voices that are seldom heard. He inspired and motivated everyone he met and worked with, guiding them on how they too could take their passions and create positive change in this world. His world revolved around his family, parents Sandra and Anthony Chan, his brother, Dr. Kevin Chan, his boys, Nathaniel, Theodore, and Ethan, and his beloved Jean, his rock. Thank you for sharing Arnold with us. He has inspired and challenged all of us to be better people and to think with our heads and to follow our hearts. Farewell, my friend. You have earned your rest above the clouds.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this summer I spent my time crossing the country talking to hardworking Canadians, job creators, and entrepreneurs. And I can tell the Prime Minister one very simple thing. They are not tax cheats. people who mortgage their homes, who take an idea and create opportunities in their neighborhood. So my simple question to the Prime Minister is, why is he hurting the very people he claims he wants to help?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is no suggestion that any Canadians aren't following the rules. The problem is the rules we have currently favor the wealthy over the middle class. We have a system right now that allows wealthy Canadians to use private corporations to pay lower tax rates than middle-class Canadians. That's not right. We got elected on a commitment to change that system, which is why the first thing we did was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1%, lower them on the middle class, and why we're continuing to work on fairness every day.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Alors, Monsieur le Président, parlons.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about fairness. Can the Prime Minister tell us what's fair in preventing a mechanic from growing his business? Is it fair for employees who were laid off by the restaurant where they work simply because the owner has to pay more taxes to cover the out-of-control spending of the Prime Minister? Where's the fairness in that? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians put us in government because they recognized that it was unfair that the middle class paid too much tax and that the wealthiest Canadians found ways not to pay as much tax. We currently have a system that allows rich individuals to use private corporations to pay lower rates of taxes than the middle class. That's not fair. That's why the first thing that we did was increase taxes on the wealthiest to lower them for the middle class. And that's why we will continue every day to see what we can do to help the middle class. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Understand his own policies, and he doesn't understand that small businesses don't use these tax measures to cheat the system. They use them to save money when times are good, to get them through when times are bad. Now, right now, a mechanic can save in these investments to save up for a new purchase, which will allow her to hire another worker. The Liberal plan will tax those investments twice, once they flow into the business and again when they flow to her. That will kill any opportunity for her to expand and hire more workers. So once again, can the Prime Minister explain how that will make the middle class better off?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians sent us to government to make the tax system fair, to make sure that everyone pays their fair share. That's why the very first thing we did was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lower them on the middle class. And we are now making sure that a system that currently allows wealthy individuals to use private corporations to pay lower tax rates than middle-class Canadians gets changed. That's something that the previous government allowed and encouraged to happen, but we know that we grow a strong economy by helping the middle class and those working hard to join it, not the wealthiest.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, nobody in the last election asked the Liberal Party to attack job creators. Now, we've already established that this isn't fair, and we know that it's not compassionate. So why is the Prime Minister doing this? Because he's drowning in debt. And a drowning man will reach out and grab on to anything and not care who he drags down with him. And who is he taking down with him? Young Canadians looking for their first job, new Canadians looking to share in the prosperity in Canada, and women entrepreneurs who are hit disproportionately harder with these new tax measures. So why is the Prime Minister hurting the...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite and indeed the entire opposition has been going around the country telling every doctor they meet that they stand with them, that they will defend their rights to pay lower taxes than the nurses who work alongside those doctors. We don't think that's fair. But if the members opposite do want to stand with wealthy doctors, will they commit right now to restore the system of tax breaks for wealthy individuals after we make the changes that Canadians expect us to do?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Get it. These aren't wealthy Canadians. These are hardworking middle-class entrepreneurs who put everything on the line. You know, he likes to talk talk about income sprinkling, and income sprinkling is a bit of a problem at big companies like Bombardier. The billionaire Bombardier-Baudouin family sprinkles shares to its family members to keep themselves in control and vote themselves big raises, even as their own government forks over $400 million in taxpayer bailouts. Yet massive public corporations like Bombardier won't pay a penny more. Why is the Prime Minister taxing local businesses while big companies continue to get big bailouts?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to stand up for workers in the aerospace industry right across the country who work very hard and create extraordinary products like the innovative, extraordinary C-Series aircraft. We will continue to stand up and defend the hardworking Canadians who are building this country every single day. Our commitment is to the middle class, those working hard to join it, which means workers, which means small businesses who create opportunity and growth in their communities. Where we are changing the system, Mr. Speaker, is to prevent the wealthy Canadians who use private corporations to get out of paying their fair share of tax.
Order. It's good to see the members are enthusiastic coming back after the summer, but I ask them to contain their enthusiasm until it's their turn to speak. On that, député d'Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Speaker, at no time since the Cuban Missile Crisis has the world been more aware of the threat of nuclear weapons. I'd like the Prime Minister to cast his mind back to last spring when I asked him about nuclear disarmament, and he told me that it would be, quote, well-intentioned but useless for Canada to be at the table for the UN talks. After the war of words between Donald Trump and Pyongyang over the summer, does he still believe that engaging in UN talks about nuclear disarmament is useless?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to leading ensuring that our children will inherit a world free of nuclear weapons. Our approach involves both nuclear and non-nuclear armed states. We have taken a leadership role on a UN high-level group that is preparing the way for a fissile material cutoff treaty to end the production of nuclear weapons. We're providing support to the International Partnership for Nuclear Disarmament Verification to develop credible and innovative monitoring and verification capabilities. We believe this collaborative, measured, and determined approach is the most effective way forward on nuclear.
The honourable member for Outremont.
The problem is, of course, the UN talks are taking place without Canada. The Prime Minister talks a very good game when it comes to world peace, but he refuses to be at the table where we could be playing a role. Une chance que Lloyd Axworthy.
Thank goodness Lloyd Axworthy didn't act like that. I'm very proud as a Canadian that the Anti-Landmines Treaty is named for Ottawa. If there are no more if there are thousands of lives that were saved because of that work, it's thanks to Canada. So why are we not at the table for talks about nuclear disarmament? That's the question, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that the NDP is always there with their beautiful words, but Canada needs to be there to really act, and that's what we're doing by leading the charge on the treaty against fissile material. We know that it's essential to build a freer world that is free of nuclear arms so that we can protect our children and future generations. That's what Canada has always done, and that's what Canada will continue to do proudly under this government. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Saudi Arabia is another issue that the Prime Minister has failed on. He promised Ensef Aidar that he would intervene on behalf of her husband, Raif Badawi, but it's been 2 years and nothing's happened. In the meantime, his government has allowed the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia, a country with an abysmal human rights record. There's evidence that Saudi Arabia has used Canadian weapons against civilians. So let's stop this rhetoric. Will the Prime Minister take action and ban the export of arms to Saudi Arabia? Yes or no? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are very concerned by the reports about the use of weapons against civilians in Saudi Arabia. Of course, we will continue to ensure that our partners are respecting all of the rules and that they're doing so much more openly and transparently than under the previous government. But I should remind the honourable member that it was his member for London Fanshawe who said that when you have a contract, you need to respect it once it's signed. Even the NDP knew they had to respect a contract. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Does the Prime Minister really not understand the difference between a contract to manufacture and his responsibility to sign the export permits? That's what this is about. Canada has a rule under international law that we won't export to countries that are using arms manufactured in our country to attack civilians. That's what's happening in Saudi Arabia, a country with a horrible human rights record. The Prime Minister loves to talk a good game. We're increasing our greenhouse gases every year. He talks about the environment. We're exporting to Saudi Arabia to kill civilians. When's the Prime Minister going to start talking and start acting?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take very seriously our responsibilities as a government. That's why we put in place a degree of transparency and openness, particularly in regards to arms sales, that the previous Conservative government never even went near. We will continue to ensure that all Canadian rules and regulations are responded, and if they are not lived up to, there will be consequences in terms of how we move forward.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, all across the country, Canadians are expressing their anger concerning the Prime Minister's tax changes. Part of that anger has come from his own members. The member from Malpeque, who is also the chair of the Finance Committee, said that he is not impressed, and I'll quote him, he said the government needs to step back. When will the Prime Minister listen to his own caucus and take a step back? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have a government that believes that the diversity of opinions is a source of strength, and we will continue to encourage our members to express the concerns of their citizens. That's something that we will always do as a government. But we also know that Canadians elected us to make the tax system more fair. And that means that we need to prevent individuals who are wealthy, preventing them from using corporations to pay a lower tax rate than the middle class. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the member for Halifax has said that he won't be able to support the government's plan. There are too many constituents of his that will be negatively affected, including plumbers, fishermen, and others. When will the Prime Minister start listening to Canadians, hardworking Canadians, who will be hurt by his tax plan? Right Honourable Prime Minister. For 10 years, Mr. Speaker, we had a Conservative government that focused on giving advantages to the wealthiest Canadians in the hope of creating economic growth. But that didn't work for Canadians. That's why Canadians elected a different government, our government. We had promised to help the middle class and all those working hard to join it. And the way that we're doing this is ensuring that the middle class don't pay more than they have to, and that the taxes are increased only on the wealthiest.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's front bench looks a little jittery today, but that's nothing compared to his back bench. Here's what another one of his own MPs said about these tax increases, and I quote, "I believe in my heart that these proposed changes will discourage entrepreneurship and hurt the very people we want to help." Sound familiar? If the Prime Minister won't listen to farmers, small business owners, hardworking Canadians, will he at least listen to his own caucus and stop attacking job creators?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been listening to Canadians all summer, indeed for many years, Canadians who find that it's unfair that our tax system, which was heartily endorsed by the previous government, gives advantages and benefits to the wealthiest that aren't there for the middle class, including hardworking middle class small businesses and farmers. We are going to ensure that wealthy Canadians do not have the option of using private corporations to get out of paying lower tax rates than middle-class Canadians. That's something that Canadians expect in terms of fairness, and we will continue to support the middle class, including small businesses that create.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he still doesn't get it, and his arrogance is astounding. He's attacking the entrepreneur who has to self-fund her maternity leave because she doesn't have a government-funded plan. So she puts a little money at the end of every month away so she can afford to take time off when the baby comes. Now, right now, she pays 50% tax on any passive income she earns on those savings. And the Prime Minister's plan will tax her now twice, once when it goes into the business and once when it flows to her. So why is the Prime Minister forcing female entrepreneurs to choose between their business and their families?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the members opposite don't actually understand this proposal, but there's no big surprise because they didn't understand for 10 years that giving tax breaks to the wealthiest doesn't help the middle class, doesn't grow the economy. That's what we saw from them in government for 10 years. Mr. Speaker, and even now that they're in opposition, they continue to not understand. They stood and opposed lowering taxes for the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. They opposed ending the sending child benefit checks to millionaires so we could do more for 9 out of 10 Canadian families. That's what we're focused on.
The Honourable Leader of Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Nobody believes that raising taxes on job creators to fund billion-dollar bailouts will help the middle class. Stand with his wealthy friends, and I will always stand with hardworking Canadians that don't have government-funded maternity leave, that don't have access to EI, and who never ask for a bailout when times get tough. So when will the Prime Minister listen to tax experts, entrepreneurs, and even his own caucus and stop this attack on the middle class?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, do you know what we haven't heard? In all the outrage and all the talking about these proposed changes from the members opposite, the member opposite has not committed to reverse these changes. He has not committed to take away, to restore these benefits to wealthy doctors and to private corporations. They're happy to talk about outrage, but they are not proposing to keep this system. And that inconsistency is the heart of the problem, that they invent problems, exaggerate them, and then won't act because they know that helping middle-class Canadians matters.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after listening to the Prime Minister today, I have no doubt that he's just going to go ahead and ram through these tax hikes. You know, as Conservatives, we believe in raising people up, not tearing people down. We believe in ensuring that everyone can achieve prosperity, not in taking it away from anyone. And Conservatives wake up every day trying to think of new ways to lower taxes. Liberals wake up every day trying to find new ways to raise taxes. But I want to take this opportunity to assure Canadians that the pain will only be temporary. We will fight these attacks on job creators. We will fight it every step of the way. We will save local businesses.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives talk a good game, but when it came time to actually lowering taxes on the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%, they voted against that. When it came time to deliver the Canada Child Benefit that helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families with the high costs of raising their kids, focused on helping the middle class and the hardworking Canadians working to join it, they voted against it because they wanted to keep sending the child benefit checks to wealthy families. Well, that doesn't work. We will always stand with the middle class in this country and defend Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Canadians know that NAFTA's side agreement on labour standards is weak and unenforceable. The result? Negative effects on worker safety and fair wages, driving down standards across North America. Today in southwestern Ontario, Unifor Local 88 CAMI members are on strike, experiencing firsthand the effects of companies relocating production to exploit these weak labour rules. Reports from renegotiation indicate Americans are opposed to any changes to labour or their regressive right-to-work laws. How can the Liberals expect to achieve meaningful progress on NAFTA labour rights to protect Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We support NAFTA, and we believe NAFTA has created jobs and growth in Canada and across North America. Having said that, we believe this modernization negotiation is an opportunity to make a good agreement even better. And I want to assure the member opposite that a very strong element of the Canadian negotiating position is to push for higher labour standards.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. When it comes to protecting our good aerospace jobs, the Liberals are not doing a good job. The case of Aveos and the 2,000 jobs lost at Bombardier are two sad examples. When it comes to standing up to our trading partners, whether it's Europe or Trump, the Liberals always drop the ball. Mr. Speaker, Boeing's complaint against Bombardier is jeopardizing over 6,000 jobs, as well as the future of the C-Series. Last week, I protested with members of Unifor and the machinists, and they are concerned. What will the Prime Minister do to protect these jobs and these families? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we are criticizing Boeing's complaint about anti-dumping laws in the import of the Airbus. Our government will continue to raise this very important issue at the highest level with Boeing so that we can defend the interests of the aerospace workers in Canada. This is a very important issue for Canada and for our government.
Carlton.
Foreign investors are anxious to snap up world-famous Canadian farmland and rent it back to our farmers at exorbitant prices. They're getting help from this Liberal government. The new tax changes will apply a 45% dividend tax on sale of farmland from father to son and zero tax on the sale to a foreign-owned conglomerate. Why is this government helping foreign businesses turn our farmers into tenants of foreign landlords?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our current tax system favors the wealthy over the middle class. We want to make sure that we address advantages that go to only the very wealthiest Canadians. We know how important farmers are to this country. We're going to listen to farmers to make sure that they continue to be advantaged and they continue to be able to provide the goods that we need across our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
It's another double standard, just like this one, Mr. Speaker. The average small business owner earns about $73,000 a year, and when they save money for a rainy day or their retirement, they will be taxed at a rate of 73% on their investment income by these changes. Large publicly traded companies like, say, Bombardier will not. Why is it this government is hitting our small business, middle-class entrepreneurs with a much higher tax rate than their billionaire friends in the biggest corporations in the land?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, we'd like to deal with a system that favors the wealthy over the middle class. What we want to make sure is that small and medium-sized businesses in this country can invest in their active business to create jobs and help to create a healthy economy. We're going to continue to listen to those small and medium-sized business owners to make sure that we get this right. But make no mistake, we will ensure that we follow through on our commitment to make sure that our tax system is fair.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have decided to unfairly attack small businesses who create wealth in our country. They're punishing the very entrepreneurs who are creating jobs and wealth. Meanwhile, big companies like Bombardier are receiving enormous subsidies, and the top executives in those companies are paying themselves exorbitant bonuses. And at the same time, they're cutting middle-class jobs. My question for the Prime Minister is simple. When will he decide to choose between defending Canadian taxpayers and ending these tax hikes? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we currently have a tax system that favors the wealthiest over the middle class. We will continue to listen to people across our country, as I did this summer, to ensure that these measures will really make the system fairer for the future. It's clear that small and medium business owners will be able to continue to make active investments in their companies. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the current government has completely lost control of public spending. Not only are they running deficits 3 times higher than planned, but they have no idea when they're going to finally balance the budget, rather. So, to pay for their extravagant spending, now the government has decided to tax our job creators, our wealth creators, our entrepreneurs even more. Why is the government deciding to attack small business owners instead of reining in their spending? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, we decided to make investments in our country, investments in the middle class. Now, we have the highest growth rate that we've had in the last 10 years. And almost 4,000 new jobs have been created in recent years. So it's very important to continue with a system that is working for Canada, and we need to also to maintain this highest growth rate in the G7.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, New Democrats launched our End Pension Theft campaign. We believe it's time to introduce legislation to protect the pension and workers and retirees who have worked so hard and they have earned. Currently, there's a long list of companies that have used Canada's inadequate bankruptcy and insolvency laws to cheat workers out of their pensions and benefits. Will the Prime Minister stick to his election promise, stand in this House today, and pledge to change the laws so workers never get cheated again?
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of secure pensions and the impact of employer insolvency on Canadian workers and pensioners. Canada's insolvency laws, as the member mentioned, aim to strike that proper balance between the competing interests of debtors and creditors. They enable Canadian businesses to access credit, invest and create jobs, while ensuring that stakeholders, including employees and pensioners, are treated equitably. We'll continue to examine our market framework laws, including insolvency laws, to ensure that they're up-to-date and effective and help pensioners and employees.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, a number of companies have used unfair practices to steal from our workers' pension plans to boost the profits of their parent companies abroad. Companies like Cliff, Abitibi, Bowater, White Birch, and Nortel are good examples. Now, Sears is taking advantage of our inadequate bankruptcy and restructuring laws to rob our workers. Workers earn their pension fund after a lifetime of labor. Why are the Liberals allowing these companies to steal from our workers and retirees? The Honourable Minister.
We understand the challenges on employees and their families and on their communities, and we're monitoring the situation very closely, Monsieur le Président. Under the CCAA, companies can continue to operate and preserve jobs while negotiating a restructuring plan, and it's currently under court supervision, including employees, pensioners, and suppliers. As you know, Mr. Speaker, proceedings are now before the courts, and I'm unable to comment on the specifics with respect to Sears Canada, but we are monitoring the situation very closely and will continue to work with the employees and the pensioners.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this summer residents of British Columbia have been dealing with wildfires that have resulted in the evacuation of thousands of people and burned over 1 million hectares of land. The thoughts and prayers of all Canadians are with residents who have borne the brunt of the fires and with the courageous and dedicated first responders. Can the Minister please tell us how the government has been helping to protect and support residents of BC at this difficult time?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, people affected by wildfires and the first responders working to keep them safe have been our major priority all summer long. We've responded positively to every single request made by the province of British Columbia, including assets of the Canadian Armed Forces, supplies for evacuees, accommodation and transportation for firefighters, and helping ensure public safety during evacuations. We've also made a major contribution to the Red Cross, more than matching. And while the state of emergency has been lifted, we'll be keeping British Columbians very much in our thoughts and in our action plan throughout the recovery process. The disaster cost-sharing process has only just begun.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard from thousands of people across my riding with regards to the Liberal tax hike on small businesses. Nicole is 34 and a recent graduate. She's now working as a family physician in a rural area of Alberta. These changes will now make it impossible for her to save towards maternity leave and start a family. Currently, there are provisions that support her as a woman by allowing her to save for parental leave, but the new changes will rob her of this very basic right. Nicole feels betrayed and left alone. Why won't the Prime Minister do the right thing and stop his attack on young women entrepreneurs?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, we want to be clear. The current system does favour the wealthy over the middle class. What we are going to do, though, is ensure that we listen to people as we move forward on measures to take away tax advantages for the very wealthy. We will be listening to people like Nicole. I am committing that we will not put women in a situation where they are in any way having a worse situation than men through these measures. And I will commit, if that member would like to give me Nicole's phone number, I would be happy to call her to listen to her and her concerns.
Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I'm just back from Lac Saint-Jean, and I can tell you things aren't going well for local entrepreneurs, professionals, and farmers, the ones who create jobs every day. The Liberals are launching a direct attack on them with tax hikes to pay for their astronomical deficit. Mr. Speaker, what does the Prime Minister say to Canadians and Quebecers and workers in Lac Saint-Jean who are going to lose their jobs because of the Liberal tax reform? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, what I say is that we don't want a tax system that favors the rich more than the middle class. That's our basic premise. But I will listen to people to make sure that our measures have the desired result. And that is a system where there are no advantages only for the most wealthy, no bigger advantages. With small and medium-sized business, we will continue to have a tax system with the lowest tax rates in the G7.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I was in Moncton talking to local businesses, and this past weekend I was in Perth Andover, and I was talking to local potato farmers. These aren't the wealthy Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that this government would have you think actually exist out there. The ones that the Finance Minister so glibly said that he's going after. We have only 10 days, Mr. Speaker, to have their questions put to this government in the House. And although it sure sounds like they made up their mind already based upon their answers today, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, out of decency, would they consider extending the consultation period?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, you made a promise to deal with a system that provides advantage for the wealthiest over the middle class. We've been working on this for the last 2 years. We reduced taxes on middle-class Canadians and raised them on the top 1%. We've moved forward on other measures that are having a huge impact on those that are in the middle class or struggling to get in it. The measures that we're putting forward here, the measures that we're listening to Canadians on, the impact, are intended to make sure that we don't have tax advantages going to the very rich. That's what we're trying to achieve. We want to do this while ensuring that small businesses continue to invest to grow our economy.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I was also in Cape Breton and Digby, and I was talking to fishermen on the wharf there. You know, fishers work hard, 14-hour days, and at the end of the season, all they want to do after they pay out their insurance, the repairs to their vessel, and maybe be able to pay their crew their full amount, they just hope that they have a little bit to put aside for their retirement, because we all know there's no pension in fishing. Mr. Speaker, I spent my summer listening, and I understand the impact of these reforms on Canadians. Will the Minister of Finance come down to earth with the rest of us mortals and actually listen to what's going on in
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, by following through on our promise to deal with a tax system that was creating advantages for the richest among us, we know we're going to make a positive impact in our economy. We are listening. I've been out, like the member opposite, across the country, listening to professionals, listening to fishers, listening to farmers, to hear about their issues. We're going to listen to those issues to make sure that the measures we put forward deal with what we're trying to do. We don't want to have a situation where someone who earns $300,000 might find themselves in a lower tax rate than someone who earns a third as much. That's what we're trying to get at, and that's indeed what we will achieve.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, while the state of emergency in BC has ended, British Columbians are only now beginning to recover from the damage caused by the wildfires. Some of the 65,000 evacuated returned to find their homes damaged or destroyed. Others came home to learn that they'd been laid off from jobs in the hard-hit forestry sector. And like the strong people of Fort McMurray, British Columbians will rebuild, but they can't do it alone. Will the Prime Minister commit to providing ongoing full financial assistance to communities devastated by these wildfires?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has done three things in response to the fires. First of all, make sure that all of the assets and resources of the Government of Canada are available to the Province of British Columbia and the First Nations of British Columbia to fight the inferno. Secondly, to make a major contribution to the Red Cross to assist with their immediate relief efforts. Thirdly, to establish a special committee of Cabinet to engage all of the assets of the Government of Canada in the recovery process, and the disaster financial assistance formula is there to help cost share the expenses over the long haul, and the Government of Canada will...
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women got more bad news this weekend. Maclean's reports that out of the $5 million spent by the inquiry, $2 million was taken completely by Privy Council office bureaucracy. Yet families needing extra help with travel and counselling for the inquiry are told there's not enough for them. Can this really be true? Are the Liberals really spending 40% of the inquiry's budget on bureaucracy?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ending the ongoing tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We have launched a truly national, independent inquiry, and we're going to make sure that the voices of families are heard and that they get the answers they deserve. Our government is also taking immediate action with investments on women's shelters, housing, education, child welfare, and improving the safety on the highway of tears. We expect the interim report of the Commission to be on time in November.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Érables. Mr. Speaker, where was the Minister of Agriculture this summer when his colleague, the Finance Minister, proposed to put an end to the family farm model in Canada? And the minister's strategy was questionable, launching consultations smack dab in the middle of harvest season. It shows what a lightweight the agriculture minister is within cabinet and what a low priority agriculture is to this government. Will the Minister of Agriculture stand up today and do the only right thing, as some of his colleagues already have, and defend farmers? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, we want a system that's fair, with no advantages for the most wealthy over the middle class. For farmers in Canada, we know it's very important to have a situation where they can continue going about their business. That's important. I'll be listening to reactions from farmers. It's very important. And we will continue with our program to ensure the continuity of their farms. Now, a member for Mégantic-Les-Érables. Mr. Speaker, I met with farmers in Lac-Saint-Jean, dairy farmers, just last week. They're working hard to support their family and their entire region. Just like grain producers in Saskatchewan and ranchers in Alberta, their job is to feed Canadians, not to redress the Liberals' out-of-control deficit. The minister says there are only proposed changes subject to reaction. What the Minister of Agriculture is not saying is what he thinks of this wholesale attack on Canadian agriculture. Is he going to oppose these changes or not, or is he just going to sit idly by and watch the Canadian family farm disappear? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that our measures are to make a system that is ever fairer. I will be listening to farmers. If there are farmers in Lac-Saint-Jean who want to speak with me, the member could give me their numbers and I will call them, because I do want to listen to make sure that this system continues to be good for farmers in Canada.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are working awfully hard to take away every opportunity for Canadian farm families, imposing a carbon tax, eliminating the deferral on cash grain tickets, and now these punitive tax changes which will make it almost impossible for Canadian farm families to sell their farm to their own children. They'll be having to sell it to multinational firms. As Conservatives, we know that hard-working Canadian farm families do not use their land as a tax shelter. In fact, they use it to feed the world. Will the Liberals abandon these tax changes, or will they saddle Canadian farm families with the burden of paying for this Prime Minister's out-of-control spending?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we want to be clear that what we're looking to do is to make sure that our system doesn't have advantages for the wealthiest that don't go to the middle class. What we want to do as well is make sure that we listen to people as we put through these consultations. That's why we have a consultation period. We are listening to farmers, we are listening to people across the country to make sure that the measures that we're putting in place will allow them to continue to invest in family farms, which we know are so important to our economy and to our country. That is my commitment, and I would be happy to talk to the member opposite's constituents if he passes me their numbers.
The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 100th anniversary of the Halifax explosion, when a munitions explosion killed 1,600 people, injuring thousands more. It was also the largest loss of firefighters in a single event in Canadian history. To mark this anniversary, the Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency Service hosted the annual Firefighters Memorial Weekend in Ottawa earlier this month. Honoured at that memorial was my constituent, Jeffrey Lilly, a 15-year veteran of the Lunenburg and District Fire Department. Can the minister tell us what the government is doing to support the brave firefighters who put themselves at risk to keep us safe?
The honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, firefighters are community heroes, and we've been pushing an agenda to support their needs by restoring search and rescue funding, developing an action plan to deal with operational stress injuries, and creating a fund for families of firefighters who fall in the line of duty. We've also designated the second Sunday in September as Firefighters National Memorial Day, beginning last week, with flags lowered in honour of those who have lost their lives protecting the rest of us. They have our deepest gratitude and our enduring respect.
Member for Central Okanagan's Milkmean Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, local businesses have been plunged into total uncertainty as they grapple with the Liberals' unfair tax plan. Now, these same entrepreneurs are usually the first to invest and the first to hire in our communities across this great country. For them, a 75-day consultation in the dead of summer is not sufficient, nor is it fair. Will the Finance Committee Chair ensure that consultations about the devastating impacts these changes will have on small business are extended until all Canadians who want to be heard can be heard, Mr. Speaker?
Widely.
The Honourable Chairman
Mr. Speaker.
Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'd suggest the rhetoric of the official opposition is getting widely out of hand. Do they not favour consultations? I know that's what happened under the previous government. Consultations are taking place until October 2nd on the Department of Finance paper, and the Minister of Finance is driving those consultations as he should. I would suggest to members opposite and to all Canadians, embrace the consultations, welcome them, get your point of view out there, and then better decisions will be made.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, on the topic of consultations, without notice, my community learned from the American media that the Liberals approved the request of an American billionaire to give him a new expanded bridge between Canada and the United States in our community with zero consultations. This surprise announcement came amidst confusion and chaos surrounding the Gordie Howe International Bridge project, a public crossing that is a complete free-for-all since Liberal patronage appointed a person who has cozy relationships with this U.S. billionaire, who has been incarcerated in the United States for a project in there for contempt. Now, Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, all Canadians recognize just how vitally important the Windsor-Detroit crossing is. Every single day, 10,000 trucks cross that bridge, the Ambassador Bridge. We have authorized the replacement. I have been in touch with the Mayor of Windsor. There are very specific conditions that will apply before the new bridge is there. And of course, our commitment to the Gordie Howe Bridge is 100%, as was stated by our Prime Minister and President last March in the White House.
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, we know Canadians care about our pristine coastline. Our government's Ocean Protection Plan delivers on this issue. As a Member of Parliament for Steveston, East Richmond, I'm very proud of these historic measures. Can the Minister of Transport inform this House and Canadians on our new Ocean Protection Plan provisions?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be delighted to do it, and I thank the member from Steveston, Richmond East, for his excellent question. I am incredibly proud of Canada's Oceans Protection Plan. This is an unprecedented plan that will ensure world-class marine safety and protect our pristine coastline. And that's why I was delighted to be in Vancouver a couple of weeks ago to announce, amongst other things, the plan that we have called Let's Talk Oceans Protection Plan. It's an online tool that will allow Canadians to express themselves. We're looking forward to their feedback. I encourage all Canadians to go online at Let's Talk Oceans Protection Plan. Thank you.
Honourable member for Carleton.
The minister claims to be concerned that wealthy people would pay lower rates than middle-class people. Then explain this. Under his proposal, the pizza shop owner who puts aside money to earn a little bit of interest and eventually pull it out for retirement would pay 75%. The Bombardier executive, who has shares in that company, and it makes passive investment, will pay about 50%. Wow. If the member is really interested in helping the middle class, why is he hitting the pizza shop owner with a much higher tax rate than the Bombardier billionaire executive?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I'm glad to address our plan to make sure that our tax system doesn't advantage the wealthiest at the expense of the middle class. What I do know is that there's much inaccuracies that are being put forward, including in this House. I'm happy the member opposite has asked for a briefing from my department. We're happy to have him have that briefing. Perhaps he'll understand better what we're trying to achieve, which is really to make sure that advantages that go to the wealthiest, that in fact are bigger and bigger the wealthier Canadians are something that we deal with. We know together that we agree that this is not the way our progressive tax system is supposed to work.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. This week is Democracy Week, so it seems. Mr. Speaker, the Catalan people decided to exercise their right to self-determination, and Madrid's crackdown infringes on the most fundamental democratic principles. Police raids in newsrooms have led to the seizure of 1 million documents and 700 politicians being virtually threatened with imprisonment. Where will it all end? Ballots cast at gunpoint? The Prime Minister will address the UN this week. Will he condemn the Spanish government's attitude? That's the least we can expect from someone who claims to be a Democrat. Mr. Speaker, Canada wants Quebec, Spain to solve this problem in a proper way, and we have shared values. And as far as Canada is concerned, the issue with Catalonia is a domestic matter for Spain, and we hope that whatever the outcome is, it will be done democratically and with full respect for the law. The honourable member for Repentigny. In an open letter of September 16th, Quebec's Minister of Culture wrote that the basic thrust of Canadian cultural policy announced by the Canadian minister is worrisome. The Canadian Minister of Heritage has only 3 priorities: Canada 150, which no one cares about, Radio-Canada, and pandering to internet giants like Netflix and Spotify. Will the minister revise her priorities and work for Quebec culture instead of against it, beginning by levying GST on internet giants? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have invested $1.9 billion in arts and culture. That's the biggest budget in the past 30 years, and we're the only G7 country to have invested as heavily. I know that our creators are anxiously awaiting our vision, which will be developed in the weeks to come. We don't think that a new tax on the middle class is the solution. One of our first steps we took was to reduce taxes, in fact, on the middle class. So I'm awaiting more information on the issue before proceeding. The honourable member for Repentigny. When my colleague from Manicouagan or Verchères, Les Patriotes, buys diapers for their baby, they pay GST. When you go to see a play, a concert, or a movie, you pay GST. Mr. Speaker, when you buy a book in a bookstore, you pay GST on it. So I'd like to know, how does the Heritage Minister justify the principle behind GST exemptions for U.S. streaming giants like Netflix and Spotify when Quebec taxpayers have to pay GST on essential goods and services? The Honourable Heritage Minister. Mr. Speaker, the issue of supporting arts and culture in Canada is a priority. That's why we've invested so much, $1.9 billion. That said, we're also in favor of reducing taxes on the middle class. And we made a clear commitment during the election campaign that we would not hike middle-class taxes. I'll have the opportunity in the weeks to come to present my vision on how to support arts and culture in the digital era, and I hope that my colleague will be present. Thank you.
There have been discussions among representatives of the parties in the House, and I understand that we will now proceed to tributes to our late colleague, Arnold Chan. I now recognize the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise today in this House to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt, our colleague, my friend, Arnold Chan. Last week, Canadians across the country mourned the loss of an exceptional parliamentarian and a great Canadian, of a proud son, a dedicated husband, and a loving father gone too soon. Aujourd'hui,
Today, we pay tribute to Arnold's accomplishments, to the man that he was, and to the example he showed us. A real fan of the parliamentary world, Arnold got involved in politics at Queen's Park, where he was Michael Chan's chief of staff before becoming senior advisor to Premier McGuinty's office. It is at that time that he started to collect some of the best campaign stories, stories that he liked to tell at parties and that we all love to hear. He became known for his sense of humor, his wisdom, and his serenity. This reputation preceded him when he was elected as member for Scarborough Agincourt in 2014. It is here, in this House, that Arnold tirelessly defended the interests of his voters. It is here that members of all parties got to know an effective parliamentarian and a man of principle. Like many of my colleagues know, he never tired of this place. He would come to attend debates even if he wasn't speaking. For him, it was the opportunity to admire our democracy at work. Arnold granted great importance to institutions that too often we take for granted.
His faith in the promise of this country was not shaken. His commitment to Canadians never wavered. Even when the doctor advised he take some time to care for himself, he insisted on caring for others. Because that's who Arnold was. That's the Arnold we all knew. The Arnold who rarely missed a vote. The Arnold whose positive energy was infectious. The Arnold who inspired members on all sides of the aisle to do better so we could be better, and to be better so we could do better. He once told me that due to his illness, he felt like the scope of the impact he could have on this House was limited. that his cancer had returned so quickly in the weeks following the election that he didn't get his chance to leave his mark on Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to disagree with the member's view of his own legacy. And perhaps there are no better examples of the instructions he left us to carry on his memory than the impassionate speech he delivered just a few months ago. Ce jour-là, il nous a pressés.
That day, he urged us to be worthy of the title of member of this House, but also guardians of our democracy. While standing proudly, he reminded us of our civic duty and our privilege. He reminded us of the particular responsibility that falls on us, we who serve this place. He challenged us to raise the level of debate and to be courteous. He implored us to treat every member, every person, with the greatest respect, and to use our heads, but to always follow our hearts.
That day, Arnold advised us to listen to one another, for he believed that listening ought to be the guiding principle of our democracy. And for a moment, every single member of this place obliged. We listened carefully to our colleagues' every word, knowing, just like he did, that they might be his last. But Arnold was counting on all of us to do much more than that. Mr. Speaker, it is my sincere hope that the members in this House from both sides of the aisle join me in paying tribute to Arnold by way of listening, not just today, but every day. It is how we can make our democracy stronger. It is how we will make our country better. That our actions attest to the power of Arnold's example. To his parents, Sandra and Andy, to his brother Kevin, to his sons, Nathaniel, Ethan, Theodore, and of course, to his beloved Jean, his rock, his everything. Our thoughts and prayers are with you in these most difficult times. Our parliamentary family stands united with the ones Arnold loved so much. To Arnold, I am and always shall be your friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to join the Prime Minister and all members of this House in paying tribute to Arnold Chan, a colleague who has sadly been taken from us and from this institution he loved so much far too soon.
Our colleague for Scarborough Agincourt had won the admiration of his colleagues, his voters, and everyone who knew him.
Members of our House on all sides, came to respect his experience, his knowledge, his passion, and his collegiality. His devoted service on behalf of his constituents won him the support of the people of Scarborough-Agincourt, and today we know he will be missed greatly by those he represented so well in this House. But most of all, his quiet courage and dignity in his struggle with cancer and his call to us when he was last here with us before the summer should give inspiration to members and all Canadians who have joined public life in our country. This is a House where Canadians of many political persuasions come to speak on behalf of the people who elected them, bringing different principles, different values, and different policies to the debate. We enjoy these passionate debates, certainly some of us a bit too much at times. Nous devons toujours nous...
We must always remember what unites us in this House and in our political lives, our decency and our humanity.
I thought in his remarks on June 12th that Arnold perfectly expressed that sense. He said, "It is the basic common civility we share with each other that is fundamental. It is thanking our Tim Hortons server. It is giving way to someone on the road. It's saying thanks. It's the small things we collectively do, from my perspective, that make a great society." And to me, that is ultimately what it means to be a Canadian. We are so privileged to live in this country because we have these small acts of common decency and civility that make us what we are. I would ask members to carry on that tradition because that is the foundation of what makes Canada great. I think Arnold said it best. This is the sense of collegiality and generosity in disagreement that Canadians always wish to see more of from their representatives. I'm determined to do my part to bring more warmth, more positivity, and civility to this place. C'est le meilleur moyen.
That is the best way to pay tribute to the life and the legacy of our colleague, Arnold Chan.
Speaker, on behalf of the official opposition, I would like to offer our most sincere condolences to Mr. Chan's wife, Jean, his three sons, Nathaniel, Ethan, and Theodore, and to all of his many friends, family, and supporters. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my leader and all members of the New Democratic Party, I also rise in the House today to pay tribute to our friend Arnold Chan, the late Honourable Member of Parliament for Scarborough-Agincourt. I want to begin by expressing our most sincere condolences to his wife Jean, Arnold's three children, Nathaniel, Ethan, and Theodore, and the members of his family and all the close friends that have been affected. Everyone here knows the sacrifices that are made when one enters political life, and Arnold understood this as well. We'd like to thank his family for their understanding and their willingness to share Arnold with his constituents and with us here in Parliament. It was a sacrifice of time made all the more precious by his early passing. Thank you. In Arnold's farewell speech, which has been referenced many times here in this House, the sincerity and humility in his words and the clear love and gratitude he showed for his family struck a chord across this entire country. Yet for those of us who had a chance to know Arnold well, nothing he said came as a surprise. In fact, they are a wonderful reflection of the person he was and how he lived his life. In his speech, he called for political opponents to respect one another, to listen to one another, and to engage with each other in dialogue beyond mere talking points because, quote, this is Arnold, it is basic common civility we share with each other. That is fundamental. I was fortunate to have spent the past few years working with Arnold, alongside Arnold, on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and this is where I really had a chance to see Arnold up close and get to know him. And although every committee will hit bumps along the road, I truly believe Arnold's contributions were a big part of any of the successes that our committee has had. Arnold wasn't interested in playing political games. He understood the strength and value that came from a report or recommendation that all members supported, and value that came when he was always looking to build bridges and find common consensus. This approach, combined with his sharp intellect and a great sense of humor, made him a natural leader on our committee and a voice of reason in a place where sometimes reason can be in short supply. Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me, I just want to read a couple of quotes. Canadians are so used to seeing the news, leading news clips of us usually fighting, yelling, throwing insults at one another, trying to make our point, and we do a lot of that. And so it's not a wonder that that's what they see. But it doesn't take too long before you realize there are many more dimensions to this place, and many more dimensions to the work that we do. And much of that takes place at committee, and it's under the radar. With your permission, Speaker, I just want to read a couple of quotes from Hansard at our committee that will put on the formal record an example of how Arnold approached this. Not talk, not speeches. This is in committee, in full flight, and we're going at it, and this is how Arnold approaches things. Now, the issue at hand here is the rules for going in camera, which, as members will know, have been here before, was kind of controversial in the last few parliaments. So this had the potential to explode. And to me, it underscores Mr. Chan and his approach and why we feel the way we do, and why what looks to me like not one member of this House has left since question period to pay that respect. So on myself, I started by saying, on a related issue, I want to advise colleagues that we're now starting to get into some of the areas where our lack of definition about being in camera could play out. I want to update everyone that Mr. Chan and I are continuing discussions and hoping to be back here. Mr. Chan, I know that we did switch topics, but I want to go back to the honourable member from Hamilton Centre. I'll just say Hamilton Centre from now on when it's a reference to me, because we use our first names in committee, and we can't do that here. First of all, thank him for the I thank him, this is Mr. Chan to me, introducing something that is not good or comfortable for their government, and this was his response. First of all, I want to thank him for the courtesy of allowing me the opportunity to have that conversation. Again, I will also defer to some degree to the Conservative members of this committee. Once we have that appropriate language, we can come to a consensus and get to unanimity. We could dispose of it fairly quickly. Moving on, a month later, Mr. Chan said, I know Mr. Christopherson is not available. Sorry, the member from Hamilton Centre is not available, so I want to put it on the record that we're continuing our conversations. I think we're close to a resolution, and I want to have that opportunity to continue. To myself, June, Chair, my intent would be to read the motion. I formally withdraw all of my former documents in relation to this, and I assume Mr. Chan will do the same. We've got a clean slate, and there's been consultation with the government and the official opposition. My hope is we can finally get this cleared up before we rise, so here we go. Chair, hold it. Me, sorry, yes, I agree. The Chair, do I have unanimous agreement to withdraw all the previous motions on this? Mr. Chan, agreed. Chair, okay. Me, thanks, Chair, I appreciate that. Mr. Chan, I have nothing to add other than I am prepared to proceed on unanimous consent unless the official opposition has anything they'd like to add. Chair, okay. Mr. Chan, go ahead. And Mr. Chan ended by saying, I also want to thank the member for Hamilton Centre for working collaboratively with the government on this. At the end of the day, we meant what we said. You know what? Arnold did always mean everything he said. And I conclude my statement. I conclude my statement by sharing a few more words from Arnold's farewell speech, because I hope we take these words to heart today and each day going forward. And I note that the Prime Minister was reflecting on exactly the same line of thinking. This is Mr. Chan. I believe strongly that despite what we see in this place, what gives us strength is the fact that we can actually do it. We can actually engage in this process without fundamental rancor, without fundamental disagreement, and without violence. That is the difference, and that is why I love this place. End quote. That's the challenge that he's left for us. And I just want to say on a very, very personal note that I've served with hundreds and hundreds of elected people in my time, and Mr. Chan was one of the most amazing elected Canadians that I've ever had the honor to serve with. And I want to look directly at the family and to say to you that your husband and your dad was a remarkable man, a good man, and he made a difference in this Parliament, and he made our country a better place. And we thank you for sharing him with us. Rest in peace, my friend.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, Arnold Chan dedicated his life to politics. As was said, he served both in Toronto and in Ottawa. He sacrificed time with his family and friends to give his time to public service and to help his fellow citizens. And then cancer had to show up on the scene. Cancer, talk about a bloody, horrible disease. Arnold was a good guy, a kind person, always smiling, always friendly, brilliant. And he left us far too young. My thoughts go out to his wife and to his 3 sons who lost their father far too soon. On behalf of myself and my colleagues at the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to give them my heartfelt condolences. All of you who knew Arnold, all of you who were friends with him, who appreciated him, I'd also like to give you my condolences as well. I hope one day, Mr. Speaker, we will see the day where we will beat cancer together, where we will make it just a benign illness that can be cured with a pill. On that day, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we will spare a thought for Arnold Chan and for all of those that we've lost too soon. Thank you, Arnold.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to all of my colleagues here. It's a great honor for me to speak and to pay tribute to my colleague and my friend, Arnold.
I don't know who in this place makes the seating decisions when a new member joins this place, but where my friend from Terrebonne now sits, this was Arnold's seat. So after that by-election in 2014, the honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt was my neighbour, and he immediately became my friend. It was horrific news when he told me that he had cancer, needed to take a break, and would come back. Much has been said here that I don't need to repeat of the standard he set. But I want to add to the wonderful words of my friend from Hamilton Centre, because I sat in on a lot of those PROC meetings. It was a filibuster. Nights went late. That through all of that, Arnold was clearly struggling. He was in pain. He was exhausted. And I'd go to him sometimes and say, don't you think you just ought to ask for a substitute for a while? He said, no, I can do this. He had a strong sense of duty to his family, which he loved more than anything, but to this place, to his constituents. when the Prime Minister quite rightly said Arnold did not miss votes. Canadians need to know he didn't miss votes. When a lesser man, a lesser mortal would have said, okay, no one's going to blame me if I go lie down. And when we say Jean was his rock, my friend Jean, I can't see you from where I am now, but you know I love you. Jean had to come into Ottawa to help physically hold him together as he went through those treatments and kept coming to work. Because he set a standard, he set an example. He was a living embodiment of commitment to democracy and love of country, and he exemplified it every single day. I kept hoping and praying that Arnold would not leave us. But, you know, we're all mortal. Our brief candle goes out too briefly and some way, way, way too soon. But the legacy of which the Prime Minister speaks, and of which also the official leader of the official opposition, the example that was set was not one to be consigned to some footnote of history that once there lived a Canadian member of Parliament who was extraordinary and who truly every single day showed respect and caring and kindness. That example is one that we challenge ourselves now to embrace, with Jean and Nathaniel and Theodore and Ethan as our witnesses. Don't look to your party whip, look to your hearts, and decide right now how much better can we be. My colleague, a recently elected member of the legislature in the British Columbia legislature, Sonia Furstenau, member of the legislature for Cowichan Valley, on the day Arnold died, rose to speak to the budget. And she took Arnold's words from this place and took his message to the BC legislature. And she said, she quoted Arnold saying, in his final address to Parliament, he said, quote, "I know that we are all honourable members, but to treat this institution honourably, I would ask us to elevate our debate, to elevate our practice." And Sonia went on to say, can we do better? Do our words in this chamber always need to be about scoring points and wounding our opponents? Or can we find new paths and new approaches, particularly given the extraordinary challenges we face not only in this province and this country, but globally? Let's try harder for Arnold's sake. He didn't just, as the Prime Minister used the word advise, he advised us to listen. With all due respect to my friend, the Prime Minister, that wasn't advice. That was an instruction. He said, we have to listen to each other. He exhorted us. So I don't want to consign my friend Arnold Chan to a place where everyone will remember him for what he said, but remember him as someone who changed the way we behave. We owe it to him. We owe it to our own kids. We owe it to our grandparents that we take Arnold's words to heart. I loved him dearly. I will miss him and do miss him dearly. But I know he would wish that I reminded you that, as the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre said, he meant what he said. Thank you.
I hope the House will permit me to associate myself with the eloquent words and especially the sentiments expressed today about our former colleague Arnold, and to thank the family and to join with all members and with many, many Canadians in offering our sincere condolences.
I would invite all members to stand to observe a moment of silence in honor of our dear colleague, Arnold Chan.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Tabling of documents. Excusez, alors.
Order. Point of order. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, during question period, the finance minister asked me something that I can't do according to the standing orders, which was to provide confidential information about one of my constituents without asking for permission. But I think if we ask for unanimous consent, everyone would agree to the finance minister giving his personal cell phone number so that all constituents could call him and express their concern about the budget. Is there unanimous consent? There is no unanimous consent. Order. Order. I have the honor to lay upon the table the report of a Canadian parliamentary delegation concerning its visit to Mexico from March 27th to 29th, 2017.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for Youth.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 86 petitions.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 36th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, the 38th report, regarding changes to membership of the committee. If the House gives unanimous consent, I will seek concurrence later today.
That was under presenting reports from committees. Presenting reports for committees. Okay, now we're going to have to go back to an introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. The Honourable Member for Malpeque. Do I have to read it first?
Mr.
Wait for one moment. We'll be sorting something out here. Just a second. Mr. Easter, seconded by Mr. Paradis, moves that Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I believe it was seconded by the member for Malpeque. But, Mr. Speaker, as a proud, from Egmont, I mean, as a proud Prince Edward Islander, I am pleased to introduce Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. Introduced in the other place, Senator Diane Griffin, Bill S-236 has been passed in the Senate unanimously. As we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Canada's Confederation, the ideals, ambitions, and values that came from the Charlottetown Conference of 1864 still form the basis of our great nation today. Former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, proclaimed in September 1996 that Charlottetown was to be recognized as the birthplace of Confederation. This legislation is to formalize the proclamation in statute, affirming the significant contributions this great historical event has had on Canada. It is legislation that I believe all members of the House can support. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member. I will correct the record that it was the Honourable Member, Mr. Morrissey, who was seconding that bill. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture, projet de loi.
when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. The honourable member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, if the House consents, I move that the 36th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House today be adopted. It makes changes to the membership of the Standing Committee and changes to the privacy legislation for adoption no later than the end of today.
Is there unanimous consent? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions? Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this place today to present two petitions. The first deals with the issue of security certificates, these certificates that allow someone to be held in basically in secret. They don't have access to the basic principles of Magna Carta. The use of security certificates has always been worrying. These petitioners call on their abolition. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, deals with an issue where I've presented many petitions relating to the threat to pollinators, particularly honeybees, from neonicotinoid insecticides. Petitioners call, and these petitioners are from throughout my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, as well as a number from Ontario and the Ottawa area, call on the government to act to ban and restrict the use of neonicotinoid insecticides following Europe's lead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Brome.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Another petition on Lake Champlain, the water quality in the lake, signed by people from Clarenceville and Venise, Quebec. Currently, the air is not so warm, and there is some warmth rather in the air, and it was about time. But that warmth creates a bloom, an algae bloom in the water. It stinks. It turns the lake water into soup, and the signatories are calling for a committee to be reconstituted to deal with this problem of algae and bacteria in the bacterial bloom in Lake Champlain. And I met with Bernie Sanders in Burlington, Vermont, and there will be another meeting in my riding very soon. Madam Speaker, I'm calling for the Foreign Affairs Minister and the Environment Minister to get involved to deal with this problem of bacterial bloom in Lake Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Presenting petitions, the honourable member.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have two petitions to present today. The first is in regard to a situation that has developed, and I'm sure you know about that, in regard to Local 88 of Unifor. The CAMI production workers have unfortunately been forced to go on strike because General Motors removed production of the Terrain, a vehicle that was produced at CAMI, to Mexico. And now there's great concern that General Motors will remove the Equinox to Mexico. That will mean that in addition to the 625 people who lost their jobs in the spring, another 2,800 jobs will be gone, and that affects a lot of families. And so the petitioners are asking that this Parliament, that this government act and engage all stakeholders to finally develop a focused, consistent, and effective national auto strategy that would include better integration between the federal and provincial investments, ensure Canada's investment incentives are competitive, and reverse the automotive trade deficit with all countries, including Mexico. My second petition has to do with the Thames River, and as you know, Madam Speaker, the Thames is a magnificent heritage river that runs through the City of London. The Conservative government of the past stripped environmental regulations that covered the Navigable Waters Act and left the Thames and many hundreds of other rivers very vulnerable. The Thames is a unique place. Many species are abundant there. And unfortunately, we now know that the Liberal government has failed to reinstate environmental protections in regard to the Navigable Waters Act. And so petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to support my bill, C-355, which commits the government to prioritizing the protection of the Thames River by amending the Navigable Protection Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q1044, Q1047, Q1052, Q1061, Q1062, Q1064, Q1069, Q1070, Q1071, Q1073, Q1074, Q1076, Q1083, Q1084, Q1096, Q1097, and Q1099. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if revised response to Q618 and Q630, originally tabled on January 30th, 2017, as well as Q1015, originally tabled on June 16th, 2017, and government's response to questions Q1041, Q1042, Q1043, Q1045, Q1046, Q1048, Q1049, Q1050, Q1051, Q1053, Q1054, Q1055, Q1056, Q1057, Q1058, Q1059, Q1060, Q1063, Q1065, Q1066, Q1067, Q1068, Q1072, Q1075, Q1077, Q1078, Q1079, Q1080, Q1081, Q1082, Q1085, Q1086, Q1087, Q1088, Q1089, Q1090, Q1091, Q1092, Q1093, Q1094, Q1095, Q1098, Q1100, Q1101, and Q1102 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately, Madam Speaker.
Il en est ainsi convenu. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that these returns be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Oh. Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to see you back in your place. Listen, Madam Speaker, before question period I had begun my speech, and perhaps I could just recap a little bit. I was talking about the idea of borders from the perspective of security, trade, transit, travel, and I was explaining that according to a certain philosopher whose name I forget, borders are what makes it possible for countries to have sovereignty. And so the whole bases of our political system are based on having borders. That's what allows us to enforce and enjoy rights. That's the institutional foundation. That's what guarantees the existence of institutions like this one, the House of Commons. So Bill C-21, which the Minister of Public Safety tabled on June 16, 2015, would amend the Customs Act. You have to remember that everything in this bill stems from the Beyond Our Borders Action Plan presented by Prime Minister Stephen Harper in 2011. The purpose of that action plan was to deal with threats along the Canada-US border and to facilitate trade, which allows for ongoing economic growth and job creation, to have an integrated processing of transborder movements, and also to create critical infrastructure for cybercrime, which is a growing phenomenon over the years with new technologies and the space those technologies are taking up in our daily lives, as well as those of our institutions. Of course, in my opinion, this bill still has the same purpose as it originally had. In the wake of the terrorist attacks of September 11th, the U.S. wanted to respond to their citizens' concerns. They wanted to deal with concerns about North American safety, and we as good partners, not only did we want to deal with Canadians' security concerns, we still want to be good trade partners and military partners with the U.S. So, of course, we entered into discussions about border security in good faith and with an open mind. That said, it's imperative for us as Canadians to ensure ongoing, smooth-flowing trade. And that's what's difficult in drafting legislation. How do you make sure that you can beef up border security? And my colleague, the member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, is the critic in this area, and he said that ultimately this bill is to deal with terrorist threats, but how do you deal with those threats while at the same time providing for ongoing smooth flows across the border? We thought that the government did a good job of following what we had first come up with in 2011. But first of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to deal with some of the issues that this government has to deal with around this bill. There will be new infrastructure costs associated with this bill. What privacy safeguards does this government contemplate to make sure that there's no issues around that? And how will this bill affect people entering Canada from unofficial crossing points, for example, in Quebec? How will this fit into our trade negotiations that are currently ongoing with the U.S. as well?
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for Bopal Umaru for his speech. But the question that I have regarding this new exchange of information, this is not the first information sharing initiative in the digital era. This is becoming more widespread throughout the Canadian government. Every level of government in Canada is affected, as well as foreign governments. This is being done by other governments and is being done more and more, and this bill represents another step in this direction that we took some time ago, where we share more and more information. My question to my colleague is if, for him, the right to privacy is important, if for him it is important to keep for Canadians a certain amount of privacy. Is that as important to him as security? In this case, we are talking about information on travel. Our government will know where we have gone and when, what time we left, what time we came back, and what country we went to. does my colleague have any concerns about privacy, or for him is security the priority that has to take precedence? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Among the questions I raised, there was the question of how the government will ensure that it protects Canadians' privacy. This is a concern for me as well. That's why this bill is a sensitive matter, but it is extremely necessary. Americans want to ensure security at the border, and we want to maintain the flow of trade. When it comes to privacy, as you say, there are people who go to visit other countries. In the end, the Canadian government can know. We have stamps on our passports that indicate the countries we've visited. But now we will be able to get that information automatically, and it will provide us with certain important tools. They may not have been raised in this debate, but, for example, EI. Somebody who is getting EI benefits, who should be looking for a job, and then goes to travel to the United States or to a tropical country, and will be able to know automatically. That could be sent to the appropriate department. Perhaps we could ask them questions of that individual of what's happening in their case. Your question is a very good one, however. The member's question is a good one. Indeed, we should ensure that the government answers specifically on how they will protect privacy in a digital era.
The honourable member for Sonia Lambton.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a border in my riding, and I am worried about the issue of cannabis. People who have used cannabis cannot enter the United States. I'm worried that if the government shares the information with the United States,
as you start to share information just about when you're going back and forth, and then the next thing you know, now you're sharing more information about people. If they would share the information even when they make things a ticketed offense, then people will not be able to go to the U.S. And is there a concern with my colleague on that?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, indeed, this is a source of great concern. And another colleague raised this question before the minister, and he provided an answer that really wasn't an answer. He said, no, we can't transport cannabis beyond the border, but we knew that already. What the member for Sherbrooke-Saint-Charles was asking was whether American customs agents will be able to take for granted that 1 out of 2 people passing the border may potentially have taken cannabis in Canada if it's legal. How will American border agents deal with that situation? Is it going to prevent some of our entrepreneurs from doing business in the U.S.? There's all kinds of concerns and questions. This allows me to say today, to specify that there are international treaties that Trudeau should have repealed already when it comes to cannabis, and he has not yet done it. He's behind on all those files and is pushing everything to go forward without any specifics. And so the government must hurry and say what's going on.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak here again on Bill CT21. One of the interesting aspects about this debate on this bill, Madam Speaker, is the consequences for our trade with our American partner. Now, the reality is, with our relationship with the United States, is that we have hundreds of thousands of Canadians who traverse into the United States and back into Canada per day. So anything that we do with Canada-U.S. Travel and trade has a significant impact with regards to not only the individual crossing, but also the metrics of the infrastructure that is actually under that duress. So what I mean specifically, Madam Speaker, to that, I'll reference my riding, but there's many others across this country, is the way that people are processed in and outside the border, whether it be in the customs line, the lineup for the infrastructure, or the return as well, too. Now, in that context of exchange, there are several variables that can take place for you as an individual. Your passport is one of the documents that can be used. for entry and exit required by the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative of the United States. By the way, Madam Speaker, when the U.S. implemented that, many members of Congress did not even know that was actually in. It was added as what's called a rider, attached legislation, similar to what we do with our budget bills now, as we throw the kitchen sink in with everything nowadays, and didn't get the proper review. So I was part of a group of Canadians and in this House and many parties involved really pushing for the delay of implementation, which we received, because this affects our travel and trade. Now, what Canadians are being asked up is to give up more of their privacy. This is important, Madam Speaker, because on borders like mine, traveling to and from the United States is a regular practice, and the privacy and the information that's used therein has become more important for issues related to your own protection of your banking accounts, online social and professional movement of your discussions, or whether it be your contributions professionally or be personally through like Facebook and Twitter and so forth. And then lastly, you have the aspect where video and other types of things can be done related to fraud. I've actually been working a lot in the summer over the inclusion of fraud and so forth. So as part of a general discussion. So one of the things that's notable in this thing is the information that is going to be dispelled is the surname, the first name, the middle name, date of birth, citizenship or nationality, the sex of the individual, and then that is what was collected right now for people entering Canada. But now for the new information collected when you exit is going to be the date, time, place of departure, travel of document used at the time of departure with the travel document number. And I mentioned that earlier, is that passport's one of them. It could be other types of identification, the enhanced driver's license and other things that are used, Nexus card, so forth, that could be available. Any unique passenger reference assigned to them by the carrier, including board and non-border designations, or in the case of a carrier crew member, their designations as such. The information would be gathered by CBSA at every border crossing, including land, sea, and air. And the bill will have some additional reporting of goods that cross the border as well, too, and specific needs of reporting related to them. So what I think is important, Madam Speaker, about this is it changes a number of things. And I know right now in my crossing area that there is a high degree of concern about some of the digital world that we have moved to, and then the use of that information, but also the reliance on that information. So right now, we get backups and we have problems often associated with the U.S. system or the Canadian system not following through in the collection of the data, and then the system breaking down. So what happened in the past, Madam Speaker, is used to be the booths would be closed and there would lineups, and that would affect our trade and tourism. And I can tell you seconds do matter when you're talking about tens of thousands of trucks. Every second does matter. It will back up into our economy. It will affect our competitiveness. Is that now, when the systems go down, the lineups then start to lengthen. So when you start to look at what tools the CBSA has been provided, I really get worrisome. So there's a very well-schooled and trained workforce from our CBSA members. Our men and women who serve are very capable. The problem, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, goes back to their lack of respect and their lack of support for materials and equipment on the border. And that's one of the things that raises my question, is that you can have lots of great ideas, Madam Speaker, but if you don't actually provide the right tools and appropriate measures, then that doesn't make a difference, and that could actually complicate and make things worse. And I know through a number of different reports that the computer systems, the equipment, and the processing are an issue for our members that are serving the border, the men and women who are there. But also, Madam Speaker, I would argue that there is a malaise in the government to do the proper things necessary to make sure the working conditions and the employment is done properly through even contracts and making sure that we have stability. So there's several things that take place that are disruptors in this entire process. So you can have all this good intention that you want, but the reality is do we have the capabilities to do that? So right now we have our men and women serving again without a contract. This will be 3 years plus, I think, probably about 5 months since their last contract that has taken place. So if this government can't even get a contract with its workers in place, I mean, they can't even pay their workers, that's for sure. What type of competencies do we have that they're going to protect people's private information and the accumulation of more data just because the U.S. says so? So that's kind of the one thing that stuck out to me right away, Madam Speaker, in terms of the vulnerabilities of this, is I mentioned as I started the impact on my riding with delayed times and backups related to the proper processing breakdowns. Now, past the breakdown, as we get data breaches and we have loss of information and the incapabilities on top of all of that, so there's no guarantee that what we're doing is actually going to prove anything, because they haven't done the necessary work that they should be doing right now. And it is interesting, Madam Speaker, I spoke in the House of Commons this afternoon at question period about a new border crossing that's now been approved by the Prime Minister and Cabinet without any consultation whatsoever with the community for the announcement and what the specifics about that was going to be. Nothing. Not a thing. They let a private American billionaire break the news to Canadians, who the Canadians have to pay their taxes and their tolls to, about what their future is going to be under their regime of making a crossing into the United States for jobs, for improvement of our connections to their families, whatever it might be. They let a private American billionaire who was actually incarcerated for not following through with construction properly on the American government side. They're giving him a brand new bridge plus an expansion of 35%, a billionaire in the United States. Nothing. Nothing in communication. So what confidence do we have in the communication necessary and the protection of private information that is going to be dispelled through this bill? Now, I do want to, I'll come back to this point in time, Madam Speaker, but the timing of this is the real curiosity of this. This bill and this discussion goes back to the previous regime, and as well, too, back to the Obama regime with regards to Canada-U.S. information being shared back and forth and so forth. So we have lots of agreements over the years between our two countries that have been ratcheted up over the years. I mentioned the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative as original, and that's the requirement of a passport, and it's no mystery that that was, as I mentioned earlier, an addition to a congressional and federal bill that many members did not even know about. And if you look at the history, if it was delayed subsequently for Canada, other countries had to go first because there was no planning, because it was actually a response to something. It wasn't a creation of something, and hence didn't have the proper infrastructure or their capacities. So it's interesting right now as we're in this negotiations with the United States over NAFTA, and one of the things that is actually going to be required is a reevaluation of jobs and other types of things that we share on both sides of the border in terms of qualifications, because before, when NAFTA was signed, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have a lot of the jobs that are out there, whether it be for the computer science industry, accounting, a series of different things that weren't included there. Those things are all going to have to be worked out, even if we get an agreement, but we're going to sign another privacy agreement or implement one, the legislation with the United States, before we even know what we're doing with in terms of a trading relationship with them and the future of another relationship. It would seem, Madam Speaker, that the eagerness to do this and the timing of it would be off. It would seem to make sense for the section of Canadians that are doing this travel, which is in the hundreds of thousands per day, I'm going back and forth, would want to know this post our trade agreement and post what information was being shared. Now, the way it works with regards to the United States is they're going to collect that data, and as noted in discussion earlier, is that where the Liberals just gave this billionaire, private American citizen, a brand new border crossing with a 35% increase in capacity for nothing. They gave it up. Oh, they have to move a fire station. That's, thank goodness that they have to move a fire station. That's what we got. This is billions of dollars over around the current operation, Madam Speaker, has about tolling around $200,000 per day. and we get a fire station moved. However, Madam Speaker, their operations work with the American body and CBSA and so forth on a regular basis. And so when we have to give up more private information, I want to make sure it's rock solid, because not only do the operations in my area involve whether it's the CBSA, Department of Homeland Security, but it can involve a private American business. It's very critical, because the Patriot Act in the United States works in a way where that information can be accessed and used. And the interesting way that it works, Madam Speaker, is that the company that actually has that information taken from them is not allowed to tell the people affected by it. So I fought for years in this place, and we were successful. And this is one of the things that's going to be debated at the NAFTA as well, too, at the table, about keeping Canada's census data in Canada. There was a previous administration and government that wanted to outsource data collection and the census, which they did, to Lockheed Martin.
That was the Liberals, too.
It was the Liberals. And it was an unfortunate circumstance where they essentially were going to allow Lockheed Martin to assemble all that Canadian private information. And I believe, my memory serves, it was Minneapolis where the data collection was going to be and assembled. So the contract later on got amended, Madam Speaker, and it cost us more money because they realized that it was such a bad mistake. I think it was around $6 million to keep it in Canada. And we kept it in Canada because, again, the agency that would actually accumulate the data, and they outsource a lot of their government services, doesn't work where they can actually say, okay, should we give permission to get rid of this, give this data over to the U.S. under the Patriot Act? No, it doesn't work that way. They just have to give it over, and if they contact, then that is breaking that law. So, Madam Speaker, those issues will be very significant to look at, and I just find that since we don't have any, I guess, full-on trade agreement under the current context of what's happening, it would seem that this would come later rather than sooner with regard to the sharing of Canadians' personal private information. And I want to touch on that really important, Madam Speaker, because this summer I've been working quite a bit on fraud protection for Canadians. We have all seen this probably in our communities. I know in Windsor West and other communities I've consulted have, that fraudsters are using basic information to either call you at your home phone, your cell phone, or at your place of business or at home, or they're using tactics on the internet that are now costing Canadians hundreds of millions of dollars, and this is organized crime. So I'm sure a lot of Canadians are seeing the phone calls that people are getting saying they're from the Customs Revenue Agency, and that they need to pay up because they are short on it. Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, for anybody listening out there in the Canadian public, do not ever talk to people about your taxation on the phone. CRA will not call you. They will contact you if there is a problem by mail. In fact, the sophistication of the fraud on this has become so much, Madam Speaker, that they even have on the telephone, it'll come up as Government of Canada on caller ID, or CanRev. They will buy those types of signatures for when they call in. And you'll get somebody and they'll try to convince it. We have those phone calls coming in all the time to communities, and people buy it. They buy it not because they should feel ashamed, not because they're bad people, not because they're naive, because it's organized crime. And how do they sustain themselves through the organized crime? Through is because they get information about you. They know where you live. They know a little bit of details about you. Now, it's interesting. I get the chance to hear some of these things and how they peel it because my partner, her name is Terry Chow. And so they will call in and they'll ask for Mr. Chow, and she spells it T-E-R-R-Y. That's often spelled that way for a man's name. So they will call in for me asking for that, and you will hear the intimidation, you will hear the tactics and all that. But when they find out that it's not, then that's when you can put an end to it. But my point being with that, Madam Speaker, is that that's an immediate defense for us to know that somebody who's calling, trying to pretend they're from the government or from somewhere else that's of authority, that that's a phony call. We have that screen going on to start right there. And that's the problem, Madam Speaker. And so I want to know, and I want to make sure that there's a number of different issues to support us for privacy breaches on information. As I mentioned, Madam Speaker, so the date, time, and place of the departure is now going to be out there. The type of travel document used and the time of departure, all those things, the type of travel departure and the document, they all create the probabilities in the snapshot of you and your consumer habits and your wealth and a number of different of your things. That's one of the reasons, Madam Speaker, you'll get those phone calls where you pick up the phone and nobody's there. You'll pick up the answer and whatever, it's a computer calling you and it's hanging up because what it's doing is recording the probability of you to actually be there when they actually have a telephone solicitor to call you later on. Point being is information, again, is important for that. So type of draft travel documents, all those things like your credit card uses, for example, Madam Speaker, they're categorized and later on they're sold as part of your credit card agreement as your purchasing behavior. So all of those things for the sophistication can be used for against you in fraud. And in terms of privacy breaches in the public service, well, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, it is not a conspiracy. Revenue Canada has had breaches. Families, children, social data have been given up. Citizenship and immigration, Indigenous breaches, correctional services, public services, defense, Veterans Affairs, we've seen what's happened in Veterans Affairs, RCMP, just to name a few, Madam Speaker. The Privacy Commissioner has been clear on this as well, too. So I'll be looking forward to getting a better understanding of how our privacy laws are going to protect these data, how they're going to protect it in the United States, and more importantly, how Canadians are going to have recourse for privacy data breaches in themselves. So we haven't seen much of that in the bill and the responsibilities for it, and it's unfortunate because that is one of the most important things that we can have for Canadians is making sure your government is not part of that information that's provided out there. And once it's out there, Madam Speaker, this will be not just your credit card purchasing data information that's breached or some type of consumer-related thing. This will be passport information. So this is going to be data and information that'll be crucial. Now, we have seen in the past misinformation used against Canadians even when there has been laws in place. Mahararar is a good example, Madam Speaker, with regards to government sharing information and not having the proper recourse in place, where it took numerous debates in this House, notices of motions, and eventually a settled lawsuit to actually protect what the government, and correct eventually, had done to an individual and their family. So these issues are serious and significant. And I want to connect it back as well, too, Madam Speaker, to the border in terms of the practicality of this, because, again, it's about the delay and the processing that's necessary. So what happens if there's a problem related to collection of this information? Do we, Madam Speaker, shut down the border? I hope that's not the case.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Certainly, although I support C-21, I do have concerns about the ability of the Liberal government to implement, any kind of data exchange based on the Phoenix debacle alone. And so, because I have a border community similar to my colleague, we've been seeing, as every new thing gets implemented, and there have been a number of new things because 6 bridges have been consolidated under this current government, and we've seen wait times increase for trucks. We've had trouble with even passenger lineups. And as we start exchanging more data and we see some of the racial profiling that's going on, I am very concerned about the amount of time and the delays that will happen for individuals. And I just wondered if my colleague could comment on the situation he's seeing in Windsor.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's work on the border as well as her interest in this debate and question. And I think one of the things that we need to keep in mind is not only just the personal time frame and the difficulties about crossing border, but the cost of the Canadian economy. And one of the things that I want to, and I know she'll appreciate this, is that I have a truck driver who works for an automotive company who, at the age of 17, was caught smoking marijuana, and so he has a federal criminal offense for it. And to this day, despite not having any other criminal record, any other problem, started working for this auto company at age 21, is now in their 50s, we get called because their just-in-time delivery is delayed because of this old offense. Thank you. And what that does is it costs the Canadian economy tens of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars at times, depending on the content and whether it shuts down a line or not. And so we have this problem, and ironically, Madam Speaker, that won't change when later on, when it's legalized in Canada, the criminal record will still be there, but that delay will then cause a delay in the booth, it'll cause a delay in secondary, it'll delay parts from getting back and forth, and it will also tell business not to invest on borders because they're concerned about it. So I'll finish with this, Madam Speaker, is that we have to make sure, if C-21 is going ahead, is that we ameliorate any problems by having the proper technology, equipment, and everything in there that does two things. Make sure we don't slow it down anymore, and second of all, that we protect privacy and there's accountability for that privacy to make sure that nothing is expended on that front.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wouldn't want the member opposite to unknowingly leave wrong information on the record. And he and I this weekend, he talked about the Ambassador Bridge in his remarks. And he and I this weekend drove across that bridge 4 times while we were at Canada US meetings. But he did say the Government of Canada gave the owners of Ambassador Bridge a bridge. Well, that's not quite accurate, Mr. Speaker. What the Government of Canada approved was the owners of Ambassador Bridge to build a bridge under certain conditions with their own money. There's not a dime of federal money in that proposal, and so I think I wouldn't want that wrong information on the record. So we should be clear on that, and they need to meet certain conditions, and so they should. But my question really related to the bill, and I agree with him on his privacy concerns, Madam Speaker. In fact, I've been in people's houses who've been called by CRA or supposedly CRA, and CRA did come up on the phone. I picked up the phone, talked to the individual, and asked them, "Tell me the deputy minister." Of course, they didn't know the deputy minister's name, and so we had to be very careful about that. But in this bill C-21, I would ask the member, is the additional information here that's being required, is that not any different than what is happening now under the Customs Act in terms of the protection of information? What is really happening with the bill, it is finding other ways to try and other powers to examine any goods that are imported or exported illegally. I wonder if the member could answer that.
The member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his work and for coming to Windsor and touring the facilities and that. And I would disagree with the mere fact that tolls are taxes and will have to pay again amongst the highest tolls. The Ambassador Bridge, who's owned by a private American billionaire, being Matty Maroon, who was incarcerated for not following through with government contracts on the U.S. side, just received a brand new bridge from this government with a 35% increase. He does technically, under the terms and condition, have to tear down the existing bridge. However, what the government failed to expose upon or expand upon, the fact is that bridge is also designated in the United States a heritage structure. And so they've told unilaterally the Congress and the Senate in the United States that they have to tear down a heritage bridge. And I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, since they actually had to go to incarceration for money misappropriation related to the plaza, which they received from the federal government, that they will actually even get them to do something that the Ambassador Bridge and this billionaire do not want to do. So there's a lot of exposure for the public out there and the Canadian infrastructure and economy related to this practice. And what I didn't get a chance to talk about was the mere fact that they have appointed a person to lead the new public bridge, which would be seen as a potential competitor to this, who has now derailed the process of the Gordie Howe International Bridge and has quite a cozy relationship with this American billionaire to the point that they had private meetings with the bridge company as he was actually leading the border authority, and there seems to be some uncertainty related to whether he was technically representing the Prime Minister or the Minister of Transport or acting on himself, and there's a number of different comments back and forth that are different. So I want to thank him, though, for that will be something that will continue to go forth. Now, with regards to C-21, the biggest thing that we have is the increased amount of personal information. That's where the real problem is and the real vulnerability, because it's very detailed on your passport.
Questions and comments? I'll remember for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, my NDP colleague from Windsor West, for his speech on C-21. I want to pick up on the theme of the importance of having trained workers at border crossings like our airports, for instance, in order to ensure the security of Canadians. We've got an example in Winnipeg right now where Winnipeg airport workers are on strike, and the Winnipeg Airport Authority has decided, rather than getting to the table and trying to work out a deal with them so that they can be back at work, to use an aggressive legal strategy and to use scabs or replacement workers in order to operate the airport while those workers are out on strike. And that is putting the security of Canadians at risk, not just from a safety point of view, but also security of information and the security of the airport. And I think it's incumbent upon this government, who incidentally voted against a very good piece of anti-scab legislation presented by another NDP colleague of mine that would have helped bring a quick resolution to this labour conflict by stopping that strategy that the Winnipeg Airport Authority has implemented to use scabs in order to draw out the strike and put pressure on workers. It's incumbent upon this government to lean on the Winnipeg Airport Authority to get back to the table, to get a deal in place so that the airport can be run properly by the people who are trained to run it. And that's absolutely what we want to see, Madam Speaker. The airport needs to be made to realize, and this goes against the airport privatization agenda of the government, but they need to let the airport know they're not in the business of making shoes or something else. The airport is an important strategic asset, and they need to make sure that the Winnipeg Airport Authority is getting to the table and getting a deal with its workers to ensure the right operation of the airport.
The honourable member for Windsor West has 45 seconds to respond.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's, at the end of the day, it's about having the proper work ethic to actually work with the airport authority and the others, laying out expectations that they can't go down these practices to be used later on against the workers. The government often says that they're hands distance away, or but it's more like a choking distance in many respects, Madam Speaker, and that's not going to be acceptable with regards to this and other practices related to workers. And just lastly, Madam Speaker, replacement workers do not have the professional training to have all that personal information. That's something that needs to be done by trained professionals.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Bow River Infrastructure. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond, Official Languages.
The member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, National Defence. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Pleased to participate in this debate, and I am very pleased also to inform you that I will share my time with the Honourable Member from Yellowhead. Alors, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, well, we've returned to the House, and it's been 3 months since we had the pleasure of being here. Over the last 3 months, we've had the opportunity to meet with our constituents in our communities, sort of take the pulse of the situation. And I'm sure you saw during question period, Madam Speaker, that we, the Conservatives, are very attentive to what business owners and constituents are telling us. And the current government will have to be very vigilant when it comes to further taxing taxpayers. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that today was a very emotional day for our parliamentarians. Earlier, we paid tribute, a well-deserved tribute, to the Honourable Member Arnold Chan, who was a member here in the House of Commons. I think that the tributes from the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, the NDP Leader, the Green Leader, and the Member for Joliette all show that when you are a parliamentarian who's there for the right reasons, who listens to his constituents, who helps Canada move forward with his own personal vision, then that's really the right reasons. And Mr. Chan was a real inspiration for all of us. Madam Speaker, I'd also ask that you allow me to thank my leader, who gave me the honor and responsibility of being a shadow minister in his shadow cabinet. I'm responsible for the Treasury Board, and I'd also like to I'll be working with the president of the Treasury Board. And of course, we all remember when the current president of the Treasury Board used to be a member of the Conservative Party. Well, we all make mistakes. So we're here today to talk about Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. Straight off, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say, since of course we all are full of good humor here today, that we are in favor of this bill. And there's a simple reason for that. Because it was under the government of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper that the first steps toward this agreement and toward this bill were established and tabled. Madam Speaker, all of this goes back to the historic agreement of February 2011 between the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and the former American President, Barack Obama, concerning borders. This agreement was to have 4 phases. The first 2 phases have already been accomplished, and now there are the last 2 which remain to be implemented. And of course, we want to see that happen under the current government. We're happy to see that the current government is following the path that was laid out by the previous Conservative government. That will allow us to have more flexibility in our relationship with the U.S., including personal relationships and trade relationships. Now, there's something quite extraordinary that we need to mention. Canada and the U.S. show that even if 2 big countries sometimes have disagreements, they can still agree on essential points. And that's not insignificant, Madam Speaker. As we all learned in elementary school, Canada and the U.S. share the longest border, non-militarized border in the entire world. That's not insignificant. Yes, sure, in 1812 we had a minor dispute, but generally speaking, as you know, Madam Speaker, since then we've had very productive relationships, truly fruitful relationships, as Brian Mulroney would say. So, Madam Speaker, I do want to mention that this is exceptional because we're talking about a nearly 9,000-kilometer long border that's direct border between Canada and the U.S. Now, obviously, this north-south border, which is that's one part of it. So there's the border between Alaska, BC, and the territory of the Yukon, which also factors into that. Now, why am I mentioning these numbers, Madam Speaker? It's simply to show that when you have a nearly 9,000-kilometer long border, you need to expect that there will be a robust effort put into having strong relationships. So with the population of over 300 million in the U.S. and 35 million here, there are millions of Canadians and Americans crossing the border across this 9,000-kilometer long border, and we have very fruitful exchanges and trade and relationships between these countries. We're talking about $400 billion of trade. So with all that, Madam Speaker, this is all happening in a context where we need to trust the quality of our border, which is not something we can do without raising the ire of some people. For example, we saw this summer that sometimes our border isn't as strong as we thought. There were thousands of people crossing, not through regular official crossing points, but through little paths in the forest at non-official points of entry. I don't doubt, Madam Speaker, that we will have the opportunity to consider this crisis later on, because it's a crisis created by the government's nonchalance concerning immigrants. But that's not the main issue concerning C-21 today.
So this follows on the heels of an agreement dated February 24th, 2011. And the purpose of that agreement was to preserve and broaden the advantages of our relationship between Canada and the U.S. We are taking an approach based on perimeter protection for both countries. Working together within and beyond our borders, we will strengthen our safety and facilitate the flow of passengers and goods between our two countries. As I said, Madam Speaker, when you have trade worth over $400 billion with another country, then obviously you want the border to operate smoothly. When you have thousands of passengers transiting every day, you want good borders. But you have to address the challenges of the day, and we all remember September 11th, when the world was profoundly shaken by terrorism, when cowards attacked civilians, innocent civilians. Thousands of people were killed on September 11th, on 9/11, and we need to take serious, strong steps to protect the safety of Canadians, Americans, and citizens of the free world. So that agreement was entered into, and there were four main parts to it. First of all, dealing with terrorist threats proactively. That's what we want to do when people are crossing the border. We want to check, do they have a terrorist past? Do they have bad motives or intentions? Do they have a criminal past? Or are they good citizens that are simply traveling between the two countries or promoting trade? So that's the second part, promoting trade, economic growth. Third, applying transborder legislation, i.e. U.S. legislation should not trample or overlap Canadian legislation. They should work harmoniously together. And fourth, critical infrastructure and cybersecurity. As we know, Madam Speaker, that required some change, sometimes very unpleasant changes at the border. For example, people crossing the border have had, whether by road, by train, or by air, they know that in our airports there's heightened security, heightened vigilance, much more so than a simple tourist might expect when they're just traveling on leisure rather than business. So C-21 amends the Customs Act, and the purpose of this bill is to better integrate our trade relations with the U.S. to facilitate flows of Americans coming to Canada and Canada's going to the U.S., while at the same time protecting this our all-important security. With new technologies, it's easier for police forces to detect those who have bad intentions, people who may on social media or other platforms announce their intention to commit crimes. So that's the price you pay living in a free society. those who are walking around on the streets. We want to make sure that we have that freedom to move while at the same time allowing for Canada and U.S. to enjoy the excellent relations that they have for decades and centuries. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to ask my colleague questions on any topic. This is interesting. We're talking about the most important issue. For example, last week, we were talking about privacy concerns, but there's no data. I think it's important for information to be shared, like in situations like we saw last week. So does my colleague think that when someone crosses the border that should be detected? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, as I said before, I'm very happy to be back in the House after 4 months' absence and to see my colleague from Saint-Jérôme, whose riding name I forget, a bit further north, but it's great to see you there, Madam Speaker. I was in your area yesterday because of a detour on the highway. Madam Speaker, you need to address your remarks through the Speaker and not directly to the member. Yes, Madam Speaker, it's more pleasant speaking to you than to others, but that's a different topic. Madam Speaker, seriously, the member raises a good point. In situations of emergency where you need a prompt reaction, people acting in good faith, 99.9% of Canadians are honest, law-abiding citizens. They should not be afraid to cross the border because security has been beefed up. On the contrary, it's to make Canadians feel better and safer that we've put these enhanced measures into place. If people can simply go around official border crossings, that's no good, Madam Speaker. Our police forces on both sides of the border have to be equipped with the same tools to deal with the same problems and to respond to the same dangers so that all Americans and Canadians in good faith can live in a free society. Questions and comments? The Honourable
for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is good to be back and to listen to my friend. I would not offer the opinion that I'd missed him, but nevertheless, it is good to be back. Now, I don't know whether the Honourable Member has addressed his mind to Section 92 of the bill in question. And it says that the agency, the Canada Border Services Agency, may collect information concerning the surname of the individual, the type of travel document, the date and time, and where they are going in the United States. And I'm taking it as somewhat similar to the document that we all fill out when we are traveling to the States right now. So this, in some respects, formalizes whatever it is we do right now. Does the Honourable Member have any concern with how that information is collected, who receives the information, and how that information could be used?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Pleased to see again my friend from the opposite of the hill. But, Madam Speaker, it's quite interesting to see as I rise up this morning defending a bill and answering questions from the government. Technically, the government should defend the bill and us asking tough questions. In that case, this is a reverse angle situation. Quite funny. I like that. So in 2 years, when I will be on the other side, I will be very pleased and very well trained because you will have asked me good questions. That's great. Thank you so much, buddy. Sorry, Madam Speaker, again. You're not buddy. You're the Madam Speaker. So, seriously, because this is a real issue and real subject, and I appreciate the quality of the question of the member. You know, yes, this is the thin margin, the thin ice we have between the personal information that we want to protect and also the tool that the policeman and the police authority should have to make correctly their job. And it's always a challenge. It will always be a challenge to address this specific issue and to play quite well on the thin ice. As Canadians, we have good reputation on that. But seriously, Madam Speaker, yes, it will always be a challenge. And as a former journalist, I can tell you that, yes, I will raise and fight all my life to protect the personal information. But on the other hand, as citizen of the world, I want to live in a free city, in a free country, in a free society, when everybody can do it correctly without being afraid of terrorists.
C'est évident que le député de Louis
Clearly, the member for Louis Saint Laurent got a lot of rest over the summer and is full of energy, but I appreciate the fact that you addressed your remarks to the chair.
the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to be here. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak on Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. I will be sharing my time with the member from Louis Saint Laurent. I may be not as boisterous in some ways.
He has already shared his time with you, and therefore there is no... he's not going to be able to share the time that you have been allocated.
I'll share it with someone else. First, I want to welcome everyone back from a busy summer break. I look forward to sitting in this House this fall, Madam Chair, as we will debate some very important issues in this session. But first, my condolences to the family and my colleagues across for the loss of our brother from Scarborough Agincourt. As my friend said earlier, on February 4, 2011, Prime Minister Stephen Harper, President Barack Obama, agreed on the Beyond the Border Declaration, establishing a new long-term partnership built upon perimeter approach to security and economic competitiveness in both countries. The Association Action Plan outlined a range of initiatives. It also called for Canada and the United States to generate a joint beyond-the-border implementation report annually for a 3-year period. This declaration has deepened cooperations at the border between Canada and the United States. Under the declaration, we have seen a number of accomplishments and benefits from it. We exchange best practices. We have successfully launched automated biometric-based systems to counter identity fraud. We signed a historic agreement on land, rail, marine, and air transport pre-clearances. And as of 2015, we know that we have had millions of people apply for Nexus memberships to ease their transition. On March 10, 2016, our current Prime Minister and former President Barack Obama reaffirmed and committed. I must say I am pleased to see the Liberals embracing the work done by our former Conservative government. Thank you. Before the agreement, Madam Chair, Canadian-American border agencies only collected information on people entering the respective country. This meant they did not have a clear record when people exited. After the agreement made in 2011, and as part of a pilot program, both countries began to share entry information on third country nationals so that the record of land entry into one country could be used to establish an exit record from the other. As a former law enforcement officer, I think this is very beneficial to the safety of Canadians. This bill will expand the initiative from third country nationals to all travelers at air and land ports of entry. The relationship between Canada and the United States goes way back. Since the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement came into force in 1989, Canada's two-way trade in goods and services with the United States has more than tripled. We share the world's largest undefended border, and we have the largest bilateral trade and investment relationship in the world. Every day, approximately 400,000 people and close to $2 billion in trade travel between our two countries by land, air, and sea. Madam Speaker, this is why it's important to keep the flow of legitimate trade and travel while ensuring the security and integrity of our borders. While this bill amends the Customs Act, its implications have nothing to do with the collection of duties on imports. Rather, it strengthens the security of our borders and develops further cooperation between Canadian and American border agencies. Bill C-21 creates new legislation for exports in order to target smuggling. It adds to a new export smuggling offense in Section 159 of the Customs Act. It also expands the detention power of border officers to detain goods that are being exported. Subsection 9725 will be amended to permit Canada Border Safety officials to detain any goods being exported that have been reported under Section 95. These provisions will help combat smuggling, keep illegal exports from leaving this country, and enable the prosecution of smugglers. As previously discussed, Bill C-21 will enable the collection and sharing of biometric data on all persons as they enter and exit Canada. The new Section 92 is added to the Customs Act to replace the old Section 92, which was repealed in 1995. This new section will allow the collection of travelers' personal information, such as names, birth dates, and travel document numbers, and allow that information to be shared with American counterparts in accordance with the information sharing agreement between the two border agencies. In regards to any concerns over protecting the privacy of personal information, it should be restated that this is already being done for third country nationals traveling across the border. According to the Canadian Border Service Agency website, both countries securely share entry records of approximately 16,000 to 19,000 travelers daily, with no impact on traveler experience. Strict safeguards and agreements will also be in place to protect Canadians' personal information once it is gathered and shared under this legislation. The information collected in the Entry-Exit Initiative will be incredibly useful, not just for security purposes, but also to protect Canada's social programs to ensure that foreign travelers with extended stays in Canada can pay the appropriate income tax if they're here long enough. For example, individuals who are in Canada for more than the legislative period of time are required to pay income tax. Since the CBSA will have both entry and exit data, the government will be able to calculate the number of days the individual was in Canada and whether they have to pay. Bill C-21 will not change any tax rules. Rather, it will ensure that all individuals who owe income tax pay it. Additionally, Canadians traveling abroad should be aware of the number of days they spend away from home. Under this legislation, biometric data can be shared with Employment and Social Development Canada for the purposes of administering or enforcing Employment Insurance Act or the Old Age Security Act. The information collected will allow Employment and Social Development Canada to track Canadians' time spent outside the country to ensure compliance with Canadian laws. For example, my home province of Alberta requires at least 5 months of residency in the province to continue health insurance coverage. Failure to comply means the individual loses or risks the losing access to health insurance. Again, Bill C-21 is not changing social program rules. Rather, it helps to ensure the compliance of laws that are already established. Bill C-21 also helps to further combat identity fraud. As I previously mentioned, Madam Speaker, the new section will allow the collection of travelers' personal information, including the type of travel document that identifies the person, the names of the country or organization that issued the travel document, and the travel document number. By collecting, sharing, and verifying this information, border agents will be able to identify fraudulent documents and people trying to enter the country under a false name. This is not only important to protect against identity fraud, but it's also important to protect our security and ensure that we know exactly who is entering into our country. In summary, I believe Bill C-21 is a positive step in the right direction. It builds on Canada's long historic partnership with the United States. It promotes the Beyond the Border Declaration established with the United States by our previous Conservative government. Bill C-21 further the security of our borders and also safeguards our social programs. I want to thank the Minister for tabling this piece of legislation and furthering the work of the previous Conservative government. I look forward to supporting Bill C-21.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Just comments. I just wanted to revisit the same issue I brought up with his colleagues. Privacy concerns have come up quite a bit. I share privacy concerns. I don't see them in this bill. I see this as sharing of information that already exists principally, is to get information into the country that other countries have. I think that's pretty useful for our purposes. But for me, the concern that struck very close to home a few days ago with the Amber Alert outside my riding, I want to ensure that if that person had gone south instead of north, we would have the opportunity to have caught that person. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the member has a comment for that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's an excellent question. Yes, it would have helped the Amber Alert. And, you know, the sharing of information, being a police officer for 35 years, I mean, we've been sharing information with the United States back and forth for centuries. I can go back to a case I worked off in 1977 with the United States government on a drug deal where we worked with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and their Federal Drug Act with our Canadian counterparts. And we solved the case that happened in my riding. And it's that sharing of information together. In fact, we shared so much that we even shared it with the local community that it helped us find the criminals coming into a West Coast port. And it was working all together. So I think sharing of information is very important. And let's just look in the past history in the last 10 or 12 years in Canada. How many cases, murder cases, have been solved in Canada because of the sharing of information on DNA evidence? And that's a prime example of cases that have come up. We've prosecuted the people, we've convicted them because we have shared information back and forth. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you again, Madam. Thank you for the support that the honourable member gives. I realize that I'm having to play both roles here, both opposition and government member, while I ask questions. But the honourable member made reference to an interesting point about the sharing of information, and I wanted him to think about it not only as a member of Parliament, but as a former police officer. And he made reference to sharing the information with his constituents in Alberta, the information about his constituents leaving Canada, that information may well be shared with the Alberta health authorities. Presumably, that information may also be shared with immigration authorities where a person is a permanent resident on the path to citizenship and has to be able to demonstrate that they've lived in Canada for X number of years. I'd be interested in the honourable member's comments on the sharing of sharing of information with other government agencies, which on the face of it seems like a good idea. But can you think of other areas in which this information could or should not be shared?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not exactly sure where he was going with this, but I believe if I look back into my riding, would the people of my riding be offended if the information of their travel status into the United States or back to Canada? I don't believe so. I think in a lot of cases, a lot of people probably be a little bit more cognizant of their travels because they know that this system is in place. And I remember speaking to a lot of my friends sometimes where they overstayed a little bit in the States. And I think now that if they knew that we were watching on both sides, that they would probably be maybe a little more attentive to their travel plans and follow through on that. But the sharing of information between security agencies, whether it's in this country, whether it's between our country, the United States, or between Europe, if it's dealing with our national security and dealing with terrorist activities, dealing with major crime issues, I believe that sharing of the information only does one thing. It makes it safer for the public out there. And especially if we look back, Madam Chair, over the recent storms issues we had in southern United States. I mean, if we knew everybody was there, it helps us to know how many Canadians are in the United States at that time. It would give us and our government agencies an opportunity to set their programs up what they think they may need if they know that there's 8,000 people there or 10,000 or 5,000. So I think it's very beneficial when you look at the safety of people in all aspects. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Alberta for his remarks and for everyone in participating in this debate on C21. It's my honour to do so for a time today, Madam Speaker. And it's good because the government introduced this bill in June of last year and then let it sit. There's been no substantive discussion over these changes to the Customs Act. It's certainly clear that the government now knows that they want to maybe prorogue the House or rush a few bills through to try and get their legislative record enhanced somewhat. And I think it's particularly shocking given that we're in the third round coming of NAFTA renegotiations, and this important bill that the government said was critical to enhancing trade between Canada and the U.S. that was introduced well over a year ago, we're only substantively debating now, Madam Speaker. So in my remarks, I'm going to touch on the elements of C21, but I'm also going to, in my role as a free trading MP from Southern Ontario, concerned about the auto industry and our exports, and as the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, talk about my concern with how this government handles the U.S. relationship, Madam Speaker, because I think it's an important one. As I often say, the U.S. are our closest friends, our neighbor, our biggest trading partner, and our strongest ally. And certainly I fear how the relationship with the United States has been steadily eroded under this government, Madam Speaker, regardless of what political stripe is in power in Washington, Madam Speaker. And I'll attempt to demonstrate that today, not just through rhetoric, but through actual examples. So C21 is probably the most comprehensive change to the Customs Act in Canada for individuals, Madam Speaker. And that's because probably the most broad intervention by Canadian officials at our border is permitted with changes to Section 94 of the Act, where a border official can ask Canadians to answer, I quote, any questions, unquote, related to the Customs Act or any other act of Parliament, Madam Speaker. You know, I think if Canadians were paying attention to this debate, they'd be startled by that, Madam Speaker. So any questioning on any benefit, any tax issue, anything can be part of the enhanced questioning at the border as a result of this bill. And there's virtually, as I said, Madam Speaker, for well over a year, no debate or discussion on that. And that's what Parliament is for, is to have the discussion. But then what this bill does is then shares all that information with our friends in the U.S. And having been part of the last government and being a big supporter of the Beyond the Border initiative, as you can see from speakers today, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are inclined to support this, Madam Speaker. But so far we've had little debate. They're not being open with Canadians, with provinces, on how that information will be safeguarded, how personal information and privacy information will be safeguarded when needed. We already have serious problems removing children, Madam Speaker, from no-fly lists where double names and issues not related to public safety and security make it impossible for young children or veterans in some cases to remove themselves from lists. So people should be concerned about how information is collected and shared and stored. And that's what Parliament is for, is to debate these things so that Canadians know very much what their government is doing. The result of Bill C-21, Madam Speaker, is an entry-exit data tracking system with sharing with the United States, basically amounting to a common entry-exit system between Canada and the U.S. This has been talked about within the confines of the Beyond the Border initiative. It's been talked about both in the previous government and this government, Madam Speaker. But let me tell you what the Minister of Public Safety who's responsible for our border, Madam Speaker, said about this in the House of Commons in February of 2011. The minister said, in that case, asking the minister, the Conservative minister, a question, he said, I quote, "If we have a common entry and common exit system, does it not follow that Canada no longer has sovereign Canadian control over immigration and refugees? Canadians need to know what is at risk." End quote, Madam Speaker. So certainly, the most experienced member of the Liberal government had concerns in 2011 on this exact system that they basically had no debate on and are now rushing through the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. I would like him to come in this House and describe how the provisions in their arrangements with the U.S. has satisfied the concerns he had at that time. I think that's his duty as a parliamentarian, Madam Speaker, particularly now that he is charged with this file. So far, I've not heard his concerns he expressed in 2011 in this place addressed, Madam Speaker. And what's interesting is it's happening in the context of a government that has allowed our border to they've actually relinquished their sovereign control over our border, Madam Speaker, to use his language, sovereign control. They've relinquished it, Madam Speaker. When the Prime Minister says that anyone can come into our country without respecting our sovereign control over border, without respecting our well-established, world-recognized fair systems for refugee, for asylum claims, and for immigration, Madam Speaker, this government, perhaps their largest failure, has been on the sovereign control of our border, Madam Speaker. So I'm hoping the Minister of Public Safety will come to this House and let us know the concerns he had years ago about a common exit system, how they've been addressed within the confines of thousands of people coming from the United States into Canada illegally, Madam Speaker. As I've said constantly, it is okay for a country to enforce its laws. That's actually a basic element of sovereignty, Madam Speaker. It is okay for a country to say we're going to have a rules-based system with respect to claiming asylum, with respect to refugee and immigration issues. That's fair, Madam Speaker. In fact, it was a previous Liberal government that put into place the Safe Third Country Agreement with the United States to make sure that we have a rules-based system on both sides of the border. So far in this debate, from any of the government members, I've not heard how that's addressed in C-21 at a time where it is fair to say our border is in crisis. And for the Minister of Public Safety, as he then was as an MP in 2011, to express concern then about sovereign control over our border, perhaps he should be in this House, Madam Speaker. Perhaps this bill should have been debated a few months after it was introduced, not well over a year after, Madam Speaker. But I'm not done there with that honourable member, my friend, the Minister of Public Safety, because then in his supplemental on that same day in February 2011, here's what he said the government of the day should be achieving in return for a common exit system, Madam Speaker. And I'll quote the honourable member again, quote, "Could the Prime Minister at least guarantee minimum gains for Canada? For example, will he get rid of U.S. country of origin labeling? Will there be no more Buy American policies? Will he get hassle-free access for durum, beef, pork, softwood? Will passport requirements be removed? Will Canada be exempt from the Patriot Act? What are the guarantees?" End quote. I'm probably not delivering it with the gusto he did that day, Madam Speaker. He's experienced in gusto. But what he was saying there was the Beyond the Border initiative should be a partnership with our friends in the United States. It should be two countries working together on areas of mutual interest. And for Canada to make these changes, we should see that our national interest is being addressed in the United States concurrently. And if you look at the member from Wascana, as he was at that time, Madam Speaker, his list of demands, those were the issues minor irritants between Canada and the U.S. Fortunately, my friend Sue, to retire from Battleford Lloydminster, worked very hard on the rules of origin and issues related to beef, Madam Speaker, some of these issues that we have with our closest friend. But it was clear the Minister of Public Safety wanted something in return for a common exit system. He wanted to see Canada's interests being advanced with our friends in the United States. Is that happening now, Madam Speaker? I would say it is not. Under the Liberal government, under President Obama, who I sadly have to remind my friends in this House that when our Prime Minister introduced President Obama right in that spot, he introduced his bromance, dude-plomacy friend. I've said countless times how embarrassed I was that day, Madam Speaker, for our leader to introduce the leader of the free world, as the U.S. President is often called in such terms, was quite frankly immature, Madam Speaker. But how did that bromance benefit Canada beyond the state dinner and, you know, the media coverage and magazine spreads from that state dinner? President Obama canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, Madam Speaker, within months of the new Liberal government. We have bills C-21 and C-23 on border and pre-clearance changes. We're changing and legalizing marijuana, which will affect thousands of Canadians going to the U.S., and the pre-clearance bill impacts that. They couldn't even get the U.S. Immigration Custom Enforcement to remove one question from their pre-clearance. We couldn't even get a question removed from the ICE screening in the United States, Madam Speaker. Yet the U.S. is getting C-21 and common entry-exit. And the Minister of Public Safety demanded that Canada's interests be advanced concurrently with such a radical move. So while the Conservatives, we support the Beyond the Border initiative, we support getting wins for Canada, Madam Speaker. And you know what? Regardless of who's in the White House, Madam Speaker, our friends in the United States will respect us if we come there for a win, not just for a state dinner. In fact, Madam Speaker, the day he was in Washington, and I've mentioned this before because my friend from the Yukon was part of the debate as the last session wrapped up, in Washington, our Prime Minister committed to freezing between 10 and 20% of the land mass and the ocean mass in the Arctics from any development or any work on that land without even consulting First Nation leaders or territorial leaders, Madam Speaker. He basically, with one stroke of a pen or a tweet, blocked off Northerners from developing their own economy, Madam Speaker. In the age of reconciliation, he gave a courtesy phone call to territorial leaders 1 hour before the event with President Obama, Madam Speaker. So if you can see why I'm concerned that in the last 2 years we're on the losing end of our most important relationship, as we're days away from the third round of NAFTA renegotiations, you can understand why I'm concerned, Madam Speaker. The very fact that we're debating this in September of 2017, when this bill was introduced in June 2016, just before the House rose, and there's virtually no debate, shows that this government is not putting the priorities of Canadians with respect to trade, with respect to our friends in the U.S. as a priority. And I remind you, Madam Speaker, it was only 2011 when the Minister of Public Safety basically had an itemized list of wins he was expecting the Conservatives to have before ever supporting a common entry and exit system and beyond the border, Madam Speaker. So we should hold him to the same list, Madam Speaker. Let's switch to this Parliament, because I think that's too much from 2011. But really the only substantive contribution I've seen before the debate this week to debate over C-21 has been from the MP from Ottawa, Orleans, who is charged with the American relationship, as I think he's Parliamentary Secretary to Foreign Affairs, and is tasked in that role. He's a friend of mine, Madam Speaker, and he's a retired general, so I think the logic was to have him leverage some of those relationships to build on the American relationship. What did that member list as the 5 priorities he saw as the lead with the United States, Madam Speaker? He mentioned C-21, and border security was one of his issues. He predicted a thinning of the border, Madam Speaker, as he described it. With the events in Quebec and Manitoba in the last 8 months, you might say a disappearance of the border might be a better description. But what he described as the thinning of the border, he put as a priority, and he put Bill C-21. What were his other issues? Regulatory cooperation, Madam Speaker. I've said we support that. The Regulatory Cooperation Council, I spoke in Washington on that as Parliamentary Secretary. We will support the government on streamlining regulations to allow, same approach to pesticides and a whole range of issues from our farmers right through to producers and distributors, Madam Speaker. His second priority was energy security and the environment. Interesting, because the U.S. canceled Keystone XL under his government. Now, the new administration appears to be bringing it back, following actually the science and the fact there's going to be jobs on both sides of the border and access for our goods. So that's been an area they've been very weak on, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned, border security and C-21. NORAD, Madam Speaker, where in the last few days we've heard testimony at the Defense Committee about the capabilities of North Korea in the last few months, Madam Speaker. I know my friend from Scarborough, Guildwood, shares some of my concerns with respect to that regime, yet the Prime Minister has closed the door to modernizing of NORAD with respect to ballistic missile defense, Madam Speaker, at a time where we know the capability of the North Koreans could cause intense and incredible harm on North America and Canada, Madam Speaker. And we heard our own generals say in that construct, the way things stand now, there's nothing saying the U.S. need to respond if it's a threat on Canada because we've opted out of that option, and the Prime Minister has already closed the door. So the member from Ottawa-Orleans, who's listed as a priority, he should remind the Prime Minister of that, Madam Speaker. And finally, their fifth priority was empowering women entrepreneurs, as he listed it. So as you can see, all 5 issues are important, but I have not seen them advanced by this government in any meaningful way since their election, Madam Speaker. And that causes me great concern because on September 23rd, we'll be hosting our friends from Mexico and the United States for the 3rd round of NAFTA renegotiations, Madam Speaker. And in the minister's priority speech on what she wants to see in the modernization of NAFTA, and I had a good talk with the minister today. She knows how much respect I have for her. And I think I'm very glad she's in that role for their cabinet, Madam Speaker. But I'm concerned when in their list of priorities going in to these negotiations, they don't mention rules of origin for the automotive industry. In fact, U.S. free trade, Madam Speaker, in many ways grew out of Brian Mulroney's work on NAFTA and U.S. free trade before that, but it grew out of the Auto Pact from the 1960s, Madam Speaker. I remind my friends, my dad worked in the auto industry, including at St. Therese, which is why I was born in Montreal. Here, here. And the auto industry has been integrated on a North American basis, a Canada-U.S. basis in particular, since the 1960s. That is how free trade started on this continent, yet it was not listed as a priority, Madam Speaker. Softwood lumber, our perpetual irritant with the U.S., which we were able to secure a deal on, and so far the Liberals have had trouble with, not even mentioned as a priority in that speech, Madam Speaker. Our resource industry, the largest employer of Indigenous Canadians, Madam Speaker, our resource industry writ large, not listed as a priority. Now, Mexico has put their resource industry as a priority, Madam Speaker. We've listed a range of other important issues, but we've placed them as priorities, when in the past they've been side agreements negotiated after rules of access, export, and everything else was negotiated. So, with a government that has seen the erosion of Keystone XL, they've seen the NAFTA agreement put forward for full renegotiation, they've seen a U.S. government increasingly getting what it sees as a priority with Canada, including intellectual property changes, a whole range of things. Yet we don't see the Canadian interest being advanced with our friends and our most important ally. That's concerning, and it should concern the millions of Canadians that rely on trade with the United States about their future. It should concern Canadians that when the threat is evolving and NORAD is being modernized, that we're not part of those discussions. That should concern Canadians, Madam Speaker. And in 2011, it concerned the Minister of Public Safety that a common exit system would be negotiated without clear wins for Canada, Madam Speaker. I don't see those wins. I don't see the debate. I'd like to see the government put Canadian priorities forward for a change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my honourable colleague for a very comprehensive and fulsome contribution to the discussion, not only on this bill, but on any number of things that the government agenda is putting forward. However, specifically with this bill, if I understand him correctly, he believes that it has gone too far and that he's concerned that it would put our sovereignty at risk. I wonder if he could share with us some of the specific checks and balances that he would like to see in this bill to mitigate that risk. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill for the question, and I thank her for her service to Canada. She may have missed that I did say we are going to support this bill, and I do support the Beyond the Border initiative, which if she wants me to underscore more for this place, I will do that now, Mr. Speaker. I think my concerns and my itemized list that I'd like to see is similar to what I've suggested her colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, was asking for back in 2011. My wider concern is not that we're working with the United States on the border, but at a time when presidential orders in Washington are leading to thousands of people illegally crossing into Canada. We're not even addressing that issue, yet we're going to sign on to a common entry and exit system. That certainly wouldn't have passed muster back in the days of bluster of the Minister of Public Safety, as he was then in the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Where are Canada's assurances with respect to the Hondurans who are in the United States on a short period of time? And there's a chance that they will start coming to Canada because they have a Prime Minister who has flaunted our systems and a government unwilling to create a rules-based process. We have the most substantial update to customs legislation in a generation, Madam Speaker, and I see no plan for our border. And so what I'd like to see are clear issues in Canada's interest, including respect for our border, in this package with this bill, or at least articulated by the government at a time they're asking us to pass something that is a key priority for the United States. I want to see Canadian priorities advanced at the same time.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for what he had to say. My question has to do with the dangers that this information might be shared with other countries, foreign countries. If this information is transferred to other countries, there is no longer any control of how the information is used, and this information should be privileged. And there would be no remedy for Canadians if there is a problem with the system in a foreign country, and this information might fall into the hands of an ill-intentioned person. What does he think about the fact that we're giving increasing amounts of information to foreign governments, and in this case, the United States, on a person's itinerary, on their entry and exit, and even potentially their entry and exit to other countries? If this falls into other hands, does he have any concerns about this information which might be compromised, which might fall into the hands of a foreign government, and there is no recourse for the Canadian government if this happens. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for the thoughtful intervention on this. There's certainly a lot of issues being advanced, and he's raised an important one, the privacy and the sharing beyond the partner in the United States, Mr. Speaker. I may seem like I'm picking on my friend, the Minister of Public Safety, but I'll actually continue his question from February 2011, because I think back then he expressed the same concern as my friend from Sherbrooke. Quote, he said, on the question of privacy, what additional personal information will Canadians be required to disclose, and what are the guarantees against cases of abuse like Mehar Arar, which of course happened under their watch, Mr. Speaker. He went on to say, I quote, before surrendering Canadian border sovereignty and privacy, will the government bring full details of any proposed agreement before Parliament for debate and approval, end quote. That's essentially what I'm asking for now, and I think it's what my friend is asking for. We've seen nothing since this was tabled June of last year, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing some debate today, and I appreciate my colleagues here participating in this debate, but we've not heard the government and how they're going to handle this with respect to information sharing. They've yet to solve the no-fly list, and particularly the no-fly list kids who are stuck on this just because of a name duplication. If we think allowing that system to stay broken keeps us safe, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of issues already with respect to travel between Canada and the U.S. that aren't being addressed by this government. By going to a common entry-exit system, it's only more complicated, Mr. Speaker. So you saw in the course of my remarks, I asked to see how Canadian priorities were being advanced at the same time we're responding to a key American priority. I would also like to see a detailed plan on these privacy elements, on this information sharing, on how he's going to fix the no-fly list issue for children, for veterans and other Canadians, and on what timeline, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we're in a position where I support the Beyond the Border initiative, and I know most of my colleagues on this side of the House do, or at least this side of the House up until the NDP, Mr. Speaker. It's detailed, Mr. Speaker, and so far we've not heard this from the Prime Minister. We saw a lot of photos from that state dinner, but I haven't seen Canadian interests being advanced. That's what we want to see.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks, my honourable friend from Durham. I hope he will allow me to correct briefly a misinterpretation which is often repeated of the impact of the U.S. State Department Environmental Impact Statement to which he referred on Keystone. It was very specific and price-related whether having Keystone Pipeline approved would expand greenhouse gases from the oil sands or not. It depended on whether those expansions would have happened anyway because they were profitable, which only happens when the price of a barrel of oil is over $80 a barrel. When it's below, as it's been bouncing around when Barack Obama disapproved it, the U.S. State Department advice would have been that, yes, that would expand greenhouse gases because the pipeline itself is not infrastructure, and the expansion of the oil sands wouldn't have gone ahead regardless. So it was a price-dependent issue. I just want to ask him a specific question on Bill C-21. I don't think he mentioned this part, but I'm concerned about it's an amendment that adds a new section 94 that says every person who is leaving Canada shall, if requested to do so by an officer, present themselves to an officer and answer truthfully any questions asked by an officer in the performance of their duties under this or any other act of Parliament. It sounds to me suspiciously like the opportunity for a fishing expedition, keeping someone there unreasonably. And I wonder if he would agree with me that this section might be better amended with words like reasonable questions, relevant to travel, or something that keeps it from being abused.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's good to hear from my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands. I want to compliment her on her eloquent remarks today, remembering our friend Arnold Chan. She's also very crafty to work Keystone XL and her clarification that she's providing to this House into this, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the price of oil is very determinant on our markets, but a lot of the invested costs of these resource development projects are billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, so they're planned to ride through the fluctuation, Mr. Speaker. So certainly she knows we disagree on that issue. And I am, in fact, a little bit disappointed, Mr. Speaker. I know she listens to the debate and participates very well. I did mention Section 94 and quoted it at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Speaker. Us both being Dalhousie law graduates, and we talk about that a lot, we get into the fine details of things, Mr. Speaker, and that's where I would like to at least see the government explain the immense breadth of that amendment, Mr. Speaker. I think there might very well be good reason for it. Certainly to include all acts of Parliament makes it very, very broad. And so the concern she's raising, I raised at the beginning of my remarks. It's really the concern about the lack of transparency on this, Mr. Speaker. It was tabled well over a year ago, minimal debate. We now have NAFTA renegotiations underway. We don't see Canadian interests being advanced. I would like to see the government advance them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Battle River Crowfoot, Mr. Speaker, so make you aware of that. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting in the House here all day today, and I guess first of all I want to welcome you and welcome all the colleagues back to the House of Commons this fall and dealing with an issue such as C-21. I do realize there's lots of priorities that my constituents would like to see us discussing here today. One would be, of course, proposed changes to taxes for farmers and small business people. But I will limit my comments to C-21 in my presentation because there is an example I want to talk about in my presentation that would have been dealt with possibly successfully if had this legislation been passed earlier on. Now, with C-21, we are going to support it. I think it is a good piece of legislation. I think it's very very necessary as we take and look at our beyond the borders and our agreements to try to make that border thinner, that we have the proper mechanisms and tools in place to do just that. We have to make sure that our border security officers on both sides have the proper data and that they're reading consistent data in such a format to make proper decisions. One of the concerns I do have with C-21 is not the piece of legislation itself, but would be the implementation of the legislation. I want to make sure that this government actually gives it the funding it deserves, that the border security guards actually have the computers they need to do the work that they have to do. And I use the example right now when you talk to border guards, they're using antiquated equipment, they don't have proper computers, they don't have proper personnel, their staffing levels are low, we're seeing long lineups, and in that situation they're dealing with angry and frustrated people, and they're making decisions without having that data and that information at their fingertips. So I want to make sure that they put together the proper funding, the proper resources for these our border security officers to actually do their job properly. Then the other thing is, of course, cybersecurity. I want to make sure that that data that they're gathering on Canadians as they go across the border or leave the country is actually properly protected. And I want to make sure that any of the departments that's using that data, whether it's unemployment insurance to prevent unemployment insurance fraud or welfare fraud or any other types of fraud that, where you have Canadians claiming to be in Canada and collecting these benefits and actually are not in Canada. I want to make sure that our government has put in place the proper safeguards to prevent that information from being hacked, because that's private information of Canadians and that should not be generally available to anybody. So those are some of the concerns I do have with this bill. But I do want to get on to what I wanted to talk about, and what it is a friend of mine. He met a lady, got married, she was not a Canadian. They had a child. A couple years later, they went through a nasty divorce. And I mean nasty in the worst sense of nasty. Court order from the judge basically said that this lady was not allowed to take the child out of the country. Took away the passports, their Canadian passports. She proceeded to go on and get a passport in her native country for her and the child. She proceeded to take the child out of the country, ignore the court order. She proceeded to kidnap the child. And my friend hasn't seen his child in 7 years. If we would have had legislation like this in place, I would like to think that it would have caught her. It would have caught the child. It would allow this father to actually spend some time with his child. And now he has not spent any time with his child. He's aware where she is, but again has no contact with her, has no ability to reach out to her, to do the things that fathers like to do with their kids. If we would have had proper legislation in place 7 years ago, this could have been prevented. Mr. Speaker, we see many examples of where sharing information has been a benefit to both Canadians and Americans. There was a terrorist attack just a few years ago that was thwarted after the FBI shared information with RCMP and Canadian security forces that prevented people from being killed. We have many examples of when we have the information in front of us and we use it wisely in both Canada and the U.S., we all benefit from it. So we shouldn't be scared to see these types of legislation move forward, because it is in our best interest, our own personal security, to make sure that these things happen. When I go back to my friend Bill, you know, I remember dealing with him and helping him, trying to help him get his daughter back, and all the roadblocks he faced and the inability to do that. And it just tells you that once that happens, it's too late. It is too late. Like, you can't turn the clock back. You can't change it. There's no mechanism to go back and make it right. So let's make sure as we move forward with a piece of legislation like this that we actually put together a proper implementation program to make sure that not only do we have a good piece of legislation that moves into it, that it gets implemented properly, that it gets utilized and resourced properly, so it can be effective to do what the intended results were intended for. So, Mr. Speaker, my speech is relatively short today, but I would say, listening to all my other colleagues today in the House on both the Liberal side and the Conservative side, they've done a good job presenting the different aspects of this bill, and I want to compliment them on doing that. But I wanted to give you maybe just a little bit of a life, an example of what can happen when you get legislation right, and what can happen is when you don't have proper legislation in place. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this bill. I look forward to seeing it move through the House. I look forward to seeing it move through committee. And I look forward to the Liberal government properly implementing this bill. Because if they do that, Canadians will be the benefactors of this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to use this opportunity to apologize to my friend from Durham, because I did indeed miss the very beginning of his speech, where he did a very clear job in speaking about how Section 94 was overbroad. And I thank my colleague for raising the issue of tracking the movement of children in and out of Canada. I've also had a constituent, we're trying to use the international convention to which Canada is a member, for returning children who've been abducted outside of custodial agreements. It's not easy. And I had a constituent who was dealing with the U.S. where I would have thought they would honor orders of the Supreme Court of British Columbia. I can tell you from experience that the state of Vermont apparently thinks that orders from the Supreme Court of British Columbia matter as much as a toy in a Cracker Jack box. It's really difficult, and tracking the movement of children is another aspect of this. So I'd just like to give my colleague an opportunity to say how he would see this act would need to be improved, because it seems to me that the act as written would create a record for the movement of children.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
And I thank the member for a question. Again, it comes back to the actual implementation of the Act. What do you do with it? Now you've got the tools in front of you for border security officers to actually do the job. But if they don't have the proper computers, if they don't have the proper funding, if they don't have the proper staffing levels, if it's part of a pound of, or a pile of paper that they have to thumb through every day in order to find out what's in it, it will not be effective. We have amazing technology in this world nowadays. In North America, we create new apps every day. We see new products and features coming forward. If we embrace this technology, if we utilize this technology so we can really focus on the issues that are in front of us, that's when we'll have results. So that's why I'm encouraging this government to actually put the appropriate resources in place to get the results that we require.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, for his support on this bill. And it therefore allows an atmosphere in which we can debate some of the more subtle things and possibly the law of unintended consequences in this. He gave a good example of possibly how this law might have worked in order to be able to track the movements of an estranged spouse and the kidnapping of a child. But there's also, this information will be given at the border or at the point of purchase of a ticket. I'm not quite sure when or where or how. And it's reasonable to consider that this information will be A, shared with foreign governments, B, shared with other governments, other subnational governments, C, shared with other agencies. And as the law of unintended consequences applies in all matters, I suggest to you a couple of examples. the no-fly lists. It's really, really difficult to get your name off that no-fly list. Nexus, which should have been a means by which people who have already done their interviews with the RCMP go through the border at a very rapid pace, and it's something else. He and I share that line at the Ottawa airport every Thursday or Friday. So are there at this point concerns about the law of unintended consequences where this information could be used in such a manner that it actually makes it difficult for the citizens that we're most concerned about?
Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Yeah, I understand and I hear his concerns. And again, those concerns can be addressed if the officials involved have the proper resources to address those concerns. So when accidents do happen, it doesn't sit on somebody's desk for 3 months or 6 months or 9 months in a bureaucratic process in order to fix it. Again, putting the proper resources in place, giving it the proper funding, giving it the proper staffing, making sure it will do what it's intended to do, and fixing the bugs when it does things it's not intended to do, and having a process to fix those bugs relatively quickly. You know, the other concern I have is, of course, cybersecurity. Like he said, we're sharing this amongst other countries possibly, or other departments. What assurances do we have then that they're protecting that information for Canadians? So I want to make sure that they have the proper safeguards in place, the proper vetting process in place, so that if they decide to share it with another department, for example, that department has proper cybersecurity. We want to make sure this data is contained properly and done efficiently, properly. I'm not sure if those are the appropriate words, but we don't want to see mistakes. And if we do this right, there won't be, or the amount of mistakes will be limited to a few.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed an honor to be back in this place this fall and this first day back. I feel like we should be having Welcome Back Cotter song playing in the background or something, but it is good to be back here. And Cotter. The other thing I would also, like many others, would like to express my sincere sympathies to the Chan family, to Arnold Chan's family, for their loss, and to the Liberal caucus for loss of a colleague. I think all of Parliament feels the loss, but certainly you will feel it much more over there. And our best wishes to all those who are feeling that today. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to participate in this debate today on the second reading on Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. I've enjoyed the debate today. We will be supporting this bill, but I think even the questioner from Toronto, McKayville, or whatever the riding is, the unintended consequences. The unintended consequences. These are things that we need to be very, very aware of. The devil's in the details. How are some of these regulations going to be met? The bill amends the Customs Act to authorize the Canada Border Service Agency to collect biographical information on all travelers. That includes snowbirds, including Canadian citizens as they leave for Florida or for Arizona. In that regard, the CBSA has a discretionary authority. The agency may collect this information if it wishes to, but it is not required to do so. The Act authorizes officers to require goods exported from Canada to be reported. Mr. Speaker, the duty to report exports will also empower Canada's Border Security Agency to examine the goods that are being exported. Bill C-21 also gives 2 exemptions concerning the exportation of goods. Goods on board a conveyance, that is a ship or a truck or some transportation vehicle, that enters and then leaves Canadian waters do not have to be reported. And goods on board a conveyance that proceed from one place to another inside Canada do not need to be declared. Additionally, the bill amends Section 159 of the Customs Act to make it an offence to smuggle or attempt to smuggle out of Canada. This includes whether the attempt to remove goods from Canada has been done clandestinely or not. This includes any goods that are subject to duties. It also includes goods that are prohibited from being exported or goods that are controlled or regulated. Now, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative Party wants to support Bill C-21. This piece of legislation addresses a long-standing priority for our party in maintaining stronger border security for Canada. C-21 also acknowledges that abuse occurs in the export industry, and it works towards ensuring that entitlement programs designed for exporters are not abused. Our previous Conservative government treated Canada's border security very seriously. With Bill C-21, Canadians can see that the current government is building on and following through on work that was done in the previous Parliament, and I commend the government for that. Bill C-21 will have benefits for many diverse communities across Canada's economy and our labour force. This initiative is good news for hard-working taxpayers, as it will cut down on employment insurance and benefit cheats. The provisions of C-21 that spell out exchange of traveller information will support Canada's law enforcement and national security operations. Benefits of this program may include the strengthening of Canada's immigration and border management, national security, law enforcement, and program integrity here in Canada. The ability to inspect goods exiting Canada will also deter criminals from smuggling illegal and controlled goods out of our country. This legislation has the potential to save an estimated $20 million a year from those who are unduly receiving entitlement programs while they're actually not even here in Canada. Bill C-21 is part of the Beyond the Border Action Plan, which was jointly declared in 2011 by then Prime Minister Stephen Harper and then President Barack Obama. The Beyond the Borders Action Plan establishes a long-term partisan partnership respecting perimeter security for both our countries. The joint declaration set out the following key areas of cooperation between the United States and Canada. Number one, addressing threats early. Two, trade facilitation, economic growth and jobs. Integrated cross-border law enforcement, and critical infrastructure and cybersecurity. According to the action plan, the implementation of the Information Sharing Initiative, also known as the Entry-Exit Initiative, was to be implemented by June 30th, 2014 under the original timeline. The current Prime Minister the current Prime Minister today announced the agreement with the United States to fully implement the system to exchange basic biographical information in March 2016, following his first official visit to the United States. According to our Liberal government, the Entry-Exit Initiative will, 1, respond to the outbound movement of known high-risk travelers and their goods prior to their actual departure from Canada by air. This will be an effective measure in C-21, and it will help our nation deal with fugitives of justice, registered sex offenders, human smuggling and drug smugglers, exporters of illicit goods, and more. It's already been talked about today, but parents and other family members will be pleased that it will be now better equipped to respond more effectively in times of very sensitive situations. This includes what we've talked about here in the House today, Amber Alerts, and helping find abducted children and runaways, from which my colleague from Prince Albert told us the story of his friend who that actually happened. These changes proposed in Bill C-21 will prevent the illegal export of controlled, regulated, or prohibited goods from Canada. It'll bolster Canada's trade reputation. We're taking measures to help our customers overseas and in the United States, and we're saying that we are working hard to control goods leaving our country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I chair the Public Accounts Committee. In the fall of 2006, our Auditor General report included a chapter audit on the Beyond the Borders Action Plan. The Auditor General reported on the performance of this initiative by the Canadian and the American governments, and we know that this has been a very successful initiative, the Beyond the Borders. We also learned at the Public Accounts Committee from witnesses appearing on behalf of the various federal government departments that are tasked with implementing Beyond the Border Action Plan. We learned that it was a very massive undertaking. So I think we need to be aware that in an undertaking already that is massive, we're adding more information and certain expectations around that information. What they do with the cross-border action plan has many moving parts. It's been a very difficult action plan to develop and deploy. Yet we heard about successes. We heard the public servants' strong commitments to ensuring that the goals were met. We heard that everyone is confident in the success, and as I have said, we already know of the success. The recommendations by the Auditor General were, as always, accepted by all departments. The Auditor General's recommendations, every one of them was agreed upon. Our committee found that the public servants who work every day to protect our borders are serious about their work and willing to improve their forecasting, performance indicators, and communication among the responsible departments and agencies. It was encouraging to hear the testimony of these public servants. There are problems, however, and some of them are larger and more difficult than others. Throughout the questioning by members of Parliament from all sides, we heard acknowledgements of the difficulties and the real plans to overcome them. All parties agreed to our request to have progress reports. There were pledges by specific witnesses to complete certain tasks in specific time frames and report the progress to our committee. But again, Mr. Speaker, with every little bit of data that was collected, there were difficulties around the passing that data on to the proper channels. C-21 will help Canada identify individuals who do not leave Canada at the end of their authorized period of stay, visa overstays. This bill includes measures that will provide decision makers with accurate picture of an individual's travel history. Decision makers include border security agents, stakeholders in any industry, and more. This will bring integrity back to our standards, but Mr. Speaker, again, the devil is in the details when we're dealing with our own privacy information. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'll just say that I think Bill C-21 is in the right step in the right direction. But, Mr. Speaker, there are many questions that remain unanswered. The question of unintended consequences, the question of cybersecurity, what other countries do with the information that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the remainder of this debate. I want to learn more about this bill and the government's answers to some of those questions, but for now, our party supports in theory, in generally, the Bill C-21.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Sherbrooke. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on the concerns that come to the fore on Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. My riding of Windsor-Tecumseh is strategically located for astute observation on this bill and is located a stone's throw from the United States border. As a cross-border community, many of us regularly cross the border to Detroit for a multitude of reasons. We have family ties, business and employment ties, as befits our trading nation relationship, and we enjoy taking in games from professional league sports. With the Tigers, Red Wings, Lions, and Pistons about a half hour away, more or less depending on the venue. I'm greatly concerned about the potential consequences of this legislation. With C-21, Canadians will now have more of their personal information collected, not by U.S. border agents, but by Canadian authorities and shared with U.S. border agents. This bill will allow Canadian and U.S. authorities to electronically exchange biographic information on people departing and arriving in each other's country. Indeed, it seems C-21's primary purpose is to introduce the legislative requirements to collect biometric data for all persons exiting Canada. Yes, that's right. Canada will now be doing to each and every one of its citizens what the United States presently does to its non-citizens. Information collected would be the same as the information that the Canadian Border Service Agency already collects for Canadians returning to Canada. It would be gathered by the CBSA at every border crossing, including land, sea, and air. But the thing is, the Canadian Border Service Agency was never required to collect information on those exiting Canada, as that is the responsibility of border authorities of the country being entered into. There is a very real concern that Canadian authorities are being asked by a foreign government to hand over personal information of Canadians. And frankly, that is not something that should be the responsibility of the Canadian Border Security Agency. Our border agency's sole purpose is to protect Canada, not to hand over Canadian information to foreign authorities. The United States is a large and powerful, and I should add, well-resourced nation. Americans can take care of their own responsibilities on their side of the border, and we should let them. New Democrats take the personal information and privacy concerns of Canadians very seriously. We only wish that the governing party of this country did so. The Liberals must not ignore recommendations of a wide variety of experts and the very real concerns of Canadians. Acting on security concerns and ensuring a strong and effective Canada-US border must not infringe on the preservation of Canadians' rights and freedoms. Information gathered by the CBSA should not be shared with agencies outside of Canada unless under extenuating circumstances. In such circumstances where information must be shared, existing mechanisms are already in place between Canadian law enforcement agencies and their counterparts in other countries. And as I've mentioned, as a local cross-border community, I do know that we see issues in the local news every night regarding such sharing of information. In light of the Trump administration's recent troubling actions, such as issuing discriminatory immigration executive orders and suspending the privacy rights of non-Americans, this initiative, more than ever, threatens the basic rights of Canadian travelers. New Democrats understand the importance of maintaining a fluid land border crossing with the United States, our #1 trading partner. Without providing additional security for Canadians, this bill could mean longer delays at the borders. Another point of concern in this bill is its potential to penalize business people who travel regularly across borders. Those who may spend a reasonable period of time outside of Canada could potentially be snagged in various legal issues, limiting benefits to them. As this bill amends the Customs Act, I would like to make due note on some of the matters that affect goods crossing the border. C-21 changes practices on the reporting of goods traveling across the border in Section 95.1, so that all exported goods will be reported at any time without the specific need to prescribe such reporting. Goods already on conveyance that leave and then re-enter Canadian jurisdiction while proceeding directly from one location within Canada to another location within Canada. And that means an officer can order their goods covered by exemptions to be subjected to reporting. This bill also sets out the reasons for the detention of imported and exported goods that have been reported under Section 95, as well as the ability for the minister to direct the sale of any detained goods imported or exported under Section 95 to be sold upon 30 days written notice. It's important for us to take heed here. And the new Section 94 has already been mentioned. That Section 94 of the Customs Act creates an obligation on persons leaving Canada to potentially answer questions from a CBSA officer. Every person who is leaving Canada shall, if requested to do so by an officer, present themselves to an officer and answer truthfully any questions asked by an officer in the performance of their duties under this or any other act of Parliament. So, what this means is this new requirement is likely to be fraught with legal peril. It seemingly provides the CBSA with the ability to make a determination as to whether or not an individual is telling the truth. And this may mean continuing questioning that could be construed as relevant or irrelevant, also known as a fishing expedition. A determination of something other than the truth could ensnare the traveler with potential offenses under the Customs Act. For example, CBSA officers may assume that individuals have provided false answers, even when responses are the result of simple mistakes. While we can all expect persons to provide truthful answers to our agents, the fact of the matter is that the CBSA will be able to take the position that a person has provided false answers and pursue the individual for committing an offense under the Customs Act. The potential for a Canadian citizen to get caught up in legal proceedings on the basis of an honest mistake increases dramatically. In the case of extenuating circumstances where such information needs to be shared, as example in a criminal case, as I've already mentioned, the relevant police agencies such as the RCMP and CSIS, as well as law enforcement agencies locally, are already in contact with their international counterparts. In these cases, existing legislation and practices are already applicable. Canadians are wary of their personal information being shared among government agencies and Canada's foreign partners, because of previous acts passed, such as the Harper government's Bill C-51. The current government's plans to collect and share even more personal information without proper independent oversight of our National Security Agency is of great concern to New Democrats. The authority given to the CBSA under Section 92.1 are not mandatory. The CBS is being given discretionary authority in that it may collect this information if it wishes to do so. This creates the very serious risk of racial and/or religious profiling when the CBSA decides whether information on a traveler leaving Canada will be collected and shared. With racial profiling already on the increase in the United States, with everyone from rock bands and celebrities being turned away at its border, this is one fire that we in Canada have no business stoking. It is the responsibility of the government to protect public safety and defend civil liberties.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks, and I really would like to have an opportunity to hear the end, because I think that this is a cross-border riding, or a riding that neighbours the border, and that her experience could actually inform this debate and be useful.
See.
Thank you to my colleague. I was just finishing up, and I would like to reiterate, I had said it earlier in my speech as well, that it is the responsibility of the government to protect public safety and defend civil liberties, and that accountability is fundamental to these. The government's plans to collect and share even more personal information without proper independent oversight of our national security agencies is reason for us now to answer this urgent need to modernize our Canadian privacy framework as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to just compliment my colleague on a great presentation. One concern I had, and I just want to know what her thoughts are on this, is the actual implementation of this agreement. Making sure that our border security officers are properly trained, have the resources to do the job, so that we don't see a scenario where all of a sudden we've got all sorts of new technologies with no training and no people to run this new technology that actually creates even more lineups at the border, more backups, more delays in parts delivery, stuff like that. So she could explain to this House her concerns in regards to that and what she thinks should be done to make sure that that doesn't happen.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, I think I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I believe that I have made it known that I am from a cross-border community. So I am well aware of the inadequacies that come from government cuts and reorganization in the past, and we have been subject to that in our area. So the problems that we have are fixable problems that we have with the border that exists now. I do not want to make that a part of this issue with C-21. We're putting the cart before the horse. Before we talk about a smooth implementation of it, there has to be consultation and some very real and tangible changes made to it. So that means that public accountability piece has to be included in it, especially, and we have to follow and listen to consultation by the law experts in Canada, because at this point, this is something that I would oppose.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for her speech. And I think it's really important to get an idea of the types of people that are crossing and to expand upon the vulnerabilities of data sharing, just so people have an interpretation. About for the Windsor-Detroit corridor, each day around 10,000 healthcare professionals travel each day into the United States. Doctors, nurses, radiologists, a series of professionals. And I'd ask her the importance of making sure their privacy is protected for a variety of different reasons.
Honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Absolutely. I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and being the member of parliament for the riding next door to mine, he does have a heightened awareness for the synergy between the cross-border communities of Windsor and Detroit, and also about the very real issues of privacy concerns when we're talking about our own Canadian Border Service Agency collecting data. And the way I would also add, besides the privacy concerns that we have for these individuals in terms of their own well-being and peace of mind as they move back and forth, and that efficiency, we have with these metrics now, we have a new and intangible threat that comes from computers being hacked, comes from that kind of vulnerability as well. So these are huge issues that we just cannot dismiss.
We have time for a very, very brief question. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you brought up the word privacy, because, one thing that I think is very important is that we have a proper balance between the rights to have information and privacy. But I also think back to a situation where we actually received information from the FBI that prevented a terrorist attack from happening in Ontario. So how do they balance that? How does the NDP balance that by saying, okay, we're not going to share information because it's Donald Trump, yet in the same breath, they shared information with us that prevented a terrorist attack? So how do you balance that?
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh in 30 seconds or less, please.
Okay, so that's happening now because of the mechanisms that are in place now. We have a regime that's in place now. We have a treaty. We have the exchange of information. So that is happening right now. The privacy of Canadians is best served when we listen and respect the report from the Privacy Commissioner about this, about that balance. And what is missing right now is the accountability, the transparency, and the modernizing of our Privacy Act to reflect this kind of a new legislation. Simply put, the mechanisms are in place right now for the important sharing that people expect there to be for the well-being of Canadians.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to welcome all my colleagues to the House and to the new pages as well. I'd like to welcome them all to the House for the next few months. And it gives me great pleasure to rise and speak to a bill that surely affects closely all my constituents of Sherbrooke, because like my colleague from Windsor, who said she is in a cross-border community, well, so is Sherbrooke. Sherbrooke is in an area that crosses the border. This is the Eastern Townships, and it borders on Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And so this is a reality that we have in my riding. Our neighbors to the south are very nearby. And in some communities, you're literally talking about communities right on the border that cross the border. So oftentimes there's some pretty good stories to tell within communities that have homes or libraries that are actually right on the border that actually separates them in two. And so obviously there are some people who may have dual citizenship, but others that don't. So this is of a concern to my constituents. And they are concerned about things like cross-border trade. There's a lot of cross-border trade between Sherbrooke, the riding of Sherbrooke, and the United States. So in many ways, we depend on trade with the United States, and my constituents are very, very nearby. Their business is very closely tied to what is happening in the States. And so obviously anything relating to trade is important to my community. Right now, our trade is being renegotiated between our two countries and with Mexico. And over the course of the summer that I spent in my riding, there was a lot of talk going on about the negotiations that are ongoing. There's a third round coming up. And obviously, my constituents want their commercial ties to the United States to be protected and even to see those partnerships increased. So it's the kind of discussion I heard oftentimes over the summer. Now, in Bill C-21, we're dealing with individuals who cross the border. The bill is also dealing with goods that cross the border. Now, this was obviously already dealt with to a great extent in Bill C-23, but Bill C-21 then kind of ties up the loose ends when it comes to these issues. We're talking about individuals crossing the border. So it is with great pleasure that I rise and speak to this. Not only am I in a cross-border area, but things like this also affect issues of privacy. I'm very concerned about issues like privacy, as are my constituents. And in 2012 and 2014, I was the chair of the Standing Committee on Access to Information and Privacy and Ethics. And so I had an opportunity to become very aware of issues affecting privacy and personal information. I often had the opportunity to speak with the Privacy Commissioner, for example, and to discuss these kinds of topics. So I'm particularly interested in them. And that's what concerns me most about this bill. That is the issue of privacy. More and more, over the years, from one agreement to another, more and more information is being provided to governments, not only our government in Canada, but also to foreign governments. So information sharing is happening to a greater and greater extent within these agreements. These are written agreements. They don't just happen haphazardly, but we're seeing it more and more. And Bill C-21 that we're discussing today is one more addition to this, sharing of information with another country, and in this case, the United States.
Now, with respect to protecting personal information in the United States, I would say that it's not too long ago that there was a decree in the United States, a presidential decree, which we've heard a lot about over the past few months, from January 2017, and it is the Executive Order 13768. And this decree excludes people who are citizens or permanent residents from the protection of the Privacy Act with respect to information on identifiable persons. Now, the Privacy Commissioner, Daniel Terrier, talked to the federal minister who would be concerned, that's the Minister of Public Safety, who is the sponsor of the bill. He asked him to ask his American counterpart to help protect Canadians' personal information, and said that Canada should be included on the list of countries of those having the right to remedy. The Commissioner says that Canadians benefit from a certain amount of protection in the United States, but this is relative information because it's based on administrative agreements and doesn't have the force of law. So the protection of personal information was affected by this decree in January 2017, and now here we have Bill C-21, and we do have reservations about the decree in the United States, which allows Americans to not have to meet their obligations to protect Canadians' personal information. It's very concerning to see that Canadians' information would be dealt with differently by American federal agencies, differently than their own citizens are treated. And this is a real danger for the personal data of our own citizens. And if this information were to fall into the hands of someone in a foreign country other than the United States, if you give information from the CBSA, and that will happen if this bill is adopted, is passed, then Americans will have this information and things happen. And this would happen without their wanting it to happen, but there are cases. There was a case where certain diplomatic information and certain information involved with organized crime. And sometimes in carrying out some of their investigations, they get other information, and this information has a great deal of value for certain criminal organizations. So it's very dangerous for Canadians to know that foreign governments that have different protection regimes would have their personal information. This really bothers me, and this is one of the reasons why I will oppose this bill, as will my colleagues in the NDP. And what is even more concerning is the fact that this information would be in the hands of American federal agencies, but it's dangerous. There's the president who brought in this decree in January 2017. This decree, which would exclude certain people from the Middle East in particular, and the information that they have with regard to this could be used by Americans, could be used by the various security agencies. And it really is a worry when you see the story of a friend of mine from Sherbrooke who simply wanted to go and be in a competition in the United States and was stopped along with 6 or 8 of his friends. They were stopped. He was stopped because of his name and was questioned, interrogated for some hours, and then was told to go home. And this was connected to his faith, to where he had traveled, to his friends in Sherbrooke. They went through his phone to have access to his data, and it's really worrying to see that Americans will have the right to even more information, and information that they may use to discriminate according to race, religion. I know, Mr. Speaker, that my time is ending, but these are the reasons why the NDP opposes Bill C-21. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, for his always enlightening statements. There are business people and professionals and family members who go to the United States for business or for holidays. What strikes me is just how far our citizens are well informed by governments. Were better informed by the previous Conservative government than the Liberal government, although these Conservatives have defended this bill. How will our fellow citizens be informed about the use that will be made of their personal data by Canadian authorities? What will be transmitted to the American government? What personal information will be used by the American government? And how will Canadians be informed of these various measures? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, for her question. The problem in all of this is that Canadians are not informed of the circumstances in which information would be shared. They're not informed to the point that they're not informed of the fact that local and foreign governments will be able to share this information, and this is a real problem. And one of the problems with all this is that there's a lack of transparency, and this bill lacks transparency. We'd want to make sure that data are protected, but we have to make sure that the necessary protections are brought in. And this is one of the basic aspects of the protection of privacy and personal information. Citizens have to know what's happening. They have to know what information is being shared, because sometimes they have to correct information that has been transmitted, and sometimes there's a violation of privacy. Now, all this is being done on the periphery of Bill C-21, but I think we have to increase transparency. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened attentively to the end of the speech made by my colleague, who made very relevant and insightful remarks about Bill C-21. Now, it seems difficult. It's not that easy for the average citizen. But there is a member, or a friend rather, of his, someone from his riding who ran into trouble. So what are the dangers that this bill might have? I'd like my colleague to explain. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, in 30 seconds or less. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. The danger is clear and obvious. The danger is that Americans, with their president, will use this information to discriminate against Canadians who simply want to go to the United States to take part in an athletic competition, who are going for very innocent reasons, but their information is being used because of the color of their skin, perhaps for their sexual orientation. Now, people wonder about whether this could happen, but it happened to this person from Sherbrooke, and this will happen even more if we continue in this direction with more information being shared with American authorities, especially under the aegis of President Trump. Well, pursuant to the standing order, this motion is put and seconded that this House do now adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I previously asked if steps would be taken to allow for funding for infrastructure to flow directly to municipalities. It is extremely important that these steps are taken, as approximately 60% of infrastructure in Canada is under municipal jurisdiction. Funding infrastructure in this country, therefore, means getting to the municipalities. The government's budget in 2017 states because rural and northern communities, that's under 100,000, have unique infrastructure needs that require a more targeted approach. The government will invest $2 billion over 11 years to support a broad range of infrastructure projects to be allocated to provinces and territories on a base of per capita allocation. This is a little bit self-contradicting in the sense where you're going to distribute it on allocation to provinces, but to municipalities, but the province gets the option of how they distribute it and whether it needs to go directly to municipalities. A target approach that rural municipalities themselves and not allocate it to the provincial government. If anything, this method of allocating has missed the target, as is apparent and experienced to many Alberta municipalities. Small municipalities pass budgets that allocate funds to getting projects shovel-ready, but wasting considerable time and money doing so by getting projects ready when they're informed to get that list in is a very expensive project, especially for small communities. Engineering, it costs a lot of money. So by getting those projects ready, it costs money to be able to apply for it to get some of the money. Their money was wasted because they became stale dated. Unlike large municipalities that have shovel-ready projects on the shelf they can pull off, smaller ones can't do that. So, engineered projects are important. They're important to small communities. Larger cities do, but the province therefore allocates funds to these shovel-ready projects instead of supporting the smaller ones because they can pull them off the shelves immediately. The budget 2017 also states the bilateral agreement with the province and territories will have flexible terms so that funds can be directed to the areas with the greatest need. This seems to be well-intentioned, but the implementation is clearly lacking. Small or rural municipalities under 100,000 that may be in great need of infrastructure investment in many cases simply cannot compete with the larger cities with shovel-ready projects. Cities of 100,000 are different than ones of 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Infrastructure dollars should be disseminated to municipalities in a similar manner to the gas tax refund. This way, municipalities could use the funds to engineer the projects, get them shovel-ready, and implement them. This is what an approach that has hit its target looks like. The government's bilateral agreement with provincial and territorial government needs to be reevaluated for Phase 2 to ensure that actually infrastructure money dollars gets to the municipalities that it was intended to. The agreement should explicitly state that money goes to municipalities. We do not have a repeat of the hundreds of millions of dollars of New Building Canada Fund money that ended up being spent as Alberta government general revenue. It should contain provisions that accommodate the needs of municipalities. They're in the process of engineering shovel-ready projects. Will the government now commit to ensuring funding flows directly to municipalities? It can be flow-through, like they do with the gas tax, but if it's a bilateral that allows them to use it for their own purpose.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question and, as an aside, the beautiful tie he's wearing to commemorate the visit of Prime Minister May today. We are committed, Mr. Speaker, to supporting Albertans as we work to improve infrastructure we need and use every day. That is why we worked in partnership with our Alberta counterparts to sign a bilateral agreement to put into effect two new important programs, the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund and the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund. To date, we've approved funding for 174 projects that will help improve essential transit and water systems that help strengthen Albertan communities. The government has also approved more than $1 billion in federal funding through the New Building Canada Fund. This funding is supporting major investments such as the Yellowhead Trail Freeway and the Southwest Calgary Ring Road project. We're also supporting smaller communities through this fund, such as Bragg Creek and Cougar Creek, where flood mitigation projects have been identified as priorities by the community and supported under our programming. We continue to work closely with Alberta to commit the remaining funding to provincial and municipal priorities. Les collectivités de l'Alberta continuent également.
Alberta communities continue to benefit from this tax, which offers reliable, predictable, long-term funding. In 2016-2017, Alberta received $219,000, which they used to fund local infrastructure. It's important to point out that our program is structured in a way that respects municipal decisions. Municipalities are the experts. They know what they need in order to be healthy and have things last. And they determine priorities with the government of Alberta before they are presented to the federal government for funding. We work in close cooperation with municipalities, and provinces are the first to deal with the municipalities, and then they can assure us that our funding is making a difference locally. We're continuing to cooperate closely with Alberta to make sure that federal funding for provincial communities is transferred rapidly and used strategically to promote job creation.
With Alberta and of everything we've accomplished so far, Mr. Speaker. Moving forward, we will continue to work closely with Alberta on a new bilateral agreement under the Long-Term Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan to strengthen Alberta communities and the quality of life for all Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bow River.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that my fellow colleague has made and would agree in principle that he's absolutely right. I have the list of all the projects that were approved. But as a former vice president of Alberta Municipality Association, I understand clearly how the communities were offered to apply, get their projects in, and then the provincial government, after they promised to give them this money, diverted hundreds of millions of dollars and spent it in general revenue. That can't continue. You've got a plan. You want to see it done. I agree with you. Make a bilateral agreement that they can't do this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada's support for Albertans is strong and unwavering. To date, we've dedicated nearly $530 million from Phase 1 of our infrastructure plan to Alberta, and we are continuing to work with our Alberta partners to fully commit this funding. Nous écoutons les collectivités locales pour nous assurer que...
We're listening to local communities to make sure that these investments create benefits for all citizens wherever they live. Our government's emphasis on public transit and infrastructure will help to promote the creation of jobs in the province in various areas.
And look forward to continuing our efforts with the province and its communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy to have this opportunity to launch the adjournment debates now that we're back, September 2017. And I'm happy to speak on behalf of the people who live in Drummond and all members of official languages communities across the country. Today, I'd like to go back to a question that I asked last March. It was a long time ago, but this is an important question. And it's a question to which I hope I will get some clear answers this time. Last March, I asked why the Prime Minister, or how the Prime Minister, in fact, could justify having failed to respect the Official Languages Act when he went on his cross-country tour. As you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, in early 2017. He crisscrossed the country, and there was a scandal that was written a great deal about. Perhaps you will recall his private trip to the Aga Khan's Island, where he spent the holidays. And through the media, we've learned, in fact, on September 13th, that the actual trip didn't cost $127,000. It cost $215,000. But then he went on a cross-Canada tour. He went to Ontario, to Peterborough, and he forgot that there were Franco-Ontarians. He forgot about them. Someone asked him a question in French, and he said, no, I'm in Ontario, I'll speak English. Then he went to Quebec, to the Eastern Townships, where there are a number of English-speaking Quebecers, and some questions were asked in English, and he didn't answer in English. He forgot that there were members of an official languages minority community who spoke English in that area, and that the same was true with the Franco-Ontarians in Alberta, official languages minority communities. Now, he violated the Official Languages Act, but he refused to acknowledge it. Some 50 people lodged a complaint with the Commissioner of Official Languages, and there was a reply from the Commissioner which stated that the Official Languages Act had been violated. Part 7 and Part 4 were not respected in this case. In the report, the Commissioner of Official Languages recommended that the Privy Council office put in place by September 2017, and it's now September 2017, so perhaps we'll have an opportunity to get some information about the measures that will be put in place in order to ensure that people receive services in both official languages during speeches where the Prime Minister will address the public in town hall settings where he provides this information. He must do so in both official languages. He must offer all services so that official languages are respected. He doesn't have to speak both official languages at that time, but the Privy Council office must ensure that both official languages are respected. So the Prime Minister must promote English and French in the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is very much focused on the future, and especially on the future of our official language minority communities. During the cross-Canada tour undertaken by the Prime Minister, the initial main objective was to strengthen links and connections with Canadians and to listen to them. The Government of Canada stands alongside all Canadians.
Actions taken since the fall of 2015 that will have positive impacts for the official language minority communities and for the use of both of our official languages across the country. For example, through the 2017 budget, our government is providing $80 million over 10 years to support the construction of community education infrastructure in official language minority communities. This is because we are committed to maintaining and supporting the vitality of our official language minority communities by supporting infrastructure projects such as school daycare centres, school community centres, or cultural centres in collaboration with provinces and territories. Parmi les
There are many other examples. We restored the long-form census form, increased funding for CBC Radio-Canada, reinvested in the Canada Council for the Arts. We modernized the Court Challenges program, put in place measures to ensure the appointment of bilingual judges to the Supreme Court, and launched a review of the regulation governing bilingual federal services. We reopened the Francophone Saint-Jean Military College and supported the heritage, cultural, and tourist-oriented corridor of the Réseau de développement économique et d'employabilité. In the area of immigration, last March, we held an intergovernmental forum that mobilized provinces and territories to discuss Francophone immigration, and we made significant improvements to our immigration system to increase Francophone immigration.
June to December of 2016, we held 22 roundtable discussions on official languages across the country, open to the media, and 6 of them were broadcast live online. Approximately 6,300 people responded to our online questionnaire. This demonstrates Canadians' strong interest in the future of our 2 official languages. We are now developing a new multi-year action plan for official languages to support English and French-speaking minorities and to promote the use of our 2 official languages from coast to coast. Que l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond can rest assured that the Prime Minister of Canada is the main champion for official languages in Canada. Under his leadership, our government is working on giving both official languages the place that they deserve across the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I run out of time, I was saying that Part 7 had been violated and Part 4, which states that the public has the right to communicate with federal institutions and the Prime Minister in the official language of their choice and to receive answers in the language of their choice. Now, once that tour wrapped up, Mr. Speaker, it was hastily undertaken. It was something undertaken, in fact, to cover up the vacation that the Prime Minister took on the Aga Khan's Island and that violated ethical rules. Once it was put in place, that was done. What can we do now to ensure that consultations henceforth will not be improvised and that the Official Languages Act will be respected when Canadian citizens are consulted? Has the Privy Council office started to put in place the necessary steps so this doesn't recur? That's what I'd like to hear from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary opposite. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the vitality of official languages communities, minority official language communities, and the promotion of bilingualism are very important issues. By conducting vast consultations in 26 across the country and preparing an action plan for 2018, our government continues to show leadership, strong leadership, to promote official languages.
For the Government of Canada, our official languages are a priority. We are currently developing a new pan-governmental action plan for official languages, which will provide a framework for the Government of Canada's action in a number of areas to further advance the vitality of minority communities and the use of both official languages across the country. Je souhaite remercier les députés.
I would like to thank the member for Drummond for his remarks. Our government will continue to work with all of our colleagues in order to promote and protect both of our official languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, which includes the largest army base in Canada, I'm proud to participate in today's adjournment debate where over 5,000 soldiers at Base Petawawa and their families know I have their backs when it comes to keeping this government accountable. We owe it to our soldiers to keep them safe in whatever we ask them to do to perform the service of our country. That obligation continues when this service is completed. Earlier this year, I asked the Minister of Defence why his party refused to implement the recommendation made by the Canadian Forces Ombudsman to ensure that before a serving member of the Canadian Armed Forces was medically released from the military, all benefits were in place. I'm pleased to confirm, for the benefit of military families watching this adjournment debate, my strong support for this recommendation by the Military Ombudsman. The record in committee shows the numerous times I brought this issue forward, only to be stonewalled by the Liberal majority. So it was with some skepticism that I noted the change of position by this government to include a line in the announced defence policy that included the word ensure that benefits would be in place before a soldier was released. On a number of occasions, I brought to the attention of this House the case of now retired Warrant Officer Roger Perreault. The time I first brought the attention to this case, 27-year veteran retired Warrant Officer Perreault was still a serving member of the Canadian Armed Forces. Warrant Officer Perreault was seeking justice that was being denied him in his application to receive the critical injury benefit. He was injured in 2006 in a blast from an improvised explosive device while serving in Afghanistan. He's had 3 back surgeries, 2 hip replacements, and other complications. That case is still not being resolved. I ask Canadians who are following this debate to question, was it just a coincidence? Roger Perot was medically released 2 days before the Minister of Defense announced, with great hoopla, the government would ensure that all benefits would be in place before a member transitions to post-military life. Warrant Officer Roger Perot was discharged from the Canadian Armed Forces with nothing in place. No pension, no medical benefit, no critical injury benefit, nothing. The Liberal Party had known for over a year this soldier was being medically released and still was released with nothing in place. What's happening today? Rogers heard nothing about the critical injury benefit except that his case may be heard in December. The pension that soldier paid into for almost 27 years and was entitled to receive finally kicked in after months of complaining by his local member of parliament. Roger is thankful for his local Conservative member of parliament, for he is certain he would still be waiting for his pension had I not intervened. The permanent impairment allowance, career impact allowance, or whatever is being called this week, as the government keeps on changing names of allowances to pretend it's providing a new benefit when in fact it has just renamed an existing benefit, has yet to show up. Ironically, if Roger wanted to smoke pot to alleviate his pain and suffering, he could get a pot license from the Liberal government right away. And I hope it was this sorry record of treatment that led to the dishonourable discharge for the Minister of Veterans Affairs from that portfolio in the last cabinet shuffle. And now, retired Warrant Officer Roger Perot and thousands of military families just like his face a new crisis. Thanks to the bad spending by this government and the need to raise taxes today to pay for the bad debt tomorrow, the futures of military spouses are now in peril. For many military families posted on a regular basis, the military spouse who kept the home fires burning would not have had the opportunity to collect a work pension. The Guaranteed Income Supplement provides an additional monthly non-taxable benefit to the old age security pension recipients who have no other source of income. When the Conservatives were the government of Canada, in cases where couples who were previously not eligible for the Guaranteed Income Supplement based on their total family income and who were involuntarily separated, for example, one spouse being admitted to a long-term care facility, the spouse remaining in the marriage...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for her question. I know that she cares deeply about our men and women in uniform. Mr. Speaker, we truly value the role that the Ombudsman plays at National Defence and in the Canadian Armed Forces. I would like to reassure the member that the administrative arrangement the Ombudsman shares with the Department does not affect his ability to conduct independent investigations. The model we have in place mirrors almost all other similar offices across government and meets the test of proper stewardship of resources. The Minister is committed to maintaining a positive and productive working relationship with the Ombudsman. That is why we have encouraged him to come forward if he faces any barriers to carrying out his mandate. My colleague has raised a report produced by the Ombudsman. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Ombudsman for preparing it. And the government takes great efforts to work on the transition process. We have clearly stated that we are transforming our approach, and we will be providing the best possible care and support to our Armed Forces members when they transition out of uniform. A new transition group of approximately 1,200 personnel will be set up to provide flexible and personalized support to members leaving the forces, as well as those recovering from illness or injury, with the goal of returning them to active duty. Furthermore, we will reestablish a personnel branch of experts in military human resources management so that their pension administration is complete before they move on to post-military life. These are complex initiatives that will not be implemented overnight. The Canadian Armed Forces will take the time that is necessary to get this right, while ensuring that services to transitioning members continue to be delivered. We have also been working closely with Veterans Affairs on pursuing ways to streamline and improve coordination between our two departments. Serving our veterans is one of the highest priorities we have as a government, and we won't let them down. I repeat, we won't let them down. Our goal is to help ensure that releasing members receive the integrated, harmonized services they need as they transition. This means clear guidance, timely access to benefits and services, and coordinated case management between National Defence and Veterans Affairs Canada. We look forward to the Ombudsman's continued support in making improvements that benefit the military, departmental civilians, and all those who form part of the defense team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The spouse remaining in the marital home could apply to be reassessed as a single individual rather than as part of a couple. Singles receive a higher benefit than individuals living as a couple. That policy was quietly changed earlier this year. Military spouses will face the immense economic burden of living below the same poverty level guidelines used for the calculation of the guaranteed income supplement. It's an unfortunate medical fact. Challenges that result of a military service contribute to a shortened lifespan that may include extended period of living in a facility that provides specialized care. What this will mean for military couples is that the spouse at home will lose the family pension if their loved one is institutionalized. Military families do not deserve this worry. The Liberal Party shamelessly campaigned on the backs of veterans to inflate expectations, another broken promise. This veteran sacrificed his health and family in service to his country. It's all about fairness.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we consulted Canadians to develop a defence policy that reflects them. This policy was based on recommendations put forth by Canadians, calling for us to take care of our service members and to ensure that they have the equipment they need and to look after their health and well-being. That means ensuring that their transition from the service to Civilian Street is smoothly. After the cuts implemented by the Conservatives, we have reinvested in veterans to ensure that we are looking after our people when they move to civilian life. That is why our policy acknowledges that no service member will leave without his or her pension. We will also have a group of experts focusing on the transition and to... The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted.
Adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.